This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Good morning, Metroplex. We welcome you to the Hump Day edition.
Hump Day.
Already in the week here on Sean and RJ with the entire squad back together again. Sean Sharif, Bobby Bell, Peyton Russell, Aiden Butler, Odyssey at FanCam, Twitch, and YouTube. And RJ Choppy off of his 1 day of vacay. Welcome back. What did you do? I saw you on the golf shirt Monday, so I know you were going right to the tee box.
Went right to the golf course, and that's why that's why basically I was down here Tuesday. I was like, hey, it's it would get me too late in the day. Honestly, I tried.
Weren't here Monday either, really.
I tried to take Monday off, and then we had Monday off. I wanted a 4-day weekend, and I was like, well, shoot, I already put in for this day.
Got to get a Corey Majors contract.
I know. I really need to get in on that one. But yeah, no, I played over at Cowboys. There were some players out there. I'm not going to name who they are because the fans probably get mad at them for playing golf
Were
in the
they
off-season.
Cowboy players?
Yes, there were Cowboy players out there.
They were already identified on social media.
Oh, they were?
Well, all the quarterbacks were there. I know that.
Yeah, I want to win a championship.
Not all of them.
All three of them were there.
Well, I didn't see the one that I didn't see one of them.
The one that you wanted to see?
Yeah. I didn't see the one I wanted to see. I can't see him. I never find him. He escapes me all the time.
That's the kind of athlete he is.
Yeah, just escapable. But yeah, there were some out there. Some Tolos. I finally met the great Don Huddleston, who I had not seen. He's hit up on social media a lot. But no, it was a good day out there.
All right, so Choppy is back, going to try to get you to your weekend as quickly as possible on your home of the Cowboys and Rangers. And yesterday the news broke that the head of the MLBPA, Tony Clark, is abruptly resigning when they were supposed to go around and have their meeting in Cleveland. And we got more details on why. And my wife could not understand the talk radio topic that I was trying to come up with. And then Bobby sent his email, and I said, see, which one is worse? And she said, it doesn't matter. They're both bad. I said, I know they're both. But my mind went right there, and so did Bobby's, as Jeff Passan and Don Van Natta dipping into baseball reporting that Tony Clark was having an inappropriate relationship with his sister-in-law. Where did your mind go?
So is he sleeping with his brother's wife?
That's exactly the first thing.
or
the wife's sister.
With his wife's sister.
Because and the wife's sister, are they
And
twins?
he does have a brother. I looked it up and confirmed. He does have a brother.
Okay. Are the wife and the wife's sister, if it is that, are they twins? Because that...
Only your mind would go
Like that
there.
you would get a pass? Like it was an accident.
I mean, if they're identical twins, it is the same egg. Therefore, they are 100% the same person.
Is
legally.
there one that is worse?
Ooh, let's see here.
The brothers.
The brother's wife.
Yeah, the brother's wife is probably worse.
Yeah, at least you could
because you're cheating on your wife in both situations. So she's pissed at you regardless. Now you've incorporated your brother hating you too.
Yeah. Your brother hates you too.
Well, your wife is going to hate you for sleeping with her sister.
But your wife's gonna hate you regardless. You cheated on her.
Right.
So, like in the one instance with the wife's sister, your brother's not mad at you, probably.
And look, I think if you're a good enough negotiator, like he's supposed to be, you should be able to say, "Listen, I love you so much. I wanted you again with her, your sister."
You're still thinking she's a twin.
Yeah.
We still have that in play there.
The 3% of the world I'm siding with of the twins situation.
But see, yesterday you had a topic, what can women just not understand? I guess it's this discussion right here where we're thinking about which one was it and which one was worse. Oh, and he hired her?
Well, so he had somehow created an Arizona office. So obviously the MLBPA is based, I assume, in New York City, where the MLB offices are. And then so he created an Arizona office so he could work closer to home, and he hired his sister-in-law to run the office. And he also had a for-profit youth baseball organization that all kind of ran out of the same building. So there were some...
And it reads very much... No accusations. It reads very much like it could be like a money laundering thing.
So there's allegations of all kinds of legalese that you can't get. I don't want to get into. I don't really because I don't know what they are. But legal things that play in here, and then obviously the inappropriate relationship, hiring somebody within the family, which you may not go through the proper channels to get that passed through. When you put all of it together, the FBI gets involved. That's never a good thing. But you put all of it together, and you're negotiating arguably the most important contract the sport's ever seen right now because they're talking about not having a season.
Still trying to figure out how O.J. Simpson lover Lloyd Howell from the NFLPA, the one who wanted to create the parking spot honoring O.J., how he's involved in this too. Because apparently whatever this, again, they're very unclear in the stories that I read yesterday, specifically what was the problem. But they were being investigated for something, illegal use of funds somehow with this, what looked like a fake organization. And it said that Tony Clark and Lloyd Howell both tried to silence investigations with it, and so now they're in trouble for tampering as well.
Because, you mentioned that Don Van Natta.
The Angel of Death.
Well,
that's his nickname?
Mm-hmm. The other one that you don't want poking around is involved, too. That's old Pablo Torre. I don't know who you want less. Don's going to write a long piece. Pablo's just going to eviscerate you on YouTube.
Don's probably got 3 editors that have to check his sources. Pablo can just say what
he just says whatever he wants.
So Pablo's probably a little scarier.
And he said that the league's been on MLBPA and the NFLPA, like you said, has been under investigation. Yada yada yada. One team partner scandal. So I mean, this is going to get real deep.
So Bobby has the rundown always on Adam Silver. What do you call him, Commissioner what?
2.5.
Okay.
Because he's never going to count to 3.
Never going to count to 3. Fantastic nickname. Give us the rundown on Tony Clark's tenure and whether he's been good or bad for baseball.
Well, look, Rob Manfred's kind of it's one guy fighting with all forms of disciplines that he knows how to fight with, and Tony Clark just has fists. Right, Rob is an all-time great negotiator. He's one of the better labor lawyers that we have. He's really worked Tony Clark. And Tony doesn't do all the negotiating, and they've got lawyers that do a lot of the negotiating as well. Tony is just the head of the players. He's the executive director. He's not necessarily doing all the negotiating here. But, Rob got all the rule changes. He got the luxury tax. He basically forced the players to do a 60-game season in COVID when the players didn't want to play. He expanded the postseason when the players didn't want to expand it. He somehow allowed the owners to keep a greater slice of the pie this last negotiation round. So this actually, it's a good thing from the players' standpoint because I think that they could have used somebody better. But I also think it's a bad thing because Tony Clark was never going to miss games. Whatever for all his issues here, he was never going to let the players miss games. And I think that's off the table now.
So that's the breaking news yesterday in Major League Baseball. Of course, we are going to have 2 shows rolling on out for our Rangers spring training coverage in Surprise, Arizona. It's going to be the KNC Masterpiece and the G-Bag Nation, brought to you by ASCO Equipment, Mercedes-Benz of Plano, the On-Time Experts, Zero Res, Best Buy Windows and Siding. Bradley Chubb gets released by the Dolphins while you were doing your last show, Choppy, and then while you were out, Tyreek Hill is released in the Miami Purge. So we'll just ask you very quickly here, George Pickens for a second, and you sign Tyreek Hill to replace him. You in or out?
I'm out.
George for a first, and you get Tyreek to replace him.
You got my interest a little bit.
Okay.
A little bit. Because, how does Tyreek fit with this system, with Dak, with the culture?
I mean, they like to push the ball vertical. So
the culture?
Yeah, what do you think the
with
answer
the culture,
is to the culture?
The culture, I would say the answer is probably doesn't fit very well.
Yeah. Bobby and I's answer is a quick no.
Mm-hmm.
And I reference y'all's wall of losers that you have fun with, Chris Paul and Josh Allen. And I said, Tyreek Hill's an actual true loser. He's a bad dude. He's a bad person. So no thanks to the next drama that he's going to bring along with him. So I would not do it. But the odds are out for Tyreek's next team.
Now, I would do it for the first-round pick. But that has nothing to do with Tyreek.
You would bring in Tyreek and if a first was offered for George.
Yeah, I'm saying I would take the first for George and just take Tyreek out of the situation at that point.
Okay.
And nothing to do with George, just I need the resources.
Chiefs defensive tackle Chris Jones tweeted to Tyreek saying, "It's time. Come back home." And Kansas City is the favorite at 4-1 to land him next. Then Buffalo, then the Giants, then the Broncos, Packers, San Fran, Raiders, Patriots, Cowboys way down the list at 66-1.
Buffalo's interesting. Imagine he goes to Buffalo and he wins. That'd be really, really intriguing. But Kansas City, obviously.
You can't get in too much trouble in Buffalo, right? You got to have that discussion if you're Brandon Beane.
Yeah, it's a little boring.
Just go to Canada. Just go across the lake.
Yeah, I mean, as soon as he got to South Beach, there's too many chances to get in trouble. There's too many chances to apply his personality. But in Buffalo, what's he going to do?
The way I see it in Buffalo is like you have about 4 months to get in trouble.
Have you been to Buffalo?
I have. You have about 4. I've driven been through.
Is it as dead as I imagine it being?
I don't know. As a kid, yeah, it's I don't know, right? So
I just Googled nightclubs in Buffalo.
Oh,
Underground nightclub. It's rated 4 stars. Venue and bottoms up. They're all really, really
all
badly
dancing.
badly rated.
Badly rated.
3.5 stars.
You know, you got 4 months. If you can make it out of Buffalo, you have your June, July, August, and winter. Those are the 4 seasons. So once you get to September, you can't go outside.
I assume this is a very old picture of downtown Buffalo. It looks like it, but I just Googled downtown Buffalo, and that's exactly what I imagined it would look like. Just like 3 tall buildings and then flat land for miles. Yeah. That's totally what it looks like. Yeah, that's a perfect fit for Tyreek Hill. And then we can hear about how, he was over the hill, and that's why Josh Allen couldn't win with him either. And that'll be just another
work at the cold weather.
Perfect built-in excuse for Josh Allen to keep losing.
Speaking of George Pickens, a little cleanup on the Todd Archer article talking about disciplining him.
Yeah, so this was, I don't know how this blew up the way that it did the other day. I kind of know how. So Dove Kleiman, who's
not even a real person.
No, he's not a real person. He's whatever Twitter aggregating, company owned. It's very unclear how it works. But he had shared a quote from Archer.
He's one of the aggregators
from back in November. As they're talking about George Pickens on SportsCenter right now, he had shared a clip from Archer, or a quote from Archer's article back in November after Pickens had been punished along with Lamb during the Raiders game. And the quote said that Schottenheimer alluded to Pickens still being late to things, and multiple sources said Pickens was fine during the season. Somehow that got turned around into Pickens was fined multiple times during the season, and it's being brought up 4 months later out of this article. Well, because Dove aggregated it, didn't link to it, just quoted it, then it looked like a new report, and so then Florio wrote about it and said, this is getting overblown. All it says is one time. What is this? But this whole thing that there were a bunch of people on social media talking about, here comes the Cowboys machine again to take down people. It's like, no, this is literally being aggregated by some national nobody, and it's from 4 months ago, and it's not even being aggregated correctly. That's not what the report was.
So that's the latest on George Pickens' franchise tag window is officially open.
Now, that doesn't mean he wasn't fined multiple times during the season. I'm just saying.
Yeah.
That's not what the report said.
And he was late multiple times.
Yes. He had problems. He's me. Okay? He's going to be late sometimes.
You figured it out.
And I still put up 150 and 2 touchdowns. So sometimes.
And you're in the same contract status. 877-88.
I also haven't been franchised.
Franchise tagged.
877-881-1053. 877-881-1053 to hit us up on the Franklin Franco Injury Attorney text line here on DFW Sports Station. Is Caleb Downs, the all-world safety, being overhyped a little bit? And has Dane Brugler found us a second safety that the Cowboys can just add in that secondary? That's next. Inside the Star on the home of the Cowboys with Sean, RJ, and Bobby back together again right here on The Fan. But let me get you set up with Trajan Wealth, TRAJAN Wealth.com.
coaches and players for America's team, let us go inside the stars on 105.3 The Fan.
And we do it here on the official home of the Dallas Cowboys, which gets us a lot of out-of-state listeners and Tolos. And RJ Choppy helping one in the commercial break.
For the 903, I moved to GA for work. That's Georgia, kids.
Congrats.
Do y'all still get texts from this far away?
We do.
They do. They cross state lines and everything, man.
Hey, maybe it's the Republic.
The Republic of Georgia?
Yeah.
Oh. Okay. You know, they I believe they won their first medal in Winter Olympics history the other day in pairs figure skating. Did a really they did a nice skate.
I know we get texts from across state lines because it was a 904 that texted Reetma. So.
Oh,
man. What'd he say?
Reetma or the 904?
Yeah, which one?
The 904 said, Gavin.
Inside the Star here on your home of the Cowboys. Got the entire morning squad back together again. Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, and Cowboys insider Bobby Belt. And I love the unique hot take from Daniel Jeremiah on what I think right now would be the Cowboy fans' dream scenario at number 12. This sounds like the number one ideal scenario.
Yeah, and that's Caleb Downs, who has been, we talked about, Dane Brugler had asked, we talked about this Friday, actually, I think you were out when we mentioned this, that Dane Brugler had started asking scouts, Caleb Downs is the best safety prospect you've scouted since ... And he said a few of them had said ever. And now you got to remember, there's some scouts who've been doing it for 10 years, and maybe this is just the best safety prospect they've seen in 10 years, whatever it may be. But there are a few of them who it's the best they've ever seen.
Wow.
Well, Daniel Jeremiah, who's had on some of his mock drafts Downs get to like 10 or 11, like get closer to Dallas, he apparently is tapping the brakes a little bit. He's not trashing the guy, but as you can hear here, he does not think he's the ridiculous talent that everybody else does.
I don't know that the stat sheet shows all of his ability. I don't know the testing is going to show all of his value. He's a little bit of a tricky one for me, to be honest with you, Downs is, in terms of the evaluation, because I hear him talked about like he's this all-time great player. I don't see that on the tape, but I see a very dependable, reliable, steady, solid player who, when you talk to people around there, just talk about, some of his value doesn't necessarily always show up unless you know what he's doing in terms of the communicating, the leading, the organizing, getting that whole group together.
So likes him, but that also just sounds like he's steady. He's not going to be a game wrecker.
Yeah.
You're not getting some like Derwin James or some Kyle Hamilton or Sean Taylor. You're getting
Mark Barron.
You're just getting steady, solid.
Who are his comps? Because I'm looking at the highlights right now, and I'm not seeing like the size jump out.
No, he's not like linebacker size. He's just kind of like typical safety size. So there's been a couple different mixes on him. I don't think it's a bad comp to say that he does things similar to and would be used similarly to Derwin James. Derwin's bigger. But I think he's similar in the way that he plays to Derwin, similar in a lot of ways to what Cooper DeJean does. DeJean's a better athlete, but he's a really good athlete. He's not going to test super well, I don't think, Caleb Downs, but he's as a functional, like, in pads playing on the football field, he's a top guy.
You just proved Daniel Jeremiah correct then. You said that the white guy is better athlete.
Well, that's it.
I don't need to see you go to the combine. Nothing.
Cooper DeJean's the first white corner we've had since Jason Sehorn. I think that just speaks to him being a freak.
I've seen Eric Berry. I've seen Budda Baker.
Buddha's one that gets thrown around a lot, that he's kind of a bigger Budda Baker. But he's really, really good. And DJ kind of mentions it there. It's tough for him as an evaluation because there are things that you don't know that, like, naturally you're not going to know watching a play. The stuff that PFF won't acknowledge that they don't know. You're not going to have an understanding of those things. But when he talks to the people at Ohio State, they go, yeah, you don't. He does so much. Like, he's responsible for so much, and he holds so much in place. And
6'2", 205.
Yep. Yeah, he's like I said, he's not like a crazy, ridiculous size, but he is a really good athlete. He's really good in coverage. He's really good at the line of scrimmage. He is one of the higher IQ players. We played that clip from Joel Klatt a couple weeks ago where he said he's the smartest defender he's ever watched. And I think that's what this team specifically could use is smart defenders right now. That's what they're in desperate need of.
So that's Daniel Jeremiah putting a little question mark next to Caleb Downs as this all-time great safety prospect. Dane Brugler going and searching for a backup just in case?
So we've had a couple of, over the last couple months, some people who follow the draft may have heard, and if you follow college football, you may have been aware of him, Dylan Thieneman, who is the safety from Oregon. And he had a really good freshman year a couple years ago for Purdue where he had like 7 interceptions. But Dylan Thieneman was a guy who a lot of people were saying, hey, if you could trade back, he might be worth targeting in the second round sometime, like getting in the middle of the second round, something like that. Thieneman was 25 on Daniel Jeremiah's list of the top 50 players. DJ had him up pretty high relative to everybody else. Well, the latest update came out from Dane Brugler on his top 100, and he's got him even higher than Daniel Jeremiah does. He's got Dylan Thieneman now at 23, which is right around that 20 range, which if that's the case, if the NFL is looking at Thieneman as being talented enough to go in the back end of the first, now you could start saying that might be somebody that's in play at 20. And this entire time, we haven't really felt like there's any other safeties that could be in play in the top 20 other than Downs.
Right.
But if Thieneman is a guy who's starting to pick up steam, he would be an intriguing one. I loved the idea of him in the second round. He's a second round player to me. I don't think he's a first rounder, but man, he does a lot of that versatility stuff that you are wanting these days, of being able to play the deep middle, being able to play in the nickel a little bit, do some stuff at the line of scrimmage. His biggest thing that he just doesn't do as well as Downs is he's just not as good covering straight up man-to-man. He's really good reading the ball as the deep middle. He's really good making plays on the ball as a safety. He can do some stuff in zone coverage. If you're just asking him to like cover the slot, though, in individual man coverage, it's not as good. There are moments where he has some issues there.
We are going to be heading out to the Combine in Indianapolis with co-host Brian Broaddus next week here on the morning show, while the other crews are in surprise for Ranger spring training, and our Combine coverage is going to be brought to you by Yorgi Pet Care Connectors, East Dallas Diesel, Best Buy Windows and Siding, and the on-time experts.
I don't know how G-Bag is going to handle only having 3 guys on the show for a whole week. I don't know how they're going to, especially out there in Arizona.
Oh, no. Well, it won't be a whole week.
No, Broaddus is going to be on the show.
Yeah.
He's going to be
double duty.
He's going to be on the
headset.
Yeah, he's going to be on the headset during the afternoon.
And he's
trying to swipe our guests, I'm sure.
And he should be doing their show, I think, on Monday, because we're leaving Tuesday. Right. He may be doing their, it could be Monday and Tuesday, but no, that's how desperate Broaddus was to get back out to Indy. You were on the trade block for that week because you were Mr. Baseball.
That's right.
We're going to trade baseball for football, but he was so desperate, he's like, I'll just do double duty. So morning and afternoon. And 14 other podcasts.
I mean, that's the thing. He's doing podcasts when we're on the air anyway. Like, he's recording 3 podcasts regardless. Yeah. So he'll just put those on hold for a little bit. Nice. Come jump on with us. He is, this is as excited as I've ever seen him. Just knowing he gets to go back to Indy, because it's been a minute.
He's so excited he comes in here and breaks the microphone every day.
I know. I told him to stop. I told Eric. I texted Eric a couple weeks ago. I was like, tell Broaddus to stop touching the GD mic and turning it upside down.
Why don't you just tell him?
Incredibly pushy.
Buck up and tell him.
Because I don't want to be called incredibly pushy when I die.
It's a bad running joke, Bob.
Just not a fan.
That was a good job.
How you all didn't have him win worst take? I was furious.
I thought I voted for Broaddus.
I don't remember who won. I think it was Randy Moss.
I thought I voted for Broaddus.
I think you voted for Moss.
How? RJ?
Eric voted. Well, I think Eric screwed it up. We brought Eric in. He voted Moss.
What are the Tolos are supposed to decide it? No one cares what y'all think. Bill Barnwell with some trade proposals. Now, we went through half of these yesterday, RJ, but you can kind of pick and choose at which ones you liked or hated. The Cowboys one, Bobby absolutely destroyed it. Kenny Clark and a 7th?
For a 6.
For a 6th round pick and return.
That would be, like, that would make the Micah trade look so bad. Even worse. If you think it looks bad now, if you had traded Kenny Clark and a 7th, for a 6th. I mean, that is what a giveaway that would be 8 months after the trade.
Bobby and I were both in on Kyler and a 6 going to the Jets in exchange for a 4th.
Okay, so I was interested in how you guys were gonna react to this one because I'm intrigued by this because this goes against everything we've always thought about the QB position. Always like get a rookie, get on that rookie contract, let him get 5 years of free play, and then go. But the way these quarterbacks are not developing the way they should, it's almost as if do you decide to go the Baker Mayfield, Geno Smith, Danny Dimes, Sam Darnold, hit me some more names, right? Jared Goff, whatever route, right? Yeah. Whatever route it is where they don't necessarily play great the first 5 years, but they figure the sport out a little bit. And then do you do that with Kyler? Now, like, the question is, like, has Kyler figured out the sport? Can he stay healthy too? But if you're the Jets and you're not going to get your number 1 pick, right? You're not going to get Mendoza. Ty Simpson is what? You know, maybe you don't. Maybe you still draft Ty. Maybe you bring in Kyler, but you still draft Ty if he's available. If you could trade up from the 2nd round later on, or whatever, trade back, and you could still get Ty. I'm intrigued by this.
DJ Moore and a 1st gets you Max Crosby in Chicago.
How many times?
That was getting destroyed on Reddit, by the way, yesterday by Raiders fans. They were like, Barnwell needs to be fired.
So
it's not enough back.
We've had this one texter just text us all the time, DJ Moore for Max Crosby.
Yep.
And he's been saying this for like 4 weeks now.
Yeah, he hosts mornings on the Grande.
Has to. And has to. But if you know, what is the number for Max?
And Chicago picks at 25. What do you mean? What is the number?
Like, what is the trade
the
return?
value?
Yeah, what is the value?
We did that yesterday. I threw out a 1st and a 2nd. I don't think it gets you the Micah package. It could, but just in terms of the age, I would think a 1st and a 2nd. But someone like Philadelphia who may want to push it over the top, I could see 2 firsts. You were interested in this one. The verbally abused Keon Coleman finally gets out of Buffalo, goes to Jacksonville. Buffalo maybe gets, Barnwell says, Bills finally get their wide receiver 1 for Josh Allen. He didn't play like it last year. Brian Thomas for Keon Coleman.
This is interesting to me because, you know, the Jags would get their 1st round pick back.
Yeah, because it's Thomas and a 5th.
Thomas and a 5th for Keon Coleman and a 1st.
Yeah, so the Jags don't have a 1st this year because they traded it for Travis Hunter. So Cleveland's got their 1st. So they would get their 1st round pick back. They're still in. I think the Jags are still in build mode, even though they had a good year last year. They're probably still in build mode. And for whatever reason, Brian Thomas and Trevor Lawrence just didn't get on the same page last year. Maybe Keon needs a change of scenery. Give Brian Thomas over to Buffalo. Let Josh Allen get his guy.
Keon definitely needs a change of scenery. It sounds like everybody agrees on that.
The Vikings try another quarterback and get Mac Jones in a 3rd. And they give San Francisco a 2nd, a 5th, and a future 3rd. So Mac Jones, some quarterback insurance for J.J. McCarthy.
I guess so it's Mac and a 3. Okay, so I was thinking like, you know, a 2nd round seems kind of high for Mac Jones. I assume they're going to do something there in Minnesota. Whether you like J.J. or not, he does get hurt. And something's gone on there. They don't seem to be in love with him anymore like they were last year.
Which, by the way, Mac Jones apparently did say at Super Bowl. He confirmed the conspiracy theory that was out there. He said Kyle Shanahan wanted me the whole time. He wanted to take me at 3, and he just wasn't able to.
What about the real conspiracy about the electronic substation? Let's get everybody hurt. That's all I want to hear from Mac on.
Why do you want to hear from Mac on it specifically?
Because he was out there.
No, but he didn't get hurt.
Does his legs feel weak?
Oh.
How to get banned from the Masters, the celebrity that is terrorizing Mardi Gras, and an update, speaking of conspiracies, on the Guthrie mother situation that has taken over the national news. That's all next. Hump Day Edition, continuing right here on The Fan.
But Sean and RJ here with Just Love Coffee. We want to talk to you.
by East Dallas Diesel. Tolos know where the best draft coverage is. It's right here on The Fan.
And it's back to Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan segment here, brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market, upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet Grapevine today. The back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. More new Chevys than anyone else, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 through 2025.
Bobby last night was putting together some new graphics for our upcoming podcast that we'll do a couple nights a week. So
Couple? All right.
Well, maybe once. We'll see where it goes. Max 2.
Max
2. Depends on the popularity of it.
And there'll be an after show podcast, too.
Yeah, you got to have the after show. I got a lot of thoughts on the political world that I want to share.
We're not doing that.
Some stuff on generally like the way societal relations are.
Well, what just happened in the commercial break is a perfect example of a topic that we'll be discussing as a donut fight just broke out.
Yeah, this is ridiculous.
Need y'all on the fan text here, 877-881-1053.
I was just about ready to, I was like, I'm kind of hungry. We've been doing the breakfast burritos. I was like, I want donuts. I just want to change it up and do donuts. So I'm looking on Grubhub and I'm like, oh, look, there's a Krispy Kreme nearby. So I decided, all right, let's order some Krispy Kreme. And I said, I'm ordering donuts. And Choppy goes, from where? And I said, Krispy Kreme. And he goes, ew, and makes this big show of it. Yeah. And then I was like, okay, this is just Northern Dunkin' man, which he says he's not that either.
I'm not a Dunkin' guy either. But I'm a mom and pop. I want it in a strip mall to just say donut, not even with an S. I want the S to be like unilluminated. I just want it to say donut. So that's where I want to get my donuts from.
His central thesis, apparently, besides just being anti-Southern, because Krispy Kreme is the South. It was started in New Orleans, basically.
No, New Orleans? I rest my case.
New Orleans, and then, the recipe was purchased from New Orleans, and then their headquarters were in North Carolina, and then it's taken over the South.
Bad barbecue, too.
So, his central thesis here is that, their most popular donut is glazed. Like, every donut shop sells more glazed than anything else. And I don't even like glazed. But if that's the point, is that glazed is their most moved donut, then he hates every donut place.
I grew up going to an Italian bakery as a kid. They didn't even sell glazed donuts. It was too white. Okay.
I don't want to hear about this. This is the Tom Hagen thing again.
You see this? You see that donut right there, the chocolate one with the sprinkles? That's my kind of donut. Right, I don't like the glaze.
They sell those.
Okay, that's what I want.
So you're like a 5-year-old.
Yeah, I have a 5-year-old.
Okay.
Matter of fact, maybe 6, maybe a 6-year-old.
Okay.
But
that's a 5-year-old donut.
I want a mom and pop donut. I don't want a mass-produced recipe.
Fine, but whatever. If you want a mom and pop donut, I do too. There's none open. There's none open right now that are available.
All the donut shops are open now.
Not within the delivery range of us.
Who buys donuts after like 8 a.m.?
Not within the delivery range of us.
Every donut shop is open at like 5 o'clock in the morning.
But what is the whole glazed donut if glazed is your most popular?
If glazed is your number one. Like that's what everybody says is your best donut, or that's your.
Nobody says that's their best. That's what they sell the most of.
Would you not think the most sold is the best?
No. I wouldn't. I wouldn't say that just because whatever is mass consumed the most would be what people would say is their specialty.
I would say that, the thing that gets sold the most would be the number one at that place.
And what do you think is the number one most sold donut?
Oh, I think it's the glazed donut. It's easily the number one most sold.
And you think there are some stores that don't have glazed as the most sold?
Yeah, absolutely. I think it'd be your general mom and pop donut shop that, would have a person with a higher donut palate.
It feels like
go in there.
Every year we have to get ready to call a donut shop. Like we need to find one and put them on the hotline because RJ throws a dough fit every single year. I'll weigh in. Number one, there's absolutely nothing ever wrong with a glazed donut. It's amazing. It's fantastic. Nothing wrong with it until it gets stale. What?
I don't know. I was about to say,
the fan text is
I'm not crazy about that.
Easily on my side on this one. Easily.
The fan text is saying that they're not big fans of Krispy Kreme.
They don't like Krispy Kreme.
That they don't like Krispy Kreme.
And they like mom and pop shops.
Well, no, everyone theoretically likes
Theoretically,
a
they
mom
should.
and pop, but I've been to mom and pop donut shops around here that suck. So they're not all like, oh my God, they're
not all great.
They're kneading it and they're resting it overnight and all that crap. No, it doesn't mean that you're automatically a fan. I can find you a chain Chinese restaurant that can be better than a mom and pop one. Like, yeah, theoretically, I want the mom and pop. So nothing wrong with the glazed. But yeah, what is open? I mean, you mentioned Shipley's. I've gotten Shipley's multiple times. I'm not blown away by it.
Shipley's, I think, is probably better. But Shipley's is also, they said it was like an extra 30 minutes to get here.
Yeah,
like, I'm not doing that.
So when's the last time you've gone? What's the last mom and pop donut shop you've gone to?
There's one in the Trophy Club area that I went to. Was on a weekend. It's good. I don't know the name of it. It just says donut.
Well, Bobby, you can just have Aiden pick it up. Aiden's on his way up here. What if we just had Aiden pick it up?
Because, man,
Save on the... Unless it's out of his way.
He's not Ben Rogers. He's Bobby Belt.
Yeah, I'm not Chop going, Ruben, could you top me off with the coffee?
All right,
We got to get Ruben at the Cowboys this year.
That's the
I miss Ruben.
That's the donut fight that broke out. TJ, I have to agree with Chop here. There's hole in the wall. See, the hole when he mentioned the hole in the wall, he won people over.
Because that's the dumb, like, just generic ass hole in the wall. Like,
listen,
every other donut store you go to that just says donut tastes like generic ass donuts.
That's what I want. I want to just say donut.
Some of them are really good.
What I don't like, I've said donut is the one thing.
That's like saying I want the mom and pop pizza over Domino's.
Yeah, what a brave take from Chop about the mom and pop, the hole in the wall. You're not even giving me specifics. Sarah's Donuts, that's the best donuts in town. That's the best ones. They don't deliver out here. I can't get
Sarah's
them.
donut too.
All right. And
so does Zach.
How has Savannah Guthrie's mother not been found yet? I thought this thing was about to wrap up in 48 hours.
That is a great question, how she has not been found. There is some good news. Two things. One is that Savannah apparently has spoken to the kidnappers.
What?
That's what they had the report on here.
They had the headline.
Monday.
They were like, she's spoken directly with. But then somebody on the fan text said, hey, why'd y'all say that? Because that didn't happen. I was like, I don't know. That's what the headline said on NBC.
And I'm tired of seeing, and I respect TMZ, right? They totally changed my mind 15, 20 years ago about what they were. Kind of like, ProFootballTalk.com.
Yeah.
And then Harvey Levin gets thrown on these national networks every other day. He has brought nothing to it. Get Harvey Levin off of my television, even though he runs a very good and popular website. I thought he was like holding the keys here.
Yeah.
And it's led to nothing.
Yeah. Now
they give the most generic donut type updates where they're like, we're releasing the info on the kidnapper. He's 5'9", average build. Well, we all saw that.
Yeah, we all saw that.
We all saw that. He's wearing this backpack.
Yeah, he's got two eyes. Okay.
Yeah.
And they illuminate in the light when lights shined on him.
Yeah.
And he has a little facial hair around his mouth.
Yes.
Okay. That could be anybody.
We found Luigi that fast.
That's true. But he had eyebrows. Like those eyebrows you couldn't miss those. But they did do one thing, and that was they have cleared all the siblings and spouses. So one of the things that first came out, when this thing first happened, everybody was pointing at the brother, right? Everybody was pointing at the brother, and then it started to kind of move on over to the sister, and apparently all parties that are involved that are related, so siblings of Savannah's and their spouses have all been cleared by police.
Okay.
So that's good. I also think that's really, really bad. Like, to me, the safest the mother was going to be is if it was like an inside job. Oh, I'm not going to do anything to my mom. I would never actually do something to my mom. You know what I mean?
There have been plenty of murderers who have killed their mother or mother-in-law.
Yeah, I know. But like,
I would think she'd more likely be dead if it was one of the siblings.
You think so?
Yeah, I don't think the sibling was going to kidnap her for the ransom and then give back. Because I'm a like the mom.
Just kidding, Mom.
Yeah.
How do you turn her back? Like, all right, Thanksgiving's going to be weird.
I think the mother would recognize if it was one of the children that had her, and that would eventually come out. So that's
you don't get your hands dirty. You'd have somebody. You would theoretically have somebody else. So that was my first thought. I was like, oh no, this is not good. But apparently that they think she's still alive. They have spoken to the kidnappers. At least that was reported on Monday, but that apparently is not true. But
all right,
at
Bobby,
least they've cleared them all.
You're gonna love this story. Your most hated sports group in Augusta, Georgia, has apparently banned. We know they ban people. We know how high and mighty they are at the Masters. Kenny Mayne, who used to cover golf for ESPN, was on the God Bless Football pod, and he says he's banned.
I'm banned for life from Augusta, I think.
What?
Well, I was banned by ESPN. I don't know if Augusta, maybe they think I'm an okay guy now. I used to cover golf. I used to do the TPC Sawgrass.
I know.
And I did the U.S. Open every year for 7-8 years. Me, Van Pelt, Andy North, the whole gang. And I would do the silly, takeoff story, right? Yeah, TPC one year, I just made some smart-ass comment about, we'll see you at the Masters, where we bring 4 saucy ladies out to play, or, just something stupid, right? But mentioning that I'm bringing women to play golf. And they called into the ESPN truck. We're still in the air, and the people in Augusta are literally, they somehow have the inside number to the truck.
Of course they do.
He is not coming.
They called inside the truck.
I was never invited.
They somehow got the number, called, and no more Kenny Mayne for saying, I'm bringing some saucy ladies to the course.
I was going to say, it makes more sense that ESPN banned him than Augusta did, because he checks the 2 boxes for him. He's a man and he's white. And so Augusta wouldn't ban you if you're those 2 things generally.
This is not the first time they've done this. They banned Gary McCord. Gary McCord was a long-time golf announcer, 70s, 80s, 90s, and he said something like the greens have been bikini waxed or something. They're so fast. It's like they were bikini waxed, and they didn't take kindly to that. They had banned somebody else.
God, this course sucks.
For Jim Nantz, if he can't call, it's not, when you hit the ball off the fairway in a normal world, it's called the rough. Not at Augusta. It's the first cut, the second cut. The rough sounds too bad. They don't like it. They don't call it the back 9. They call it the second 9, because the back 9, they think it means it's somehow worse
and that
than
little
the front 9.
Simp Jim Nantz would go in, hands and knees, begging, I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah, he wants to be a member.
Yeah.
Do you think because they think that if they use 1850s language and 1850s rules for their courses that we'll just go back to living there, and that's why they try to do it so much?
Yeah, because I don't think
it's the Tyreek Hill of organizations, where it's like, how have you survived all of your bad stuff that you've done? It is the most racist ass organization in professional sports. I don't have any clue why they exist still.
Do you agree with Mark Cuban, who defended tanking last night, and is Jeffrey Epstein about to get the head of the LA Olympics fired? That's next on Sean and RJ 105.3 The Fan.
But let's get you over to Base Power. Save you some money. We switched our homes to Base Power. Why? Well, cost for one, reliability for the other. When the costs go up, your costs stay low with Base Power. And when the power goes out, your power stays on with Base Power.
Switching was simple. Right now, they're making it even easier. If you sign up using our link, Base Power will cover your current termination fee up to $250. So see if your home qualifies. BasePowerCompany.com/thefan. That's BasePowerCompany.com/thefan.
The more time you give, the more our crush grows. Together we continue to build something special. Keep turning it on and leaving it on 105.3 The Fan and the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, and TuneIn apps.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
Well, you can't do that. Major shakeup in baseball. MLBPA chief Tony Clark has officially resigned. Move comes after an internal probe revealed an inappropriate relationship with his sister-in-law. Can't do that. With the CBA expiring in 9 months and the salary cap fight looming, the players just lost their lead negotiator. I'm Drake Toll.
In a world in need of a hero, one man rises to the challenge in style. He is...
just driving the kids to soccer practice.
Make every day feel epic in the all-new Hyundai Palisade Hybrid with up to an EPA estimated 619 miles of range on select trims, advanced tech, and class-leading interior space. Visit HyundaiUSA.com or call 562-314-4603 for more details.
And hey, come on, no cleats on the seats.
Empower.
by our D&M Leasing Studio. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Mark Cuban defends tanking in sports and the NBA. Good morning, Metroplex. Sean, RJ, and Bobby back together again, Hump Day edition, where we hook you up with a Tim McGraw ticket giveaway in the 720 Expressway. Also, Tim McGraw tickets and the 9 o'clock hour as well. So, Mark Cuban, with all this talk over tanking and Adam Silver saying it's the worst it's ever been, and we're going to have to look at different measures and different alternatives to try to solve it. We know about the big fine that the Utah Jazz got. Here's what Mark Cuban had to say. See if you'll agree on the Franklin LaFranco fan text, 877-881-1053. Why the NBA should embrace tanking. The NBA has been misguided thinking that fans want to see their teams compete every night with a chance to win.
Oh, no.
It's never been that way. When I got into the NBA, they thought they were in the basketball business. They aren't. They are in the business of creating experiences for fans.
So real quick on that, the Mavs really were like at the very front of creating, I mean,
in-game entertainment.
Oh God, it was they to the point of overboard. Before they had Mavs PA guy Sean Heath, they had humble Billy Hayes, and he started the whole thing. Let's go Mavs, let's go Mavs, and then it was nonstop. And they started miking up the hoops, right? I never saw as a kid a microphone underneath the basketball net. Never saw that. Now they have them at every arena. The actual music being played when a team is just bringing the ball up the court. It used to be just your defense. Not anymore. Like, they have music. So the Mavs really started a lot of that.
Mark continues, few can remember the score from the last game they saw or went to. They can't remember the dunks or shots. What they remember is who they were with. Their family, friends, a date. That's what makes the experience special. Fans know their team can't win every game. They know only one can win a ring. What fans, man, he had a lot of typos in this. He said he was busy running out the door. What fans that care about their team's record want is hope. Hope they will get better and have a chance to compete for the playoffs and then maybe a ring. The one way to get closer to that is the draft and trades and cap room. You have a better chance of improving via all three when you tank. We didn't tank often, only a few times over 23 years, but when we did, our fans appreciated it. And it got us to where we could improve, trade up to get Luka, and improve our team. The NBA should worry more about fan experience than tanking. It should worry more about pricing fans out of games than tanking. You know who cares the least about tanking? A parent who can't afford to bring their 3 kids to a game and buy their kids a jersey of their favorite player. Tanking is not the issue. Affordability and quality of game presentation are.
He's both right and wrong.
Yes.
He's right that, fans, when you go into tank mode, a lot of times fans are like, good, this team sucks anyway. Let's get better. And this is the way that you get better. He is right about that.
But I don't want to go to that game.
Right,
No.
That's the thing. Claiming like nightly excitement to watch them lose for the pick is insane, and he knows he's lying.
I can't tell you when Luka was here how many times I went to a Mavs game and he didn't play.
There you go.
I saw him play live in the regular season. I went to 11 games. One time he played.
Yeah.
One time. Now in the playoffs I saw him obviously every game. But that was I had Derek Collins seats one night.
Well,
second freaking row on the court.
Were you next to Tiffany Gomez?
No. Luka Doncic is on the bench in a brown jumpsuit.
Yeah.
I was like, this is the worst. This is the worst courtside experience I could have possibly asked for.
Look, for my 5-year-old, I think going and seeing fireworks and the woman juggling dishes on a tricycle.
Oh, Red Panda.
And
she's awesome.
Chris Arnold, hyping everyone up. And the games in between, okay, fine. My kid starts to know NBA players and care about mimicking them. The only thing I care about when I'm shelling out that money is whether the stars are going to play. That's it. I don't want to take the risk of buying an NBA ticket. Like my Jake and Mel and their boys are coming here in a month or two, and they're like, let's go to Mavs. Mavs Lakers are playing. Let's go. And I'm like, no.
Let Mr. NIL buy the tickets.
Well, you said no because that's
he's not coming. I wish he was.
That hurts too much. It just hurts to see him back in Dallas.
No, I don't want to buy an NBA ticket because of the gamble that it is.
Now, the good news is Cooper Flagg's going to play most games. If he's healthy, he's going to play.
Right now.
But how long is that going to last for?
But that's also the thing, is that I just said this last week. It's the right thing. They need to lose games. They need to be in a bad position. It still sucks watching them lose every night. Like when you get to 10 in a row or whatever, it's like, this is miserable. Yeah. And I know we're getting to the position we need to be, but can I simulate the season? Because I don't want to experience it.
I don't want to sit home and watch. No offense, but it's always offensive when you say that. I don't want to sit home and watch Najee Marshall go for 28.
Yeah.
I got Coop, but when Coop's out, there's no reason to watch.
Mm-hmm.
None whatsoever. With no Kyrie, no AD, and Luka gone.
But I mean, the whole thing with tanking, that's great. The Mavs how skewed are the Mavs on tanking? They went from Dirk to Luka, right? They happened to suck in the great year that they were able to make a trade for Luka, and then they trade him. They happen to tank a little bit.
Fortune favors the bold,
and they get Cooper Flagg. Meanwhile, just run down the list of teams that have been bad for essentially our entire life. Like the Hawks have been bad for most of my life. The Kings have been bad for most of my life.
Wizards.
The Nets have been bad for most of my life. The Wizards, right? Just go to the Pistons. Out there, they had one good run in the 80s, and they had a blip in the mid-aughts. Other than that, the Pistons have been bad my entire life.
Well, now they're awesome again.
And now they're awesome. The Bulls had one run in the 90s. That's it.
There was a part 2 where Cuban went to the apron and building and the college players and more skills and all that stuff. But basically, he's saying that the NBA should embrace tanking.
Yeah, but you
can't do that as the commissioner.
It's when he says our fans liked it. Yeah, we do. I like that they want, but it's also just like
I like the end result.
It's like when you do the right thing, you do a tough thing for the right reasons. In the end, this will be better, but this is gonna be painful. Nobody is. He's trying to position this as if people are actively excited to watch us lose every night. It's like, dude, don't
or not play our best players.
Yeah, that's not. You're not being honest now. Now you're just.
But why would he intentionally be dishonest about it?
Because it's tough when you're trying to argue in favor of something to acknowledge that nobody's going to want to spend money in the process. That nobody's going to want to go. Nobody's going to want to experience it. Nobody's going to want to watch TV. You can't just publicly come out and say, hey, NBA, all of our advertisers and everything else, forget the TV ratings, forget, butts in the seats for just a year. You got to so he's got to fluff this up as being, oh no, people are going to still spend their money through the losing and be just as gung-ho about it. In fact, maybe more so because they know we are doing it for a reason. It's like, no, it's not how it works.
What else is going on with Commissioner 2.5?
So this is we talked about how Adam Silver is being more got to this addressing this quicker than he does most things, and how that seemed a little odd. He's all right. Let me get it in front of this. Oh, it's a big problem. We got to do something to tackle it. Normally, he likes to pretend issues don't exist. Mm-hmm. Well, there's a new conspiracy theory out there, and this one, Chop, may resonate with you. Ben Golliver, who was the NBA writer for the Washington Post before it went belly up, before it went the way of just the wind. Ben Golliver was on a podcast recently, and this topic came up about Adam Silver being out front, and why would he be out front? He thinks there's a very specific monetary reason for him getting in front of it.
And now you have guys who are sitting down in the middle of games that are potentially winnable. They're not playing in the fourth quarter because, teams are potentially playing for draft positioning. I think one real key aspect to this with Utah, if you're not playing guys in the fourth quarter, how many bets is that impacting, right? We know how much the NBA has gotten in bed with gambling. Over-unders are at stake. Player props are at stake. If coaches are just willy-nilly not playing guys the entire game and they're not letting people know in advance that they plan to do that, you're going to have a lot of angry gamblers and a lot of angry gambling companies as well. So I think that was one aspect to why he really had to lay the smackdown, so to speak, at All-Star Weekend.
I think that would make sense. The only thing that moves Adam Silver is players bullying him usually. The players aren't necessarily going to bully him over this. To me, the only other two things that would then cause him to move are Congress and gambling entities. So that actually makes a ton of sense now that I hear it.
This news coming in from Adam Schefter. San Francisco beats Jerry again. They will get the game in Mexico City. with their opponent to be announced. So a lot of people are thinking
Rio. We're getting Rio, right? That's all we're getting.
One game.
Yeah.
Rio.
Rio.
Speaking of international sites, hit it.
Oh, we love an intro.
From track to hoops, Ledecky to Simone. It's time to hear how the Olympic Games are going. We won't talk box until the gender thing is settled. RJ Choppy puts his pedal to the metal.
Monday and Tuesday at the Olympics, Monday was great. Tuesday, they had some bad weather roll in. So a lot of events yesterday got moved to today or tomorrow. So that was a kind of a tougher day at the Olympics yesterday. But they did have.
What weather?
Snow.
It's the Winter Olympics.
Yeah, sometimes you can't. And high wind, especially high wind, you get some of these.
You're Olympians.
Yeah, it's a high. You can't be going on these big air ski jumps on 30, 40 mile an hour winds. I mean, they shut the lifts down.
Apollo Anton Ono
would
would
never
never
get up there. But speaking of the ice, Plano's Amber Glenn. Her dad is a police sergeant in Plano. She's a figure skater. She's one of the top figure skaters in the world, and she was one of the favorites to win this event. And in the short program, missed her double loop. And was given a 0 on that, so she went down to 13th after the short program. They got the free skate coming up, but for going from 13th to 1st, I mean, she is dang near. I mean, she has to skate the best performance of her life. She's going to have 10, 11 elements that she has to really nail to have a perfect performance to do this. So that was yesterday. You had some bobsledding. We did not medal there. Mac forehand, however, winning silver in men's big air. And like I said, the short program and figure skating, that was the real big thing. Now the hockey really gets going, this week now, because we were out of pool play. We are into the knockout round. The one downside is the Kachuk brothers probably aren't going to be fighting anybody. I would love for them to go after Drew Doughty. I would love for them to go after, they went after Leon Draisaitl. What Matthew Kachuk did to Draisaitl when U.S. played Germany, calling him always a bridesmaid. I mean, you can't recover from that. You just can't recover from that. Hockey players are the absolute best.
You could sleep with his wife like the other allegation.
Hey, there you go. I always like seeing also the reactions during the Olympics from Olympians from other countries. Like, I always am interested how culturally people respond, how they cheer, how they don't cheer, and everyone has been like, I thought this has been one of the stranger Olympics, because you'll see guys fall and then you'll see people jumping up and down. Yeah, he fell. Yeah, let's go. And these are athletes, and usually athletes you never are too emotional when somebody falls and you win. You're never too emotional, but they've been going crazy over this. And there was one, the pairs figure skater, the team from Japan. The guy, when they won, I mean, he was so excited. It was like all the lifetime of hard work and strife paid off, the emotion that overcame him. And the woman, the girl skater, she looked as if I would look if my mom told me at 46 that my dad wasn't my dad. Like, she had a stunned look on her face. There was zero emotion. Almost looked like she was dead, but I don't know. It was not a great day at the Olympics yesterday, but it has been over the last 2 days pretty phenomenal. And today is going to be awesome, because we are getting all these events that moved to today that were canceled yesterday at the Olympics.
RJ Choppy with your Olympic update here on DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan. Got the entire crew back together again. Thanks for being a Tolo. One way that we try to hook you up on the Odyssey app, Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube is a ticket giveaway. So we have Tim McGraw tickets for you next in the commercial-free expressway. No reason to go anywhere else. And another Tim McGraw ticket giveaway in the 9 o'clock hour here on your home of the Rangers and Cowboys. Let's go commercial-free around the rest of the NFL. Are the Eagles about to hit the reset button? And is the wrong draft, is this the wrong one to have 2 first-rounders? I'm like Mark Cuban's Twitter with my reading right there. Eagles about to hit reset and the wrong draft to have 2 first-rounders? Next on The Fan. But let me go ahead and get you on over to the official barbecue of the Texas Rangers. And you stop by that Arlington location, especially during the season, you never know who you're going to run into.
RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan. It is the Expressway right down the Fan, and it's brought to you by the On Time Experts.
We are commercial free. Thanks for being a Tolo. Bobby was to blame for my stuttering in the T's. So
Stuttering Stanley.
My apologies for that, or Bobby's apologies for that. We're going to chop it
good reference, by
up
the way.
Coming up at 7:40 here on DFW Sports Station. Tim McGraw ticket giveaway coming up momentarily. The Eagles going to reset again and win another championship before Jerry?
God, I hope not. That would suck. But that's one of the things that they're talking about over at The Ringer. We had done some of these yesterday, the 9 storylines that are going to be taking over the NFL offseason, and we've got a couple left from this one from Deontay Lee. And the next one on the list was the Eagles are on the precipice of a reset, which, Chop, you always say they won a Super Bowl in a reset, or they went back to a Super Bowl in the middle of a rebuild. It says, time to get all my Eagles-related feelings off my chest. Philadelphia's constant pressure to meet a standard of excellence will make them champions or implode the organization. The Eagles have experienced both extremes in the past 2 seasons and are now walking down the road of uncomfortable but necessary change. Hiring new offensive coordinator Sean Mannion was a signal of major changes to come for this team. A former quarterback, Mannion played in L.A. and Minnesota under head coaches Sean McVay, Kevin O'Connell, and Matt LaFleur, then coached in Green Bay under LaFleur for 2 seasons. There's no prior connection between him and the Eagles head coach Nick Sirianni, which means there's a real chance that Philadelphia is adopting a brand new scheme built around pre-snap motion, under center runs, and play action passes, 3 things we haven't seen much of in the Sirianni era. He also points to
Say that again for the aspects of the offense slowly.
Says that pre-snap motion, under center runs, and play action passes, because they've typically run out of shotgun most of the time. But then they also point to the pressure on Jalen Hurts and the rumblings of issues there, the potential that Sirianni could be on the chopping block, the potential that they could move on from A.J. Brown, how you've already got their offensive line coach who's been there for forever, Jeff Stoutland, who's like, I'm done. I'm fed up with you guys, and I'm out of here. So the Eagles potentially being in a combustible situation that could blow things up once again. The signal for that would be getting rid of Hurts.
Yeah. The most likely one that's immediate would be A.J., part of ESPN's trade proposals for the offseason have the Broncos trading for A.J. Brown. Philadelphia would send A.J. in a 5th to Denver for cornerback Riley Moss, a 2nd and a 4th. No, excuse me, a 5th. Riley Moss, a 2nd and a 5th for A.J. in a 5th. So,
which Eagles fans melted down about that, too. They also thought nobody liked the trades that Barnwell suggested. Every team that was involved in them was like, this is awful, except the Eagles fans were like, yeah, sure, 2 third-rounders for Tanner McKee. I'll take that.
Also, CBS Sports came up with a bunch of different A.J. Brown mock trades and where he could go ahead and end up. Buffalo gets A.J. for a 2nd-rounder. Yesterday, Bobby and I were debating who gets more back in return if Pickens and A.J. are both dealt.
Oof. Age difference?
Oh, there's an age difference.
Yeah, it's like 3 years.
I think it might be more. I'll check.
Man, I would say George. I would trade more for George, personally. I think A.J. is really, really good. But you know, A.J., the problem with George is his only outbursts, really, what made him a quote-unquote problem was Pittsburgh. Pittsburgh had nobody to throw him the football. Now, you could argue that A.J. had nobody to throw him the football in Philadelphia either. But A.J. Brown couldn't be happy winning Super Bowls.
It's a 4-year age difference.
Yeah, I'm taking George.
Bobby thought both would kind of command a 2nd. I agree with you, Choppy, that George would bring back more.
Man, now I need both of them to get traded. I have to get George Pickens traded now just to be able to win.
I would be very disappointed.
I don't lose in this category, so
very disappointed.
I'm the trade value guy. I'm the new Jimmy Johnson, except I disagree on Belichick getting punished. AJ for a 2nd to Buffalo, and I want my boy Josh. I need Josh to get a real weapon to shut you guys up. The Patriots.
He hasn't had weapons. He hasn't had James Cook. He hasn't had Stephon Diggs, who he ran out of town. He didn't get his pick with Keon Coleman.
And that's been it. And, you know, Stephon Diggs put up monster numbers there. And James Cook hasn't even been thought of as a full-time back until exploding over the past 2 years, leading me to a fantasy championship. Patriots, A.J. Brown for a 3rd and a 5th. You want to see a meltdown in Philadelphia over that. Yeah. They get back just a 3rd and a 5th from New England. I'd like to see Drake May get another weapon as well.
Bobby, is a third and a fifth equivalent to 1-2?
It'd be ish. Close. Yeah, because you're basically just saying that you're boosting. I would imagine on the trade chart it would be similar.
I think Herbert needs another weapon. AJ for a third and a 6, going to work with Mike McDaniel. We just got a Pat Mahomes restructure.
Oh, good. Yeah, they needed it.
Yeah.
Lowering his salary cap number, this is from Schefter, from $78 to $34 million for the upcoming season. And I'll check on how much cap room they created. But going from 78 to mid-30s.
40.
Yeah, it'd be 40-something million.
Creating $43.5 million in salary cap space.
Yeah, and so I mean, they needed it. They're still gonna they're gonna be facing a bunch of potential salary cap cuts too because their finances are just so jacked at this point.
Denver trades a third and a 5th for AJ. Baltimore trades a third and a 4th for AJ. So a couple third rounders. That's what I think he would go for. A third rounder. I think Pickens would be a 1 and a 1. And that would make AJ a 2. If George went for a 2, I think AJ would be for a 3.
And look, I would still, I'd be disappointed if they trade George and it's anything less than a 1. I mean, I would even say 1+. He's a top tier wide receiver.
You'd be disappointed if they made that decision, or you would think that they must not have been good enough at negotiating it. Because I do think as much as like y'all think it should be higher, I do think the league would tell you. I think they would say we're only giving you a second. So you would be mad that they pulled the trigger on that, and if they couldn't find a first, or you'd be mad that they weren't savvy enough to negotiate a first.
That they pulled the trigger.
Because where do you think George ranks as a wide receiver in the league?
Last year or over the course of his career, or into the future?
Broadus has always said they use the last year's tape, right?
No.
I think he said that.
I don't think he's ever just said you got to use that. I think if you
maybe scouting the talent.
Yeah, over the next 3 years,
he's a top 10 receiver.
15.
Ooh,
wow.
He's top 15 probably.
That feels a little low.
Wow, the disrespect.
Bobby is starting to disrespect him a little bit.
I'm not disrespecting. I like him. I think he's a good player.
You're working for the league. You're trying to bring his value down.
Why would I work? Wouldn't that be for Jerry? It wouldn't be for the league. I'd be working.
Jerry doesn't want his
Jerry
value
is
to go
the
down.
league.
Smear campaign. Bobby's starting to smear campaign.
Folder.
But you said top 10.
Yeah,
I think most top 10 wide receivers go for a 1+.
Top 10 at least.
Like if
a 1+.
Well, so I mean,
the last receiver to go for a first was AJ Brown,
and I think he's better than AJ Brown.
Woo. Well, AJ. Ooh. Nah. AJ Brown is
a bum,
borderline Hall of Famer.
And AJ was about this age when he was traded, 24 years old.
Yeah, if George Pickens has AJ Brown's career, I'll be happy. AJ Brown was a beast. Totally forgotten about. All right, Bobby, back to the storylines.
All right, next storyline from The Ringer. There are 9 storylines that will dominate the NFL offseason. Can the AFC bounce back? And I was like, what does that mean? Can the AFC bounce back? And then I was taking a look at it, and it's like, okay, all right, that makes a little bit more sense. They said they talked earlier about New England's path back to the Super Bowl, how the Patriots, there's questions about their sustainability, but the AFC is now in a position to really answer if these teams with their elite quarterbacks in their conference are going to be able to bounce back. Kansas City needs a ton of roster tweaking, and you've got to see how Mahomes bounces back. Baltimore moved on from their head coach, and there was a whole schism there between Lamar Jackson and John Harbaugh over the offensive coordinator. And the Bengals and Joe Burrow just cannot seem to figure it out over the last couple of years. And so they said the next thing to watch in the AFC are like these elite quarterbacks they've had outside of Allen as the fourth there, but these 3 elite quarterbacks that they had, are they going to be able to rally from what's been some disappointment over the last year or two and bounce back? Who's the likeliest candidate to you of those 3 to be like return to, all right, you're near the top again next year? Cincinnati, Baltimore, Kansas City?
Well, injuries in Kansas City and Cincinnati. I saw AI pick Kansas City to win the Super Bowl, and I think they'll probably end up getting Tyreek Hill back.
Basketball.
Was it Gemini or was it Grok?
I don't know.
Or was it?
Who do you trust more? Who should I dismiss here?
Gemini, you should trust more than Grok.
I don't know which one. There's a third one, a really good third one too.
Well, I mean, Chat GPT's out.
No, the other one. I guess Gemini. Gemini's one I use more.
I mean, if Burrow's healthy, but Burrow
was healthy 2 years ago and played out of his mind, and they were a 500 team.
Right.
And so
what does the medical history say about Mahomes' recovery? He'll be good to go and ready when?
It's
in 2 years.
Brady bounced back pretty quick, but Brady was not a mobile guy who made off-platform throws. That's Mahomes' game.
Brady got hurt in the 2008 season. I think 2009. I could make the absolute case. 2010 was his best year. I could make the case. 2010
as a pocket passer, though.
Yeah,
as a guy who does not.
He doesn't run.
Move around like Pat.
That's where the history comes in. Now Pat is not obviously Lamar Jackson. Pat moves, but he doesn't do Lamar thing. I mean, he moves around.
Yeah,
right?
but
he moves around.
That ability to move around and throw. I don't know. To me, Baltimore had no excuse to be as bad as they were. I don't understand why they were as bad as they were. They're they've got really good players. And so to me, Baltimore's the one that I think would make the most sense bouncing back.
Lamar missed 4 games.
No, I know, but even when Lamar's the defense was god-awful for the first half of the season. And so to me, I
think it's a great question. Burrow, Mahomes, Lamar, most likely to bounce back. Greatness says it should be Pat, but I'm putting in the early call for Andy Reid to hand over the play calling to Eric Bieniemy. I think Andy Reid, he's starting to get stale. There's way too many times I'm just watching that. I've waited 2 years for them to wake up. They screwed me in fantasy last year with me getting Mahomes. They had all the speed. They had all the speedsters here on 75 and running routes. And now it'll be Tyreek Hill as the next Band-Aid if he returns after Miami cut him.
All right, next topic here and this is kind of a combined topic, I guess. It's their final one over at The Ringer, and it is the what name should we watch for in free agency? It's off-season acquisition stuff. What name should we watch for in free agency? And the 2026 NFL Draft is low on juice, but not quality prospects. They said you've probably heard about Fernando Mendoza already, a national champion, Heisman winner, and presumed top pick in the draft. But the top talent in this year's draft is in the trenches on both sides of the ball. And that's good news for most teams picking in the top half of the first round. They talk about Ruben Bain from Miami, David Bailey from Texas Tech. And that's the thing. The edge rushers that's where I think you do have some special players. Like Arvell Reese, I think, from Ohio State is a special player. I really think David Bailey's going to be really, really good at the next level. Yeah, from Texas Tech. And it's not your typical top-heavy, oh my gosh, we're going to look back at this and see that 7 of the top 10 picks ended up being Pro Bowl players or anything like that. I really don't think that's the type of talent in this draft. But it's got depth. And so the question is, I posed this on the draft show the other day, and I'm curious how y'all think about it. If I said, and obviously not knowing who could be there, but everybody's talked about trading off of 20 to pick up extra picks. Minnesota's got 2 third-round picks. If I said them at 18, if they would come up to 12, on the trade value chart, their 2 third-round picks basically equal up to the jump to get up to 12. So if I said, you're losing a top 12 pick, you're not going to have one near the top 10, you're going to end up picking twice around 20, basically, but you're going to get 2 third-rounders, too, so you get to pick 4 times in the top 100 now. Are you on board with that?
Who's on the board at 12?
Downs is off. We'll just say that. Caleb Downs is off, and none of the top edge rushers. Ruben Bain, David Bailey, they're going to be gone.
And Styles?
Styles, we'll say Styles is there.
Okay. I would... See, here's the thing. When you hear second and third rounders, and this is my opinion and theory, when you hear second and third rounders before the draft, it sounds so much better than after they're taken and then they're on your football team.
Yes.
During the course of the season, when I'm like, that guy's a third rounder, he's not living up to the third round pick. I find myself saying that so often. The Cowboys gambling on second round picks does not make you feel fantastic. Maybe that'll be a philosophical change. So when you laid it out right now in that moment, I said, yes, fine.
Yeah.
I need more capital. But then when I'm like, all right, who are the third rounders that this team has had that have balled out, or the second rounders versus the more sure thing in the first round selection, you know?
I'll go down the list real quick. These are the recent third round picks the Cowboys have had. Savone Revel,
Question mark.
Cooper Beebe and Maris Leofau in 24.
Feel fine about one, and
Leofau's just kind of whatever.
Right.
23, DeMarvion Overshown.
Question mark.
20 only because of injury, though. He was a good player.
That's part of it.
No, I know, but in terms
How
of
injury prone coming out?
Not.
Okay, well then, yeah. I feel I'll give that a check.
He came out playing well. It's just then he's gotten hurt.
If he came out with the injuries, then I would put an X. But this has been a recent development.
23, Jalen Tolbert did not work out.
Fail.
21, Oso Digizua and Chauncey Golston.
Overpaid and maybe fail.
2020, Neville Gallimore. 2019, Connor McGovern.
See, when you
those are contributors, though.
Right. But I'm saying right now, today, I'm thinking third-round starter, cheap talent, bodies, and then the reality hits me.
Yeah, I mean, look, it's, because I've always been a proponent of depth.
Because I think third-round starter.
If I can,
not immediate starter, but you're going to eventually be a starter for me.
I can draft two more players of Cooper Beebe and, Oso Digizua caliber to play on defense next year, then I'm going, okay, well, that's worth it to me because I know they'll contribute.
Right. But how many? What was
they just won't be stars.
What was the hit miss ratio out of all those names you just went through? Was it 3 out of 10?
If we're counting hit as just became a contributor, like a steady contributor, a starter, it was probably about 50%.
I did a study on second-round picks.
Feels a little high.
I did a study on second-round picks a while back.
Well,
what percentage of second-round picks in the NFL sign a second contract with the team that drafted them since 2010?
Great question.
The number of second contracts that get signed
second round
to me
after the first round isn't always great.
To me, it feels like it should be about 35%, 30 to 35%.
It's 22%. The Cowboys, and that's with the team that drafted you. It's 45% to any team.
To another you get a second contract somewhere else.
They're out of the league after their first contract. Half of them.
Right, but 22% sign a second contract with the team that drafted them. Overall, 45% of second-round picks get a second contract somewhere else. They go and play for another team. The Cowboys do it at a pretty decent rate. They've signed. They basically have a 40% on the second round.
And you could argue that's also stubbornness to let go of an evaluation.
Yeah.
Too.
Right. But, and look, and I think, to me, and we talked about this on Monday, it was either Monday or Friday, like if you said, could I have, if we need 5 players on defense, and I could have 2 A players and 3 C players, or I could just get 5 B players, I would hit the 5 B players. Right? But it's very difficult to get that. Like second round picks, we all kill the Cowboys for their second-round picks. The Cowboys hit at a much higher rate. Maybe it is stubbornness, yes, than the league average is. Like, there's nothing wrong with the Cowboys' second round. Because if you go second round 2010, Sean Lee, Tank.
Well, damn, that's 16 years ago.
I know. That's. I mean, you're looking for a sample, right? You're looking for a big enough sample.
Okay.
Tank, Jalen got a second round. Cheeto's a hit. Now, not here. But he's still in the league for crying out loud.
Right. Yeah.
Connor Williams. He was a hit. He decided to do. Diggs. He's had a second contract.
Yep.
Ezeraku. I mean, he played 55% of the snaps, so we don't know with him.
Got Bobby's head shaven.
That's a
definite hit.
You had a lot of misses.
He put out a hit.
You had a lot of misses. You had Carter. You had Escobar. You had Gregory. Tristan Hill.
Their sweet spot where they draft better than anybody in the NFL consistently is the 4th round, and that's not a coincidence. So they are in the 4th round. They've drafted in recent years Jake Ferguson. Who else was that? Jake Ferguson, Tyler Biadasz, Tony Pollard, Dorrance Armstrong, Dalton Schultz, Dak Prescott. Like, they hit on the 4th round consistently because they go back, they sit on their board, they look at it and go, all right, heading into day 3, how do we want to rearrange and stack this? And they've always done a really good job of doing that.
Good discussion. Commercial free. In the Expressway, Christian Parker press conference today.
Today, 3 o'clock, we're going to hear from Christian Parker.
Wow. All the highlights and audio cuts tomorrow. How will they be seated? And what will the speaking breakdown be?
He's got to be in the middle.
Well, I did not see in the release, it did not sound like Steven or Jerry were going to be there.
Okay.
It said it was Schottenheimer. They said that Christian Parker would be joined by Brian Schottenheimer is what it said.
Okay, I'm going to predict that if there's no Jerry and Steven, I'm going to predict if it's Shotty and Parker, will be raving about the presser. It'll be another press conference W for the Dallas Cowboys in the offseason. We'll play it all and recap it for you tomorrow. Let's hook you up.
All right, Tolos, that's right now. Call number 10 at 877-881-1053 wins a pair of tickets to see Tim McGraw on Friday, September 11th at the Dos Equis Pavilion in Dallas. That's call number 10 at 877-881-1053.
Diamond Calves on the home of the Rangers at 8 o'clock this morning with Ralph James Choppy. That'll mean back-to-back since it's hump day. 7:40, and time for this.
Wow.
Pew, pew, pew. Oh, no. RJ Choppy. Here we go. Chop it up, 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 chop it up. Come on, chop, choppy.
I am doing another Tarleton game this weekend.
Man, this was a back-and-forth decision in my household. Byron Anderson, he presented a sweetheart deal and invite. But after we got the green light for Indy, I was like, all right, it's got to be another family weekend before we get on an airplane again. But I was tempted. And
I've already started doing research for this game.
Oh, God, for the first time ever.
Yeah, not actually the players. I just found out who they're playing.
Who is it?
Utah Tech. So I'm not going to really look at anything. Until maybe about an hour before game time, before tip. I'll scout the players while they're there in the layup line.
He's sitting out here studying Mormon puns he can make in the game.
That's exactly what I'm going to do. All right, but I do, in Chop It Up, have a question for the people. I need some help. I do need a little bit of assistance here. So about 2 years ago, maybe 3, we switched toothpastes.
God, how bold.
We went over to Colgate Max Fresh. I'm sure we got a 5-for-1 deal or something. I don't know. So in February of last year, I had to unclog the drain. It was terrible. Nothing would drain. Her and I use the same sink to brush our teeth. I don't know why we use the same sink. I know why, because she has a vanity mirror that's taken over that other side of the sink. So that sink is just...
But it shouldn't cover where the water falls out.
Hair dryer, flat iron. I mean, it all just kind of sits in there. So we just use my sink. Well, it just clogs the drain. This toothpaste has to clog the drain because I now need to unclog it again a year later. And I Googled it. It says, this toothpaste will clog the drain. Now, it's a 20-minute fix. It's not a big deal. But I don't want to have to do that every single year. And I've read that you could pour boiling water down the drain with some soap, and that would clear it.
Just like on your frozen windshield.
Right. But I've also heard that ain't the best thing for the pipes, is the boiling water down the pipes all the time. I saw some things say, just put vinegar down there, vinegar and water every 3 weeks. Every 3 weeks?
No.
I'm not doing that.
It's too much maintenance.
So is there an easier way to do this other than just switching toothpastes?
Well...
does the Tolos have a hack?
Yeah.
A hack for this?
Tolo Jeremy, if he's listening, he'll solve your problem right now with a text or a tweet. But my theory now is that where does Sarah do her hair? In front of what mirror?
Same mirror, right? Same mirror. It's a big...
Hers or yours? Is it by your sink?
Yeah, it's in the middle. Okay. It's in the middle.
And where do you shave?
I shave
over your sink.
No, I shave in the other bathroom because she doesn't want the hair all over the place.
So is there a chance her hair is clogging the drain?
There's a small chance of that. Yeah, I think she steps back, though. She's not usually over top. She's kind of back. But it's possible.
It's possible.
It's possible.
I don't know if there's... what type of... Is there sink clogging toothpaste? That's a thing?
I don't think so. Not unless you're just
like a gel. It's a very jelly type toothpaste. And people are saying it's the AC drain. The AC drains in another bath. I already had that thing cleaned out. I had to clean that out a couple years ago.
I think you would have to just be like squeezing globs of it down the drain.
So I don't know what's going on. It's bad.
Someone message RJ for his toothpaste
Help
problem.
me out. Yep. Help me out. 877-881-1053. All right, it is Chopping It Up here on 105.3 The Fan. I saw this email that went out from the Oshawa Generals. This is a Canadian. It's in the OHL. This is from the CBC, which is the BBC, only from Canada. And they sent out an email to their season ticket holders, reminding them to show up to the game in good hygiene. Apparently, this...
In good hygiene?
In good hygiene. Saying, if you went to the gym or did something that produced body odor with a U, please shower before attending the game. That is from the OHL team director of ticket sales. Ticket sales. These small actions make a big difference in keeping our community healthy and our events running smoothly. Be mindful of personal cleanliness, sharing space, hand sanitizer, wash your hands, but shower. Apparently, this is a big problem at these sporting events. And I want to ask you, is there a moment that's stuck in your head, the stinky guy in the airplane or girl? Or the stinky guy at a sporting event?
Not a sporting event. Never a sporting event.
Somebody had really awful breath on one of our trips to Oxnard one year that I was next to on the plane. That was pretty bad. But that's the only thing I've ever experienced. I want to know, why is this rampant? Are they next door to a gym?
Maybe.
Is that why they're worried? Like, do they just have a bunch of people coming from the gym? And I don't understand why this would be just a regional issue that was bad enough to send out a note to people.
Which fan base would be most likely to stink in DFW if you were to go to a game? Stars, Mavs, Rangers, or Cowboys?
I don't think...
put the Wings in there.
I don't know. We should. I thought you were going to say which one, like, nationally would complain the most.
Oh, yeah, okay.
You know, who would be the uppity-up, snobby fan base to complain to the front office that this was a problem?
I feel Bears fans would smell.
Bears fans?
Bears fans. Now, the good news is it's cold, so you don't get the odor as much.
You will not get it as much.
But I just feel...
What about Jacksonville, Bob?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know that you can tell.
Swampy, Miami?
Yeah.
The Raiders fans for sure. Raiders.
I'm trying to think of, like,
Raiders fans? You think so?
But you're inside,
Lakers,
right?
Lakers fans would be the bougie ones to complain and just go like, "Oh my gosh, it smells it." That's the fan base that would actually bitch about this.
I just feel like Chicago people would smell like onions from the hot dogs and bad pizza. But maybe that's me. Chopping it up here on 105 to the Fan. 86% of Americans.
Your girl, Michaela Schifrin.
Yes, she won the gold.
Third Olympic gold, most Olympic alpine gold medals won by any American skier.
Yeah, in the
breaking news.
Yeah, and she missed out on a medal earlier in the Olympics. Then she gets this one here. 86% of Americans, and boy, this is not society in a nutshell right here, want Google and Meta held accountable for predatory social media addiction. They want them held accountable for their role in an addiction crisis for their child. Anxiety, eating disorders, even unaliving themselves. I don't want to say the other word because we'll get kicked off of YouTube, apparently.
Can happen.
According to a survey, 67% said they're more likely to vote for lawmakers who support legislation that would crack down on social media stuff. But for this, they say that the Facebook and Google are responsible for the anxiety in children, the eating disorders. How about just parent your kids?
Accountability.
I've never once thought, you know what? My kids are on TikTok too much. I blame TikTok. No, I blame myself.
Good for you.
For letting them be on it. Now, I'm not going to stop them for being on it. Maybe I'll put a little timer on their phone. But it never even occurred to me, because I'm a normal functioning adult, to blame the company for putting this out there. Their job's to make money.
I agree.
Like blaming Scott Boras.
Yeah, there's definitely an argument to be made about predatory practices with TikTok and some of these things. But if you're just saying because, like, oh, it's unrealistic beauty standards or like something goofy like that, no. There's some things on there, though, that definitely it's like, should this algorithm be putting this in front of the age that you know this user is?
Yeah, if you want to talk about, like, the decency of the content, like, hey, you know, this is R-rated, X-rated stuff, okay, fine. But not amount of time. You can't blame them for the amount of time.
Right. Yeah, and there's kind of, you know, Aiden showed us the hack on Twitter.
Yeah.
Right? Obviously, I wouldn't want my kids seeing that. You know, but that's why they also have, filters, right? You have filters for
Safeguard.
kids. Safeguards, right? And you can have those same filters on your phone for the children. I don't know. I just thought this is so America that 86% are just, we're just going to blame the company instead of blaming ourselves. We would never want to actually parent our children a little bit more.
Yes.
No, we're just going to try to get Facebook taken away for everybody else. Chopping it up here on the Fan. Shout out to the Bobby Belt of Norway.
This is a good one.
Did he golf really well?
No. Bobby, this Norwegian.
He likes Krispy Kreme. Where are your donuts?
They're about a minute out. In fact, I got a live read, so I think I'm going to have to bail on chopping it up early to pick them up.
How far are you willing to go to prove you are right?
Yeah, you can't leave for this segment.
How far, Bobby?
I mean,
the ultimate ends of the earth.
To the point of like harming myself.
A Norwegian
not like
scientist.
self-harm, but like to my own detriment.
Well, there you go. A Norwegian scientist is trying to cure brain damage. He's trying to find a cure for brain damage. So what did he do? He gave himself brain damage.
No.
He purposely gave himself brain damage. He wanted to get to the bottom. He tested an experimental weapon to disprove the existence of this Havana syndrome. And then he goes on to give himself symptoms like memory loss, balance problems, dizziness, headaches, insomnia, doing all these different kind of electromagnetic and other types of things to give himself this just to find a cure for it. I thought this is peak Bobby Belt.
Yes.
You 100% would do this.
Yes. Yeah, and just to prove, but this is different though. Because he's given himself brain damage to cure it. So at that point, he doesn't know he has the answer. If I was like, I know how to cure it, I already know how. I'll give myself brain damage to show you. I would do that. If I was in the pursuit of trying to discover, I would not do that.
Give me an individual, try to honestly answer it, that you've gotten worked over or schooled by, like in an argument, you were like, all right, I don't want to get into a debate with that person.
I don't want to debate Hageland.
Oh.
Keep your voice down.
Okay. Good answer.
Yeah, Hagee's good. Hagee would be good. He's smart. He's
well, it depends on what.
Yeah, that's true.
I just can't.
Division? Okay, you can have it.
Here's the thing.
I have your little multiplication tables.
I have a PhD in bullying debate tactics, and they're very good. None of it's going to work on Hagee.
You have the BS and BS.
So if I'm just talking out my like when Choppy starts talking out of his ass about a subject,
donuts,
I can confidently just say no, and then Choppy will go, okay.
Yeah.
I can't do that to Hagee. Hagee will start it takes a ton more effort. So if I really don't know a subject, I'm not talking about it with Hagee.
Chopping it up, commercial-free expressway with a Tim McGraw ticket giveaway. Another ticket giveaway in the 9 o'clock hour on your home of the Rangers. We have some Diamond Calves. Is your 11-year-old the next one to get signed for $2 million? And how many Rangers are making all the top 10 lists? That's next with spring training right around the corner here on The Fan.
krld-fm and HD1 Dallas-Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station.
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
8 o'clock hour with a breaking donut development here in our 105.3 The Fan studios. Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, and Bobby Bell back together again. We got Peyton and Aiden running the Odyssey app, the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. And Roberto is none too pleased right now.
I ordered like a box of assorted donuts from Krispy Kreme. This is from the Krispy Kreme argument earlier. And I also ordered 8 chocolate donuts and 4 glazed. And so Aiden came in here when I finally brought the donuts in during the break. They got here. Aiden came in here and opened the box and looked. And when he opened the box, it's nothing but glazed in one of these.
Oh.
Which is disgusting.
No, that is such a... You're
the glazed guy. I know this.
How are you... Glaze was made for guys like you and Kevin Hagelin.
Why?
How can you? Because it's the most generic, basic, simple. It's like crapping on vanilla ice cream. I'm good right now.
I'll take that box, Bobby.
Come in here and get one, Peyton.
It's like crapping on vanilla ice cream. Like glaze it's just a classic. If you hate a glazed donut, I can't trust you.
But see, that's the thing. I would never eat vanilla. Like when vanilla ice cream's fine, glazed donut is fine. But it is the base.
Okay, you're not picking it.
No, it's just the base.
Yeah.
It is the boringest, most just generic thing you can pick.
Right.
I don't like cheese pizza. I don't like glazed donuts. I don't like vanilla ice cream.
You get a cheeseburger with toppings?
Yes.
You get lettuce, tomato, onion?
I will not get tomato. I will get lettuce, onion, mustard, like all that. But no, that's just the foundation. You're not just supposed to eat the base floor. There's supposed to be more to it. And so whenever it's glazed, I'm like, this is the boringest thing you could have given me that you had.
So Choppy crapped on where you ordered from. Does the mess up of the order and the fact that they're not hot add a point to Choppy's score?
No, they're not hot because it took too long to get here. That's why.
Yeah.
But no, Krispy Kreme, you can pull in there. If they're open, they were famous back in like the 90s for it.
This is what Barkley says. If there's a blinking Krispy Kreme sign, he has to stop every time.
Yeah, because they're made hot. It'll be 11 o'clock at night. You can get a hot donut.
Yeah.
And so they're not hot because they took a while to get here. Them messing up the order, I don't know what that was. That was just somebody screwing it up.
Yeah. What is, by the way, everybody's number one food delivery app? Everyone text it. I got to check whether one is still a sponsor here at the station because I'm about to go on a tirade. I saved it last night. I was going to tweet it out. The one that I'm currently using is awful. They always add another stop in between bringing it back to me. And they're like, we said that 90 minutes was the allotted max time. Well, that doesn't mean that every time I should get it an hour 25 in. Like, I would still like to get it within an hour. Not every time an hour and a half, pushing it right to, we're not going to refund and we're not going to apologize and give you any credit. And then trying to communicate with them is absolutely impossible. It's nothing but chat bots. They've changed that up. So I want to know what app I need to get on my phone for Indianapolis because the current one I'm using is not getting it done.
I use the Hub. That's what I'm about. I'm on the Hub all the time.
Yeah. Aiden.
Yep, that's the Hub just did this. Now
what is the Hub?
Grubhub.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
Good app.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, now the only thing is they got, I think something leaked on Reddit a couple weeks ago that caused a controversy where they have this extra $1 you can pay for priority delivery. And I think some documents leaked that showed priority delivery is not a real thing. They were literally just scamming people out of an extra $1. It did nothing to prioritize the delivery.
If you're going to prioritize it, you can't have the in-between delivery. If I know that every time they're not going to make an additional stop before they get to me, okay, fine, but I don't think that they would sacrifice that for just $1.
You know,
you never get delivery anyway.
I don't.
DiGiorno.
I mean, if I do, it's gonna. I'll get a pizza delivered, but I don't go through an app. I only go through the pizza place. It's quicker, right? But if I'm gonna get usually if I'm gonna order something, I'm gonna go pick it up because I know if I order it, it's 10 minutes away. I'm gonna get the food quicker. It's gonna be hotter. So that's. General, I don't mind.
And you love getting outside the house.
Yeah, I love getting outside the house. We don't generally do a whole lot of takeout and bring it home anyway. But if we do, I usually just go get it.
All right, we are going to be, of course, in Indianapolis. The other shows are going to be in Surprise for Ranger spring training coverage, brought to you by ASCO Equipment, Mercedes-Benz of Plano, the On Time Experts, Best Buy Windows and Siding, and Zero Res.
Can I ask Choppy a question real quick on the air that I've been meaning to ask him off the air?
Ask away.
Why did you make the reservation in Indy for dinner for 6:30? Did you just assume Broadus would not go?
I think I asked and you said 6:30.
Well, I didn't know that.
Boy, way to pass the buck.
I wasn't thinking about G-Bag time.
Yeah. And listen.
Well, he's not going to show up anyway.
I just thought it was funny because he said the reservation's at 6:30 and then Broadus texts back, "Thank you, sir." And it's like, you can't go.
Because I can get
be on the air for an hour and a half more.
I wouldn't have guessed that he would have been on their show, too.
Because I can get the other place for 7:30. But I was like, that's a little bit too late. Broadus, Bobby, you're two horrible opinions as of late. Mm-hmm. Well, you got three. Pickens for a second rounder.
Tell that to Todd Archer and Nick Harris too that they have awful opinions.
I'll tell them. I will tell them next week.
You should tell them.
I already
in Indy.
I don't need. I will tell them. Just like I told Todd.
Sponsored by Best Buy Windows and Siding.
Just like I told Todd about his deli. I don't need Todd Archer. Football opinions are disqualified with his deli opinion. So he's disqualified. And then your other opinion is that Broadus is going to rage it up socially, which I think Todd Archer disagrees with you about. You're going to be wrong on that. You're going to be wrong about Pickens if they end up dealing him. And then what?
Thankfully, so that we don't have orders screwed up, Just Love Coffee is bringing us breakfast Friday morning at 8 a.m.
Yeah.
A decent breakfast, finally. Yeah. Thank you, Just Love
Coffee. Wait till you have some of those creations. We sat there and went with Choppy, and we could not move afterwards with the scratch-made breakfast in Grand Prairie and Arlington. Let's get the Cavs.
You're an idiot and you don't know baseball.
Ranger fans, you're not dreaming.
How can you not be romantic about baseball?
How can you not be romantic about a preteen signing a $2 million contract in Major League Baseball?
God, that was a really bad start.
Well,
how can you not be romantic about a preteen? I would have gone somewhere else with that.
There was no
Michael.
gap. I did not have a gap there. Okay, went right into the next word.
What awful timing, by the way, for Michael Jordan's birthday to be today. I guarantee he wished he could have moved his birthday, age 63, after the incident.
Now, this story's got a lot of play, and it needs to have a little bit of context and nuance. You diving in here with this, but. The story is that the Philadelphia Phillies have reached a pre-agreement with an 11-year-old Venezuelan shortstop worth $1.8 million.
Baby Gronk.
Now, he is part of the 2031...
Peyton must love donuts because he doesn't come in here like this in the middle of a segment for any other type of food.
What if I were to curse right now, Peyton?
Then Sean's got a dump button.
Yeah, we have a dump button. Does it work? Do we have proof? Let's try it out. Yeah, let's go ahead.
Let's try it.
So there's a little bit of context here that needs to be had with this. They're not giving him the money today, okay? He doesn't get the money today. It's an agreement that really everybody could get out of. But what they're going to do is they're going to allow him to use – all these teams have these training facilities in other countries. So, if you go to the Dominican Republic, there's a Dominican league where all these teams have literal teams out there and training facilities for younger players that they're trying to develop into the next Major League superstar. So he's going to get access to the Phillies training facility at 11 years old that he's going to be able to use until he is 16. And when he is 16, the team has a decision to say, all right, we're going to give you the 1.8 or we're not. So they have a way to get out of it. He also apparently can negotiate his own deal with somebody else. Somebody comes along and says, hey, here's $6 million. He can take that. This is just basically a pre-agreement where he gets to use their facilities and he gets to practice.
What's his name?
David Basabe, B-A-S-A-B-E.
Have you seen any of his clips or highlights?
I haven't. I saw a few. I have not dived in.
Is he like huge?
No, he's not. He looks like an 11-year-old kid. He looks like an 11-year-old kid, and it's like, man, it is just my first thought is, it is completely wild at 11 years old. Jeff Bannister told me once, you can't even tell if a kid's going to be great at baseball until they're about 16, because when they hit puberty, everything changes. Their swing changes. I mean, they might go from one of the fastest kids to somebody who runs like a giraffe.
Yeah.
And just be uncoordinated. You have no idea how they're going to be. This kid might turn out to be 5'6". He might be 6'8", and he might completely change position. You have no idea what he's going to turn into after puberty. So to do this at 11 years old is just absolutely wild to me. But hey, look, it's cool. You get to write in your Instagram account now that I have a pre-agreement with the Philadelphia Phillies.
Absolutely. He's got a smooth lefty swing.
Yeah.
Smooth.
Yep. So we'll see what happens. All right. Diamond Cavs here on 105 The Fan. Buster Olney's doing his top 10 at each position. And one of the ones that he did yesterday was starting pitchers. Okay. And I was like, all right, let's see. The Rangers had Jay DeGrom last year and Nathan Eovaldi. Now they add Mackenzie Gore. Surely.
What batters did they add?
Brandon Nimmo.
Oh, thank God. Offense is fixed. Thanks, CY.
This is top 10 plus honorable mention. Over under 1.5 Ranger pitchers being on here. Starting pitchers.
Top 10?
Top 10 plus honorable mention. And in the honorable mention category, there are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 guys. So 19.
Over.
It's because you have already set this up as the greatest rotation of all time. It will be under.
It is under. Jake DeGrom comes in at number 10. Now, top 10's not nothing, but if you told me that Jake would pitch basically a full season without really any injuries, without missing many starts, and really have a solid year, I figured he'd be higher than 10. I figured Nasty Nate would at least be in the honorable mention, even though he did have some IL stints. But it goes Scooble, Skeens, Yamamoto, Crochet, Christopher Sanchez. Who he played for, Bobby?
The Venezuelan team that signed the preteam.
Hunter Brown, Max Fried, Logan Webb, Chris Sale, and then Jake DeGrom. Chris Sale, I don't know. The honorable mentions.
Why don't you know about Sale?
I mean, he was such a bum in Boston. You know, he was a bum. And
So
he went
what?
I mean, he had a 5-year stretch where he was a bum. I don't know, like 1 year in Atlanta.
2 years in Atlanta.
2 years in Atlanta, I don't know.
A 2.38 and a 2.58.
Yeah, you know what that tells me?
The bum that he was in Boston.
Bum. He never pitched. He was always hurt.
It was a 3.27 in Boston. You hate him because he was in Boston.
Because he was hurt. No, you know what? I hate him because he's soft. All right, he couldn't handle to go to Atlanta where they don't care and nobody shows up.
You said people should avoid New York. You said people should avoid New York and Philadelphia.
I mean, like,
Boston's in that mix.
Yeah, they are in that mix. But if you go there and you succeed, you're tough. And if you go there and you fail, you're a loser. That's just how I look at it.
You know, I'll give a hot take here.
Love it.
I don't know if it's a hot take.
Ooh.
I'm preferring Eovaldi over DeGrom moving forward. I would have thought DeGrom.
That's a hot take.
I would have thought DeGrom was in that 15 range, and Eovaldi would have been up higher. I understand him getting dinged for the DL, IL, whatever the hell it is. But I was thinking Eovaldi first, and then DeGrom. That's the way I'm thinking about them moving forward.
It's the first time in his career that he started at least 15 games and didn't get to at least a 3 WAR.
Who's 297
last year?
It's a 297.
No, his WAR.
Oh,
his wins above replacement.
It was 2.9, so I was still right by accident.
No, but he's because he was the other years where he's had that. I mean, he's always been like 5+ whenever he started a significant amount.
This was a 4.2.
I was disappointed that Eovaldi wasn't on here. I mean,
who made this list?
Buster Olney. The honorable mentions were Snell, Wheeler, Cole. Cole didn't pitch last year. I mean, I'm not going to argue with that. Freddie Peralta, Brian Wu, Dylan Cease. Dylan Cease never actually wins. He never actually pitches good. It's like his ERA's okay.
DeGrom was not DeGrom last year.
No, he wasn't DeGrom last year, but I'm saying against Eovaldi. Like, Cease is okay. Cease got great stuff. He's got A.J. Burnett. He's got Nate Eovaldi level stuff.
4.55 ERA.
He'd never actually pitch it. He's like the guy.
Career 3.88.
Who's a great hitter but doesn't actually ever hit. Right? That's what Dylan Cease is.
The Rangers lineup.
Diamond Cavs on your home of the Rangers. Believe it or not, even with Bobby Belt on the morning show here on DFW Sports Station. A lot of talk about breakfast and coffee. Where can you order a side of lap dance with your morning coffee? And why self-confidence is the key to a long life. Next.
after we get you over to Platinum Chrysler Dodge.
RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan segment here brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck attorneys in Dallas.
Below the Belt coming up at 8:40, another Tim McGraw ticket giveaway in the 9 o'clock hour, along with the Red Zone, your football fix at 9:20 on DFW Sports Station. Entire morning squad back together again. Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, and Cowboys insider Bobby Belt. We got Peyton and Aiden running the Odyssey app, the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube as well. Self-confidence, the key to a long life.
That's the way it works. So, you know how they say sitting is the new smoking? They say as much as you say, that's going to kill you just the same with the smoking. You can't just be sitting. You can't be, what's it, sedentary? You got to...
Sedentary lifestyle.
You got to be out there moving and things like that. It turns out that self-deprecation is the new smoking. As researchers have found that negative thoughts and self-criticism can age your cells faster. They say research has revealed that changing how we speak to ourselves may be more than self-help rhetoric. It may actually be a genuine cellular survival strategy, as they found that there are just various cellular changes that take place the more negatively you speak, which somewhat makes sense.
Self-deprecation to me is not negativity.
That's what I'm saying. I'm just saying self-deprecation. Like, self-deprecating is usually kind of parody or comedy. Like you're just being...
negativity.
Awareness. Yeah, it's more negativity. It's bad. It's basically self-negativity, self-doubt, talking down on yourself, that sort of thing. If you are the type to beat yourself up, you are apparently going to die younger, because it does cause cellular changes. Which this is something that somebody had talked about this recently. That when I was younger, I used to think of all that as being kind of woo-woo. The whole name it and claim it, and visualize it, and you will achieve and stuff like that. And I still think largely that is. But I absolutely have gotten to the point now where I believe you can almost make yourself sick, in terms of just. Because of what stress can do to anybody.
3 times a week.
Anybody, but just what stress can do to your body, your cell changes, everything else like that. And it doesn't surprise me that also negativity would go into that. So, got to keep a positive mindset. You got to do the Stuart Smalley. You know who that is, Peyton?
Actor. He was in a movie.
He was.
So good.
Yep.
You got it. He helped Michael Jordan through that.
So who do you think here in the building is the most extreme on both ends of the spectrum? Not Bobby's spectrum, but the confidence,
that they slide across the spectrum.
No.
Or who's the most positive? I feel like would it be Corey?
Positive?
Yeah.
I mean, Eric is the most positive.
Eric's pretty positive.
Eric tries to stay upbeat. The most...
No, I think Corey goes up and down.
Yeah.
The most negative thinker might be Alec. I feel like it might be Alec.
You think?
Alec wasn't he talking on the air about he's got to give himself the pep talk to get in here?
Yeah, but I have to go out and I have to keep doing it.
I would say...
Keep practicing.
There you go. There he is right there. I would say, speak of the devil and he shall appear, I would say that if I may slide the most... in terms of frequently between both. Yes. If you say Corey's up and down, I may slide the most between feeling like, oh yeah, this is good. Yeah, got a handle on this. This is not a problem. And then the other side of just this is miserable and this is never going to get any better and I can't do anything about it. And so I'll slide around that scale all the time.
Yeah, because now,
Chop's pretty positive.
Well,
generally.
There's positive. Yeah, there's positive. And then for this, I think of self-assured. Confident. Choppy's 100% positive.
Oh, yeah. The things I'm confident about.
I don't know if Choppy's the most confident.
Oh, yeah. The things I'm confident about, you guys are not telling me jackass. I'm right. The problem is that the things I'm confident that I'm wrong in as well, I'm also...
Well, your problem is you don't ever, identify those, or I don't know how many of those. You never voice the doubt or... maybe being incorrect.
Right, because I got to have the...
internalize it.
The mask up.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm definitely
you heard
positive. I even I've even told my kids, it's not a demotion, it's an opportunity. I even tell them that.
Yeah.
You got to positive. Now, my grandmother, she was the most negative person I've ever met, 98 years old. She was at a casino, and then a week before her death, she fell, had to get a surgery. Surgery killed her. She was fine. She'd lived 10 more years. Most negative person ever. She thought she was dying for 60 years.
You know, Reitma's very negative, but Reitma, I think, believes in his ability the most. I think Reitma but he's just the most negative about what that's going to get him.
Yeah.
So it's kind of a trade-off. I don't know how
will get you negative.
I don't know how that would affect his cellular changes.
Let's talk hockey.
Oh, he's definitely got to stress. It's whatever he's got is going to kill him earlier. Is it Shia LaBeouf or Shia LaBeouf? And who is he? I know he's
Transformers.
An actor.
Transformers. He was in Disturbia. He was a Disney star when he was a kid. He was in Holes. He was in Even Stevens.
Okay.
Even Stevens is what he popped off with.
I know it's a really big name, but I was like, I don't know if I've seen the actual work a lot.
You recognize him?
I recognize him because of all the videos.
He's a consistent crash out.
He is terrorizing Bourbon Street right now for Mardi Gras. Everywhere I look, Shia LaBeouf. Shia LaBeouf, he's like shirtless. I've read that he's got substance issues in the past, and he appears to be spiraling yet again as he's getting his butt beat there in New Orleans, and he was arrested, and then he's sitting there in an ambulance. So Shia LaBeouf is apparently crashing out at Mardi Gras.
He was getting his butt beat. Did you see the video? Somebody tagged us in.
Yes.
On Twitter.
I think that was Artemio.
Oh, my gosh. Artemio. I had to show that to my
Aiden,
wife.
get this on the fan cam real quick.
Yeah, Aiden, pull this up.
No. Artemio, man, come on, bro. That's not cool. You're my NFL draft buddy. When I see you at Pluckers, no shots because of what you sent us.
Okay, so
that is bad.
I won't say it directly. There was a woman who, if Shia LaBeouf was getting his butt beat, she was getting her butt something that rhymes with beat.
Yep.
Something that rhymes with beaten.
Man.
And the guy who did that looked like it was early morning or early evening hours. She's been walking around all day in that humid ass city.
I mean,
and he just dove right in, just like, sure.
Man,
this is why I don't.
That's how you get pink
This
eye.
is why I always throw the challenge flag up. People say they don't share a toothbrush. You don't share a toothbrush, but you'll do that with somebody 30 minutes after you meet them. Because I know I would.
Have you used my the deodorant since you let me use it?
Yeah, I used it later an hour later.
No issues, were there?
No,
none.
I would. Yeah, sure.
You would do this with a random stranger on Bourbon Street.
I mean, seriously, we've all had. I mean, I assume we've all had a one night stand
on Bourbon with somebody who's been walking around with swamp ass all day.
It's February.
This is not the same as sharing a toothbrush. That's a terrible comparison. It's awful. This is not the same.
I mean,
this is if you crushed your butt with a toothbrush.
I think we've all done something similar with somebody 30 minutes after we met them.
I think there would be a call. I think this coffee shop that you're about to discuss could be right there on Bourbon.
This is a genius.
What that video would take place at the strip club we walked by.
Oh yeah,
were you with me?
Yeah, in New Orleans.
Yeah,
with the mattress.
Richie Witt was in there. I think Richie was in there. There was Peyton. It was like a strip club, but the stage was just
kind of outside.
Dirty ass white mattress just sitting on the stage with these ugly, hideous people on top of them doing that type of stuff, and they're all peeking there, and I saw old Richie.
Yeah, I'm sure he was in there writing an article about the poor working conditions of the sex workers in New Orleans. All right, so this is over in Garden Grove, California, the Double D Cafe. Genius. It's called DD Cafe.
Oh, God. Reitma. We have a Reitma sighting.
Oh, no.
We do? We have a Reitma sighting.
He's back already?
I love this segment. I stress about everything, and I'm dying at 50 years old.
Yeah.
There you go.
So
how you doing this week?
The DD Cafe, which is what it's called. But that's kind of a wink, I think. They were just letting you know, hey, come into the DD Cafe.
Because there's like a Double D bar around, I believe, American Airlines Center.
This in Garden Grove, California, the women are serving up a lot more than coffee. Fox 11's undercover cameras, bunch of snitches, captured female servers providing lap dances, offering private dances for cash, and telling customers they could bring alcohol inside for a fee. City records show DD Cafe, located on McFadden, is licensed only as a coffee shop. What they're saying basically is that this coffee shop was operating as an illegal strip club. So you would go in for the coffee, and they'd be like, hey, would you like a lap dance?
I remember talking about this story and the creation of this, that this was a concept in someone's mind.
I don't remember that.
But this one, they were doing it low key. You had to go in there. Apparently, you had to go in. You had to ask for it. You had to know what you were asking for. It would be insinuated to you by the servers, but they were not just upfront with it. They wouldn't tell you that. So the city did shut them down.
Think of some coffee orders, RJ, to go along with this.
They did get shut down, and so now the Fox 11. I don't know why Fox 11's ruining people's good time. Like, they're not hurting anybody. They don't have the right licensing, so you're just going to screw with them on red tape permit S. That just seems really petty from Fox 11, and I don't appreciate it very much. Residents in the area told Fox 11 they were not surprised, saying similar businesses are an open secret in the city and that more enforcement is needed at other places. So apparently Garden Grove, California is the place to be if you want to get something extra with your morning coffee.
Police say this is grounds for an investigation.
Not bad.
It's good.
Not bad. You got anything else? I feel like we should know every coffee because of that coffee machine out there, and you're not going to get this at Just Love Coffee.
The girls there.
Family atmosphere.
Yeah, the girls there are just trying to espresso themselves.
It's pretty good.
Well done. I was trying to think of a macchiato, a latte.
Sip happens. Hey, I'll take a little sip.
Yeah, I'll take a little sip.
These are good. 877-881-1053 in order to hit us up on the Franklin Franco Injury Attorney text line. Sean, RJ, and Bobby back together again on DFW Sports Station. Are you writing down more?
No, I was crossing off so I know which read to get to now.
Okay.
But,
let us know on the fan text if you've got some for Choppy, some of those coffee puns.
Christian Parker press conference today at 3 o'clock. You will hear it during the Gavin Dawson birthday edition of the G-Bag Nation. How old do you think Dawson is?
He's
50. Yeah, I was going to say 49. He's turning 49.
I don't know the answer.
No.
He's older than me.
Yeah, he's older.
But I don't think he's over 50. We haven't heard about a 50th birthday yet by now, right?
The fan text is coming up with some good stuff. I don't know that we can read
stop it. Stop it.
Okay. Daniel Jeremiah, who we will see in Indianapolis at the Combine. Bobby says there's a lot of people around the league who trust what he says. He's got the Cowboys making a trade. We're going to draft and get the same position to help fix this defense for Christian Parker. Bobby has it next in Below
the Belt
right here on the Fan.
We get you over.
segment here brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market, upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine today. The back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. More new Chevys than anyone else, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 through 2025.
The great Bobby Belt.
Bobby Belt is an idiot.
Don't make me take off my belt.
Don't make me take off my belt.
We're not. Over to you, Bobby.
Stop pussyfooting around at the cornerback position. Just address it. So Daniel Jeremiah says. Let's talk about it in Below the Belt, which is sponsored by Academy Sports and Outdoors and Window Nation. Peyton, you okay back there?
Yeah, I'm fine.
Okay.
They said something else at first. My heart dropped.
Okay, good. No panic over there.
Still one of the great all-time great Stern segments.
What?
Where he would put the blank foot and make you say the word on radio to get away with it. Just brilliant.
The most tense I've ever been with something like that, and maybe this is why we haven't had him on since. I think it's probably just more related to RJ Choppy. But last year when Florio, you remember when he was going through the differences on radio about why you can say ass, and then you can also say the word hole, but if you said them together, and he kept hammering that point for about 2 minutes, and I was very concerned that he was just going to slip up and say it.
You know what?
Let's get to the topic.
All right, relax.
Topic.
Daniel Jeremiah has a brand new mock draft out. Daniel Jeremiah, of course, the NFL draft analyst for the NFL Network, former scout for the Eagles, for the Ravens. He knows what he's talking about, and he still has a lot of interaction with people around the league, and he gets a good sense of where teams are going and what teams want to do with things. So his mock draft caught the attention of a lot of people yesterday, specifically for what he did with the Cowboys. So at pick 12, you've already got Caleb Downs off the board. You're missing David Bailey, who's not on the board anymore, Ruben Bain from Miami. So all the edge rushers, the top defensive players are kind of all off the board. He ends up taking Jermod McCoy, the cornerback from Tennessee. And he says the Cowboys must fix their pass rush and secondary. I believe there's a drop-off at cornerback after McCoy, so they address the position here. Okay, fine. I don't love it because as good as he has not played football since December of 2024. By the time he steps on a football field again, it'll basically have been 2 years since he played football, which is a long time. And corner's already a position where guys don't usually just step in and are ready to play in the NFL. So you get down to pick 20, and he has two outcomes for them at pick 20, and neither one of them are particularly exciting, I don't believe. He has Akeem Mesidor, the other edge rusher from Miami, who's a good player, and I like. So that's not the problem. The issue is that he's 25 years old, and he's got a pretty lengthy injury history. And so he'll come in, he'll be ready to play. There's no telling how long he'll be active for. If he was 21 years old and didn't have an injury history, he probably goes higher. But he says, after taking a cornerback at 12, the Cowboys nab an edge rusher. Teams might have to get comfortable with Mesidor's age. He'll be a 25-year-old rookie, but he was dominant during Miami's run in the college football playoff. His alternate scenario at 20 is what caught a lot of people's attention. After drafting Jermod McCoy, the corner, at 12, he says, then again,
Colton Hood, baby.
If the Chiefs would take this pick in a trade for Trent McDuffie, who's entering the final year of his deal, the Cowboys would solve their secondary issues in the blink of an eye. You want to do this?
I'm interested.
Why?
Tell me why not.
20 McDuffie, fine.
Trent McDuffie's a stud.
Yeah.
He's 25 years old. Now, what's the contract?
Entering the final year of his deal. Rookie deal. It's cheap.
5th-year option, $13 million.
Mm-hmm.
So you are going to have to pay.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm automatically getting the best corner on my team. If Deron Bland can put him back in the number 2 role, he can come back from the injury and the bad down season, disappointing that he had. Trent McDuffie, if I drafted Trent McDuffie at 20, I'm thrilled. So
sure.
Why not?
Free.
Why are you freaking out?
Because you pick a corner at 12. Daniel Jeremiah is suggesting they pick a corner at 12 and then use a 20th pick on a corner.
Well, first I'm talking just 20 for McDuffie.
20 McDuffie, I can talk about it.
Yeah.
I can talk about it.
And
it might be a slight overpay, but I can talk about it.
And I'm not going crazy if they did this with a second corner. I'm not going crazy.
All the things they need on defense. You'd be fine with them throwing both of them at corner?
They need a lot of secondary.
Oh, my gosh. That'd be so tough.
It's
where the outside of defensive tackle, in fact,
I'm not prioritizing. Like I feel like in today's NFL, if you prioritize it more in other methods, I can get linebacker. They're bad. They were throwing out non-NFL players at corner.
Mm-hmm.
So let's just say I drafted 12 and do something else at 20. So I have Bland coming off injury.
Yep.
I have a total complete unknown question mark in the rookie. I have Ravel, which is a total complete question mark.
Again.
And
they don't feel like he is.
Well,
I'm just saying
that's fine.
They would not plan as if he was.
Okay, that's fine. I watched him play, and I know that there's injury stuff and overcoming it, but I'm not locking in Savon Ravel as my number 2 corner next year and feeling great about it in this moment. Other people they can in Frisco. Congratulations, whoop-de-doo. That's not something to feel solid about going into next season.
My issue is the reason I wouldn't jump at this. To me, they are trading for a corner would indicate that you think they're close to winning.
Or trading for a corner would indicate absolute panic about Revel and Bland.
And look, I think there should be some. I think this team is 5-6 players away.
Why do I have to be? Why is that the message when I get a 25-year-old corner?
Because you got to pay him. Because you don't have the money to pay. You got to pay.
You will have money.
You'll have money. Yes, you will have money. But also,
my biggest holdup in the whole thing would be allocating the next corner contract to him. Now, we have talked about the corner market being lower than other premium,
the receiver market,
than other premium prime positions. But I don't have a problem if you want to throw 2 assets at corner. I don't have a problem if you want to give up 20 for him. I don't have a problem with the window since he's 25. It would be, okay, what am I going to end up paying him versus the first year, 5-year rookie contract? I don't think you're. I mean, I don't think this team isn't close enough to trade for a 25-year-old. I disagree.
No. The 25-year-old, no. I'm just saying giving up assets to pay a high-priced. It's going to be high. It's going to be 20. You have to pay him 20-something million.
Yeah. Trent McDuffie is 7 months older than Akeem Mesidor, who is the suggested pick. For
I'm out on the 25-year-old. So
yeah, I wouldn't want that either. I don't have a problem with McDuffie as a player. Love to have him here. Giving up a 1 and then paying him when you need bodies on defense. I think you need 5-6 guys on defense. You're
right
going to
now
have
to 2 picks for that.
Right, you have 2 picks for that, right?
Which is why,
and I could
as painful as it is to some people, that's why you have to ask about Pickens. You have to ask if that's the way you have to. If you're going to have to just allocate resources to create more assets,
and that's fine. That's fine if you get the right deal in return for him. But if you pay George, you can't afford to pay too many guys on defense.
Yeah,
you just can't do it.
Yeah.
And paying defense is what it is. I mean, you're paying guys who can't create necessarily something, and a lot of you can at like edge and everything, but a lot of positions you're just kind of there.
Sauce leads the market at 30 a year, and Stingley's making 30 a year. Then we go to J.C. Horn at 25. Stop me where you think McDuffie would kind of slot in. Ramsey's still at 24. Surtain is at 24. Bland is 20. God, the mic.
Bland is not that much. He's that's what he is average, but he's not really in practice that much.
22.5. Listed at least over the cap.
Yeah, because now the question is, because the league jumps, right?
We're going to have the 2 wideouts and the 2 corners, baby.
Yeah, these guys
making
jump.
all the money.
Yeah, that's a lot. I mean, you're going to spend
$100 million total.
You would spend 60. Yeah, you would spend 100 plus
on 4 players,
110, and then you add Dak in there. You're making 60.
Why would the Chiefs do that?
The Chiefs just are in a bad financial situation. Yeah. Then he's about to get
Mahomes, but
he's about to get paid again, or he's about to get his paid. So it's.
But I think the crux.
McDuffie's probably somewhere between Horn and Surtain.
Yeah,
probably.
Well, I think the crux of there's 2 different debates. There's the choppy debate of allocating that much. I would be worried. There's the Bobby debate of allocating not that much money, RJ's point, but the resources to the position. That I don't have a problem with.
I just look at it and go,
I'm much worse. We all agree they're worse at corner than D end.
I think so. I think
maybe it depends on if Revel, because I think Revel's year was a redshirt year. Like they played him when he really wasn't ready to play. So I don't know if Bland comes back and he's healthy next year and Revel is the guy, like, okay, now he's ready to play football, then instantly, no, I think it's better than defensive end.
And to me,
that's a lot of ifs. My knowns at D end are better than at corner.
I think Bland played better last year than basically other than Ezeraku.
Any end?
Yeah,
he didn't play better than Clowney.
Clowney closed the year better and was better overall. But I mean, like, if you look at where I expect that Bland is going to be a better player next year. I would anticipate I anticipate Bland is better next year than all of your ends. All of them.
Okay. And I'm just coming at it from the opposite and saying what I know right now. I know that Clowney was better than Bland. I'm hoping, but you kill Chris Young for the same thing. Hoping and waiting and praying and developing.
No, Chris Young would say, let's literally not replace any of our defensive players. I'm talking about one corner. Chris Young talks about an entire offense. But this is Chris Young's offseason. Let's sign Joey Bosa, and then let's draft 4 receivers. Let's do that. Let's just continue to push down on that strength so that we can really go a good 84-78 or whatever it is.
Below the belt right here on the home of the Cowboys, Christian Parker press conference today during G-Bag at 3 o'clock.
Land, McCoy, and Duffy sounds pretty good to me. Sean, you can't scheme quarterback pressure. How about Pickens for McDuffie? Can we release Bland?
They're in a bad financial state. Like, the Chiefs aren't doing this because they need cheap players. They can't pay anybody right now. But look,
and again, it's we're not even saying McDuffie's on the block.
If it was on the block,
Pickens for McDuffie, that's a really good question.
I think McDuffie is on the block. I think they are investigating trading McDuffie
because that would be both teams trading a strength for a weakness. Right, the Chiefs have a good defense.
Yeah,
right. They need a receiver.
They just don't have money. It's just not. On a personnel match, on a personnel match
for a weakness.
It makes sense. The whole reason they're getting rid of McDuffie is because because they don't like him.
We know, Bob. We're just saying for fun.
Yeah.
Would you trade Pickens for McDuffie?
Let's go.
I would trade Pickens for anything that would help the defense.
Well, not anything.
Yes, anything. I would trade Pickens for an edge rusher who's in the top 20.
Wow. Okay, yeah.
The disrespect.
It's not disrespect. It's about team building. I'm not Chris Young just saying, give me all the pictures. I need to build a team.
I totally agree.
It sucks. You got to walk away from people you like.
I agree.
In the name of building a team.
I agree. Yes, you absolutely have to. I'm looking to trade down if I can with both picks, really, if I had the opportunity to, but I'm just not going to give George away.
Would you trade Pickens?
I think you got to still be reasonable about it. Giving George away, by your definition, is not what most, I think, will think giving George away is.
I mean, look, I'm
would you trade Pickens straight up more for me and you were having this discussion now.
Yeah.
For Crosby or McDuffie?
McDuffie. Age, for one. And I think that, I don't want to say you could scheme pressure. I'm not going to go full Steven, but we had Dimitrov and Eager on last year, right? And they were talking about how the top edge rusher is more important than the top corner, but your fourth corner is more important than your fourth defensive lineman. I think you need 4 solid corners with no weaknesses, so I would take the corner.
I don't know what to do here. We're in a spicy mood, so I kind of want to do the quarterback list. But then we got Mark Cuban on tanking and what other NBA players feel about it.
903 needs to shut the hell up. Bobby, in one of his moves, doubling down on takes. It's not doubling down on takes to say that the defense was trash last year. You are a what?
Why are you getting so mad about it?
Because they are
we're having a sports debate.
I know. I'm talking to them on there about the doubling down on take. It's not doubling down on take. You want the crap off their defense to come back next year? Be my guest. Don't bitch about it when they go 8-9 again here. No, enough. Yeah, go to the break.
Enough. Let's see what happens during the commercial break. Final hour, Sean and RJ next. Did the storm stall your new year?
105.3 The Fan.
Final hour, fist pump time on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. Of course, we are always running on the Odyssey app here on DFW Sports Station. We got Pepe running things along with Aiden on a Hump Day edition.
Okay.
Alec Medford is getting it out there as well. Kevin Walker. Let's see who else. Peyton Russell. And the YouTube is actually where I saw it first, so props to you guys. Kyrie Irving, breaking news from Shams Charania right here on DFW Sports Station. Kyrie will miss the season to allow himself additional time to fully heal from the torn ACL he suffered last March. Will make his return for the 26-27 season. Yeah.
Golf clap.
Yeah.
Golf clap on that one. This is Mark Cuban's tweet yesterday. Embrace tanking. That's what we're doing.
You want a louder applause? Well, actually, it wouldn't get louder applause. It would get me booed.
Why?
They need to trade Kyrie next.
Oh, okay.
That's just
wins championships.
Come on. We're allowing the heartstrings and the feelings to get in the way here.
Yeah, we like them.
I know that they're, the only argument you can make is Cooper Flag mentor. That's the only argument. Now,
imagine saying that sentence 5 years ago. We need Kyrie Irving to mentor Cooper Flag.
Right. Right, because then you'd also have to imagine Luka as well. So Kyrie shut down, smart and right thing to do. And now the next smart thing would be to see what you could get for him. Let him choose. Yep. Give me a list of 10 or 15 teams. Give me a list of 10. And we'll try to make it happen for you, being a great soldier.
Well, you can't because, he would probably say the Lakers and the Mavs have already said we're not trading with L.A.
That's right, which a few Tolos defended, which is ridiculous and stupid.
Look.
What a team. All right, we saw the trade value for AD. What would Kyrie's get? Bassick, you were kind of right about Anthony Davis, so text in, Michael, if you have an idea. He's going to turn 34 in about a month. You get a first, right?
I would hope so.
But he's 34 and a player who made his career off lateral agility and his ACL was torn. So nobody has any clue what he's going to be when he comes back.
Still, the NBA, they will throw around first-round picks. They will, except for Luka when it comes to trading for him. I would assume he gets a 1. But I'm not going to sit there and be stunned if it's like some, combination of scrub players.
Yeah. Indiana's picking at 4. It's locked up, though. I know they have Halliburton, but I'm looking for a team like that has a top 15, 20 selection, and they're not so far away. Like, Indiana's only here because of injuries, but they have Tyrese to play the 1.
Yeah. And you got to look at the fit. Like, does Kyrie have anything in common with the city of Indianapolis? Like, would he want to go there? Would he play for Rick? How would that work?
Dallas, Memphis, Milwaukee. I don't know what Milwaukee has left, but the smart thing to do would be cut the emotional, heartstrings.
Miles Turner, baby,
and try to go ahead and trade him. Get more assets.
Get a pick. It's just a matter. I would imagine somebody would be more willing to give you draft capital for him than AD, but.
Yeah, is Kyrie going to bring back more than Anthony Davis? Probably.
Oh, God, it probably is.
Well, you got a first.
You did. You got Oklahoma City's first, right?
Right.
So you got the 30th pick.
So they're shutting Kyrie down for the year, and Mark Cuban would tell you this has people going out to the AAC more.
He believes that this is the way that you build interest in a franchise, is tanking. As he went on a Twitter rant yesterday telling Adam Silver, NBA, worry about other things other than your tanking, because that's not the problem with this league. Tanking, as he said, actually has drawn interest for the Dallas Mavericks in years past. That's how we were able to get in position. We were able to get Luka with that. We haven't done it a bunch, but when we've done it, it actually gives fans hope rather than meaningless victories of basically a 500 basketball team. And it's simultaneously right and wrong. Because he's right. You can be, it makes people hopeful. Every time the Mavericks lose, I'm like, yes, closer to the goal. I am like that. I'm not going to watch the games intently, and I'm not going to go spend money to go to the arena out of like a celebration of hope that Mark's talking about.
And especially if you're sitting your best guys.
Yeah, that's the thing.
An NBA game is by far the biggest gamble in sports of watching your money go up in flames of not seeing the best player.
1,000%.
It's not even close.
No, 1,000%. Because, like in an NBA game, let's say you got, you're like, all right, 7 o'clock tonight, I'm watching the Mavs. And then you get to 7 o'clock, or even right before it says, all right, Cooper Flagg's inactive. It's like, oh, okay. Even if you're not at the game, you just want to watch on TV, it's like, well, that completely changes your night.
Yeah.
Other sports, you're still watching the Cowboys if Dak's out. They don't sit. They don't sit players in the NFL. They don't sit players just for load management. But in baseball, guys will have a night off. Like Corey Seager will have, a dozen nights off throughout the course of the year, or however many, right?
I mean, did you miss Mike Trout as much as you missed Luka when you tried to go watch the Angels play?
No,
here?
not even close. And Mike Trout was like the guy I wanted to go see in his prime all the time. And every time I took the kids to go see Trout, he was hurt.
Yeah, the Angels wanted to see him in his prime too.
He was hurt. Now, the issue is that you only see the star in baseball 4 times. You see him once every 45 minutes. So it's not like you're missing. You go to a basketball game and the star is out.
Yeah.
Man, it's massive.
You get much better bang for the buck with the star playing.
Yeah.
To watch the individual.
1,000%.
Unless it's a pitcher.
Yeah, hockey with the amount of line changes. I mean, a great player is going to be on the ice, 19, 22 minutes a night? Okay. I mean, you still got, 2 other periods almost where they're not on the ice.
You okay?
Yeah. I'm good. Why?
Why?
I've never been better.
You're pounding away over there.
Yeah, you were.
You're about to give Reitman 2.0 up in here. 877-881-1053.
The Bob Roy belt.
The Franklin Franco injury attorney text line.
Text in.
NBA, no. NBA player poll is out. Oh, I cannot believe that you did not cover and go off on the NFL getting rid of the report cards. I was shocked. I was stunned.
It slipped my mind, honestly. I forgot to put it in my prep.
Okay.
He means when he was out, he's surprised you didn't go over it.
And it slipped my mind.
Oh.
It slipped my mind. It's garbage.
It's garbage.
How can you outlaw, like, a poll? Opinion, feedback.
Releasing it. Yeah. How can you outlaw that? I have no idea. This made everything better. And I'll tell you, it surprised me on some things. Like, I thought Miami Dolphins were toxic. Miami Dolphins got like the second highest grade across the board of any team. I thought the Chiefs were great. The Chiefs got terrible grades.
Terrible facility.
Their facilities are awful.
That's how we found out the Cowboys were undermanned with their medical staff.
I figured the Cowboys facilities, like the training staff.
I said undermanned, Britt. Not bad. Not bad. I don't need that Britt Brown intimidation.
But to get, C pluses on some of their training stuff, it's like, really? I mean, that's state of the art over there. Like, you would think everything would be hunky-dory.
Well, we are getting some NBA player feedback.
Yeah, so David Aldridge had interviewed various people at the NBA All-Star Game about a couple of different topics. They talked about who's the best player in the NBA right now. Still overwhelmingly, it's Jokic, followed by Shea, and then Luka. But they've covered over a couple other topics. They went into different stuff about who has the best player podcast, all these different things. But the one issue that was interesting was, while Mark Cuban saying, hey, tanking, not really that big a deal, they were asked just broadly, what's the biggest problem facing the league today? And they only got 10 responses from these all-star players. But out of the 10 responses they got...
10?
Yes, 6 of them said it was some form of load management or tanking, like player participation, tanking issues, different things like that. They grouped a couple of, like I said, they grouped load management, participation, all these different things into a single category, and then had tanking as a separate one. But when you combine those, that was the biggest issue. One individual had said that I think the biggest problem right now is the perception that guys don't want to play. Guys are working their tail off every day to be able to get on the court, but unfortunately our bodies aren't robots, so we can't just go out there and play. We got to be healthy to be out there to play. Tanking is an issue. Commissioner Adam Silver said all suggestions to stop teams are on the table. Tyrese Maxey, when asked about the league's biggest problem, answered, there are too many good players. How about that? That was Tyrese's answer for this. Cade Cunningham said that he thinks the length of games is a problem and that you may need to shorten some of those in order to answer some of the load management issues to combat it. But players are saying that the
length of games.
Yeah,
they extended him over the years.
No, he played his college ball. He did his college ball, and he had the 40-minute games. He just thinks the extra 8 minutes is too much.
It is college basketball is the only collegiate sport that plays a different time than the professional one. College hockey's 3 20-minute periods. College baseball's 9 innings. College football's 15-minute quarters. But college basketball plays 2 20-minute halves. They don't even play a quarter. Now, women's college basketball plays 4 10-minute quarters. I think the WNBA is 12 minutes. But yeah, I don't know why.
Unrivaled.
Unrivaled's amazing. That's what it is. I'll tell you. And I don't know why college basketball does 40 minutes, although I like it.
Are you more interested in Doug Gottlieb or Dan Hurley? College basketball court?
Oh, Doug Gottlieb. Please, I hope to God Doug does not get fired. Because this is amazing. So he was.
Now, did you have the bad Gottlieb interaction, or was that someone else?
No, Corey.
Corey did.
Yeah, he was very dismissive of Corey.
Okay.
Oh,
and that's RJ's baggage claim buddy, Doug Gottlieb. Used to do a radio show and coach. I think he gave up the radio show.
He gave up the radio show this year,
and his hair.
He gave him up a while ago.
Coaching is doing him dirty.
Yeah, he's top. That is an all-time. That is an all-time peninsula that he's got working. I mean, it basically goes from.
Hey, let's see your hair. Let's see your hair update, Bob.
Right there. I mean, it's growing back.
Oh, it's growing back.
It's growing back.
Yeah.
So this is Doug Gottlieb wanting. So there was a technical foul called late in the second half, and Doug is not happy with the officiating.
I did not curse. I was not demonstrative. I did not leave my box. All I said was, that's the same play as the other end. All we ask is that there's a fair game. That's what we ask. I need Donnie at the league and the new commissioner to explain to me the disparity in the officiating. I got no problem with their team, their staff. They played hard. The last play of the game, just to get the ball, they're grabbing us and holding us. Okay, and I understand. If you're not calling that, that's fine. You had the exact same play at both ends in the last play of the game. The exact same play. The exact same play.
It's me.
There was nothing that should have been called a technical foul. I know when I earned one. I did not earn one.
Man, don't ever get fired.
Look at the screenshots they're using for the report. He's so mad.
I love it. I hope he doesn't get fired.
How are they doing this year?
Honestly,
Wisconsin, Green Bay? Yeah. I think they're doing pretty well.
They were terrible last year. They started doing better this year. Let me pull up their record. They were last year. They were a disaster.
Yeah,
they're fourth. They're fourth on the horizon right now.
Okay,
that's not bad.
Because what I was thinking about is, we had this conversation with Broadus and someone else. The danger of leaving a position like this, going to coach, and then never being able to come back. Because then you're sitting there criticizing. You've lost credibility in the ears and minds of a lot of the audience.
For sure.
We talked about Matt Millen. He was the next Madden.
Yeah.
Then he goes to the Lions, drafts all the receivers, and then we couldn't figure out what happened to Matt Millen anymore. Jeff Saturday took that risk. Orlovsky would have taken that risk, I think, even though Saturday went back on TV. I think being fourth this year allows you to go back. You can still talk college hoops and stuff.
They're 15 and 13. They're not great.
Yeah.
Their first place is 12 and 17 and 10. They'll have a puncher's chance to win the tournament and get in, win their conference tournament. He'll get another year. I mean, there's a lot of improvement from year 1 to year 2. I just hope he doesn't get fired. First of all, I like him. Second of all, I mean, there's very few guys that give us great stuff. It's him, it's Dan Hurley, and it's Mick Cronin now at UCLA.
The one big question for each team in the NFC East, part of the red zone, next on Sean and RJ.
But let's get you cheap.
is Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan segment here brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck attorneys in Dallas.
How many people want to eat a W tonight?
You know what I like about the media? They think you can just dial 1-800 and get a quarterback.
Crosstalk with the KNC Masterpiece coming up at 9:40 this morning here on Sean and RJ 105.3 The Fan. The great Pat Doney walking by.
Look at that.
We can't get him on the morning show anymore, but 10 o'clock, KRLD AM, our sister station. Patrick will wake up for that.
Yeah, he'll come up. He'll come in studio for that.
Yeah.
Not only will he just wake up, he'll drive up.
The only person I've truly trusted, it took a while to get used to it, but walking in with zero computers or papers. It was all upstairs.
Like Russo.
I don't trust him, though. Like, I've heard too many mistakes.
Fish would do that.
Yeah, you know what? Mike could get away with it.
Yeah.
Mike could get away with it. Those super brain computers that they have right there. Or ability to BS, in Mike's case.
Russo can't pronounce names. That's his biggest problem. That's literally his biggest problem. Nothing.
Yeah, but does he have a photographic memory, though?
1941, when they hit the home run. I mean, I was there.
Garbage.
I was there.
I still can't get over when you were asking him for the stack of importance in New York radio. When you're like, what are the New York sports radio topics? And he got all the way down to number 8, Seton Hall basketball. It's like, dude, this is not the spirit of the question. We're not asking. And he just starts listing off college athletic programs in the in the New York area.
Now, can you tell how that was one of Choppy's radio idols, the way RJ does radio or approaches it?
No.
There's one major thing that RJ tries to emulate.
Which is it? I'm missing it.
If I talk about it passionately enough, you'll care. You'll listen.
Oh.
Like Russo does a leadoff with Wimbledon and horse racing and the San Francisco Giants.
I kind of understood his point, though, where he said, he's like, because I'm the only one who...
That's like, I'm more important than the content. I can outweigh the content.
Well, it's just like...
Which we do agree with.
No, I don't agree with it. I would never listen to Chris Russo starting off his show talking about horse racing, tennis, or the San Francisco Giants.
What I'm saying is that we are more important than the content. People listen. Everybody has the same content. They all have we are more important than the content. They listen to us for us, our personalities.
All right,
I think a station tried that.
Rest and freak.
Oh,
all right.
I mean, no disrespect. I'm just saying. I think they tried that.
All right, put it like this. If we did our show for a month on just the Olympics, the Mavericks, and the Stars, and we put, who can I throw under the bus?
Oh no, I'm not talking about that.
And I put a 4 out of 10 talent on the other dial, and they're doing Cowboys every day.
The 10 out of 10 talent.
They would beat us.
See, I disagree. People, this was the fight I had at ESPN. They always said the content's more important than your personality. And I was like, that's absolutely not true. Your personality is more important than your content. Everybody's content, for the most part, you get different unique angles.
Your personality is more important when you're talking about people are doing the same content. But if you are going to do,
if we wouldn't talk draft for 2 months, G-Bag could have a chance of beating us again.
Well,
I don't want to listen. I don't want to listen to political talk. It doesn't matter how good or
shots fired at me last week.
It doesn't matter how engaging I think the political host is. I'm not listening to the show.
Anyway, this is a side discussion.
Yeah.
Let's finish up the Joe Judge topic.
All right, so Joe Judge, he had this to say.
Joe Judge, former coach of the Giants.
And now he's with Ole Miss, quarterbacks coach, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And, he had this to say talking about, this was during the Trinidad Chambliss court hearing. And he had this to say, we played this last week, he had this to say about fatherhood, football, and the responsibilities that come with that from the girlfriend spouse perspective.
But we would have to educate. This is always a tough conversation to have. It's not a popular thing. This is the truth. We would have to educate significant others who may have been pregnant during the season we're going to have a baby during the season. And you have to educate them on, you have this baby in the middle of the season, that father has to play good football, right? It's a day-by-day production business. He has to be ready to perform and go out there and play. And when I say that is, you need to let him sleep. He needs to be in another room, detached, and you have to explain to the mother, like, hey, listen, he ain't waking up for midnight feedings. After the season, he's full metal jacket. You do whatever you want with him. And he can change every diaper. But in the season, he's got to have a different priority.
So, as you can expect, there was a ton of rational thought on this. Tons of nuance. Everybody had great opinions on this one.
This is an amazing topic. I think we're about to disagree. DeMarvion Overshone included on Twitter. Don't listen to this, young men. Be there for the mother of your child and let the rest take care of itself. Those midnight feedings turn into financial freedom because nothing will inspire you more than being a great father.
So, yeah, like, and the whole thing behind this was, I mean, everybody was saying there was either the football side or this is a very old school, patriarchal, absurd thing. And he responded to this on Twitter or X, whatever you want to call it. Some of my comments have been taken out of context, so I'd like to provide some clarity. In a discussion about Trinidad's sleep apnea. I mean, he's a 22-year-old with physical shape.
You can have it still.
Yeah.
Usually you've got a thick neck like me.
Isn't that what
you get sleep apnea, right?
Isn't that what got Reggie?
Yeah,
White?
it is. Yeah, Reggie White. But in a discussion about his sleep apnea, I was trying to point out the importance of NFL placed on sleep for recovery and performance, in addition to educating and balancing family dynamics during the season. These are discussions I was part of as a professional coach, veteran players based on their own experience managing similar situations. These are not discussions we've had at the college level. As a husband and father of 4, I understand those challenges firsthand. I would never diminish the commitment of my family. We share that same dedication to family with our players and always support them through any challenges they face.
Look, Joe, just own it. All right, don't try to dress it up. Just say it more bluntly with the follow-up. And I when I first heard this clip, I was like, okay, I get it. We make jokes all the time. When are you having your child? Are they having it in the off season? You schedule it 9 months from the off season? You know, we kind of half joke about that. Mm-hmm. Or for me, I'm like, okay, that's kind of me. You know, if we can, let's plan for non-football season. You know, to have the baby. And we had conversations with our schedule about how often I was going to be up overnight with the baby. You know what I mean? I'm getting up at 4:15, 4:20, and from that standpoint, I understand what Joe Judge is saying. I think the DeMarvion Overshone response. Now, I'll leave this to athletes who are fathers who ultimately know how they balance it, right? Mm-hmm. And whether they alternated 50-50, waking up in the middle of the night to change diapers, or you sacrificed your sleep. I would assume from a million miles away, yeah, what Joe Judge said is more correct than not. Is that the insensitive take? Is that the caveman take to have? You have to have. What did Isner say about sleep?
Oh, yeah. He said it's the number one form of recovery. More than anything else. More than anything else you can do, it's getting enough sleep.
And he said once he had a child, that's when his career basically ended. And listen, we've seen countless athletes, not when they have a child, when they get married, their career already starts. Brooks Koepka is a great example. He's my favorite golfer. The moment he had his baby, you could see his career. July of 2023, I think was his last tournament. I think his baby was born July 2023, and then he hasn't won a major,
which is great for him as a father, if indeed that drop off is tied to his amount of commitment. But I understand. This is why I give so much credit. I don't know how sports wives do it. No idea handling the kids in the stands and the schedule and being away from the house. But I know a spine physician who's doing surgeries at 6 o'clock in the morning, and when he had his babies, they slept on different levels of the house. He went upstairs, and it was her job, her role to go ahead and take care of the babies, because he's not going to wake up 3 times over the course of the night and then go in and fix someone's spine. So I'm leaning towards team. He's D-bag, at least for the Giants. I'm leaning towards understanding team Judge.
I understand what he's saying. Like I did. That is the Kristen would do this ourselves. If we had a baby while I was on the show, which when we had babies, I didn't need to be up at 5. But if I had to be up at 5, she would not, she wouldn't let me get up with the baby, I would guess. Because she'd just say, no, you've got to sleep. If you don't sleep now, like you're not going to be rested for work. So you've got to be able to sleep. So the way he said it probably sounded a little callous and odd.
Yeah,
but
he's going to switch off the off-season.
The concept I don't think is bad. I also would say, though, probably it's crossing the line of you don't get to tell her how they run their house, though, either. You don't get to say, hey, you have to let him sleep in another room. You have to do. You can suggest it like, hey, it'd be good because he's in season. But to tell him like, hey, he's not allowed to get up with the baby and tough ass.
Yeah, well, I don't think he's suggesting that he told the females this, right?
Well, he said I tell the women. He said I tell them that if you guys had a baby, he can't sleep in the same room as you. Well, it's like, well, if you're telling him as a directive instead of just gently nudging.
The one that's going to be interesting for, man, you're going to see a Brooks Koepka type fall off over here in this production room with him getting up earlier.
She gets up early too.
What are you going to do? Have you thought about that?
We have discussed it a little bit. I think
we're going to have to pay the price.
Yeah.
The drops will be coming in the next segment when he's supposed to hit it 15 minutes early.
It's going to become the Ray load. What time does she get up
in the morning?
6 o'clock.
And what time do you get up?
3:45. Woo! So I'll already be up, but maybe I get a pass because I'll be leaving maybe before the kid wakes up. I don't know. And then, I think
she'll be waking up at 5 o'clock with a baby.
Yeah, we've discussed it a little bit. It's going to be. I think because her mom, Mackenzie's mom, doesn't work, so Mackenzie will drive the baby over to her mom's house, have her watch it until I get off work, and then I take over from there.
Yeah, but what's going to happen at 11 p.m., midnight, 1, 2, 3, 4 a.m.? That's the question I'm asking. They don't just come out and sleep until 5:30 and 6 the next morning. Sandler's about to find that out. But look at Jared's wife.
Your texts and your calls don't wake him up during the day, though. Like when he oversleeps, that's right. When you're trying to get to reach him. So baby crying, he's going to sleep through it.
That's right.
He's not even going to get up.
So then it'll be on the wife.
You fake the sleep. That's the move.
Every wife accuses someone of that.
Fake sleeping. Oh yeah.
Yeah, you just
gotta get the snore down.
No, you don't want to oversell it. Just you gotta, and you also got to be able to effectively
you should
sell
practice the Reggie White one.
Oh man.
Wow.
Yeah. So no, that's the. When are you gonna just let her stay home though? Is that going to be when the baby's there?
When I have my next contract negotiation.
Exactly.
Which will be never. So.
All right. Red Zone, your football fix every day at this time. What a lively hump day return for everyone back in studio. And we're going to keep it that way as we crosstalk with the KNC Masterpiece. Let's see if they're on board with me trying to trade Kyrie next after this.
After we get...
Upgrade your vehicle. Get to Classic Chevrolet and Grapevine today. The back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. More new Chevys than anyone else, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 through 2025. All right, Tolos, that's right now. Call number 10 at 877-881-1053 wins a pair of tickets to see Tim McGraw on Friday, September 11th at the Dos Equis Pavilion in Dallas. That's call number 10 at 877-881-1053.
Crosstalk with a KNC masterpiece here on 105.3 The Fan.
I had a country music question.
Okay.
Is this about Bobby not liking Tim McGraw?
No.
It's fine.
But we are going to have Peyton look up the music for the show Intervention. Let me know when you have it.
Okay. Back to you,
What's
Kevin.
the song that he sang with his wife that was like super duper popular?
Because
I put your picture away.
The wedding song.
Kid Rock.
My Little Girl. Did he sing My Little Girl with her?
That's right. Kid Rock, Tug McGraw's son.
He said he's saying "Please don't take the girl" was one
Don't
of them.
Take the Girl is one of them. Yeah.
No,
it was.
It's Your Love? Is that them?
I don't know.
It's your love.
It's your love.
This does something to me.
Yeah.
Sends a shot right through me. Can't get enough. Yeah, it's good.
We couldn't get Bobby on that sing-along.
I'm just not a fan of that song.
Dude, they got a lot of songs actually together.
Oh, okay. Well, that's the one I immediately thought of. Good kid.
They were
What's
really
coming
good
up?
in 1883.
What's coming up on the show?
Guys, right out of the gate, where are you in your hope and belief in Evan Carter? We also do our new Olympic segment, Better Off Sled, at 10:20.
Wait, are you guys just renaming it every day?
Yeah, every day.
It's pretty good.
For like
creative.
2 weeks. What do you think about tomorrow? We're thinking Larry Moe and curling.
I
That's
heard
good.
that.
I like that.
Yesterday's was kicking ice.
ice.
What do you think of that?
Well, I mean, I see what you did there.
Do you think you guys have a better Olympic segment than Choppy? Well, actually, let me ask Corey because Kevin doesn't listen anymore.
I think they're both quality Olympic segments. I love ours a lot, though. It's my show, so I can.
How do you
say
guys
that.
divvy up Olympic watching? Is it just during this show?
Oh, we don't.
We don't watch.
No. I was gonna say we don't
That's
divvy
literally
it
Chris
up.
Russo.
We don't divvy
That's
it up.
literally Chris Russo now.
We have it on here throughout the day, and then whenever I get home, I'm like, oh crap, I've been watching this all day. But then yesterday the figure skating was on.
Yeah.
Whenever I went to the gym, so I was like, "Oh, this is great! I can watch all this." And then I got back home and I was like, "Let's watch some more." So I just watch whatever. Adrian loves the Olympics, the Winter Olympics. So
I think I've gotten a little bit snobby because of the time difference, and if it doesn't say live, I'm like, "Come on."
I love watching the replay at night because I can see him fall again.
So do you love the Olympics?
I do.
Okay.
I especially love the Winter Olympics just because
Same way.
The Summer Olympics are incredible and they do things I could never even imagine. But I could see somebody go swimming or run. Like there's never a time when RJ is like, "Hey, do you want to go to the luge course?" Like that doesn't exist.
Bobby just gave us a good new. Speaking of luge,
Yeah.
Is it appropriate?
You can't handle the luge.
Okay.
I like that.
I like that. Especially the double luge.
You got the music, Peyton?
He's doing a giveaway.
Oh. Wasn't that like 4 minutes ago?
I don't know. He's bent over the phone,
Guy's
writing
got
down
a long email
furiously.
address. Got to have a long email address to contact.
Yeah.
Lots of numbers.
Yeah. Bots, baby.
We also have a guest at 1 o'clock today during the C Block. His name is Hunter March. He's the host of.
I want to know. Figure that out.
He's the host on Netflix, and he's hosting Best Guests Live, and he'll be at the Netflix house tomorrow. So we'll have him on at
With
1.
$15,000.
Just like in his hands.
Yeah, just walking around.
I don't like it's a phone.
Cell phone.
Yeah, I do like
stack.
Is Best Guess like a game that they play in the house?
It's actually a game.
How do you play it?
You play on your phone.
Okay.
You download the app, and then you get 5 clues. You use those clues. You suggest your best guess.
Okay.
And then you
Corey,
could win $15K.
I'm going to stop you there because he doesn't actually care about your answer. He's just waiting for Peyton to be available again.
Wow, you want to expose me now after you got caught not listening for multiple days. You are correct. Hit it, Peyton. Bobby?
Mm-hmm.
This is your intervention.
For what?
Oh, no.
I don't even want you to speak. You can turn off your mic for the next 5 minutes.
Oh, wait, aren't interventions supposed to be a dialogue?
Well, maybe after we all go around the room and
Actually,
read our piece of paper.
Yeah, I was going to say, I don't think there's supposed to be a dialogue at all.
You're supposed to sit and realize, oh my God, this is hitting me.
All right, I'll treat it like day 3 of the draft show.
Okay.
Jeez.
Hey! or an Arlovsky interview. Okay.
Oh, yeah.
I think that you guys, which I listen to.
Thank you.
Thank you.
You guys by far, I think, handle the fan text the best. That's only because I don't listen to G-Bag. The nosebleeds are always on there. But I listen to you guys' interaction and reading the fan text. The fan text, in my opinion, is by far the most toxic interaction that we get back. Instagram and Facebook, those are off limits. Twitter's pretty nasty. With the fan text, it can be vicious.
The Odyssey app.
The Odyssey app?
Do you want me to tell you the most vicious thing somebody ever texted in?
Yeah.
It's pretty bad.
Well, if it doesn't get
Please
dumped. Shut up, Bobby.
So after Jess had her second miscarriage, somebody texted in, "Hope you remember to flush it."
You know, I really wish you didn't tell that story.
It's pretty rude.
It's pretty rude. That is something.
Pretty rude. I can't believe somebody would say something like that.
Sent that in,
and they'd never say it to your face. Ever.
I had one guy early on when I was interacting with the fan text, and I was at some fan event, and I turned to the right, and this guy is just staring at me like this, glaring at me. And he has his middle finger up, and it was like not messing around. And I just went right back with the middle finger. And that was probably the fan text interaction that carried over the most.
Okay.
But Bobby had an incident in this last hour.
In the 840 segment.
In the 840, which he told you about.
Thanks for telling.
He did not hear. We need to get your advice to Bobby on how to deal with the triggering, nasty fan text interactions. Bobby's
hold it up.
We're not going to play audio of that, are we?
Hold on. I want to make just a small correction. It's not the viciousness that I respond to. That I usually lean into. It's when I think somebody's saying something absolutely dumb.
Stupidity.
Yeah, it's not. Okay. I don't get drawn off sides by people going like, "Hey, you P word." It's more people going like, the Rangers' offense will be just fine.
So he flipped out, calls and texts from the bosses. He's got a little phone call meeting after the show because he lost his temper. Do you think that Bobby has the worse temper than me now on the show?
Well, Bobby's temper is not as yours. His is more uncontrolled.
There's no boil. There's no boiling up.
Okay. Yeah,
it just happens.
Bobby's goes from a still pot of water to bubbling like crazy.
Yeah.
You will have a slow boil. Okay. But you also have this thing, it's called a filter. And, you could catch yourself.
Yeah.
Bobby can't catch.
So he's got more uncontrollable temper.
Uncontrolled rage. Bobby's more likely, I think, than you and anybody really to do a non-premeditated murder.
Oh.
Right, it would just be a
snap.
It would rage.
Crime of passion. You and Kevin, y'all have the ability that once you've decided, y'all cut the deepest. You two guys, just remember the rap song.
Kevin and Bobby?
No, you and Kevin.
Yeah. Well, Bobby can cut now. He can cut deep. But
I wear sleeves.
But for the intervention,
my God.
Wow.
For the intervention, please assist and mentor and coach on how to avoid these fan text explosions.
I don't know how hopeful this will be.
It won't be at all
in your actual usage, but one of the things that I do really like that I think a lot about is, don't be too worried about the critiques from people that you wouldn't go to for advice. Mm-hmm. And so one of the things I do kind of go to is I'm like, especially if somebody's like, oh, you suck. And I know that you said that's not the biggest problem part, but I'll be like, well, thanks for listening anyway. Or like agree to disagree. Mm-hmm. And things like that just kind of, they make me feel better. And then you can just X out the box, Bobby. You don't have to keep engaging with that person if you don't want to.
Yeah, this is where this is time for you to continue listening. The ones that I think trigger me the most.
Should we pass around like the dice? Kevin, toss them the dice.
Talking dice.
Talk with the talking dice.
The talking dice. I have it right now. The ones that get me are the ones that people don't listen to what I said. And they say you say something, and then I'm like, no, that's not what was said, but you're not listening, so it's okay. And I don't listen sometimes too. Those I'll snap on. Mm-hmm. But
Bobby, you can't pick up the other dice.
This goes
you
back.
Guys just said there's only
one autonomy stick. You can't have two autonomy sticks.
This goes back to the great Bob Ortigal story when he was at Drake. And Mark Folwell told me this story when I was at UNT. He's at Drake, and he's won a few games. They're feeling really good. The AD comes by. Bob Ortigal's sitting at his desk smiling, and he says, you feeling good? He's like, absolutely. And he says, well, just remember, half the people out there love you, and the other half think you're S. And I've abided by that with the fan text. Half of them love us. Half of them think we're S, and I just ignore the other half. The ones that love us, I'm like, all right, I read every single one of them.
Yeah.
But I'm just like, I'm going to filter that out real quickly and move on because it doesn't help me at all. And so I go that way about it. And you like the interaction, though. You've trolled on.
Hang on. No.
I've still got dice here.
No. But Corey's dice needs to go to Choppy.
But hold on. Again, they're addressing the wrong issue. They're addressing me with criticism. That's not it.
He's saying it's a bad
wrong.
point. So give him your advice because you're very good with the fan text, Choppy.
Look, you have to, if you're going to, you can clap back at them. You can. But you've also got to call yourself an idiot at the same time. Like, yeah, maybe what I said was stupid. That makes sense.
But he never believes that.
But he doesn't believe it. See, you don't have to believe it.
All right.
You can just say it. When I apologize to somebody, and nobody apologizes here more than I do, okay? I have an entire stationery full. I have a stationery just for apology letters. I'm sorry letters. I never actually write. But when I apologize, I don't actually believe you mean it. I'm just saying apology to appease the person I'm apologizing to.
Right.
Just to make them feel good about themselves. Well, they also call that gaslighting. That's fine. I'm comfortable with that. But yeah, you just got to say, when someone says something, you got to be like, of course I said it wrong. I'm an idiot.
All right, now toss him the dice for the final minute.
Okay, so that means I get double the time now. No,
2 minutes.
I would say, no, that would be, again, if the whole basis is they're wrong, and I can't cope with them being wrong.
Let them be wrong.
And knowing that they're wrong out there, then I wouldn't then be able to admit that I wouldn't be able to lie and say I'm wrong. That like that's the whole hang-up. That's the whole catch-22 here.
Can I ask a quick question?
Yeah.
Thank you.
There you go.
Could you just text them back with your evidence or thoughts about why they're wrong, and then leave it?
Not like Reet Mom.
No, thank you. No, because I spent the last 10 minutes telling them why they were wrong, and then they still go, "Nah, wrong," and then it's like, no. That's not going to work.
Just say you're entitled to your incorrect opinion.
I don't know. I think we've spent the last 4 months talking about how bad the defense was.
But is it all worth it, what you're feeling right now? And also making us walk on eggshells the final hour, and also having your phone call afterwards?
Say no, it's not.
No, it's not. But if it was just as easy as going like, I see the light. That's not what it is.
I get it.
You think you have an anger issue?
No, I think I have an issue being able to tolerate stupidity.
I have a magnet for you. I have a magnet for you. It's a Hank Hill magnet.
I'm sorry. If you think the defense is good, that's tough.
You don't have to get triggered. There's thousands of text messages that come in here.
Yeah.
Yesterday, great interaction Kevin had. Somebody was texting in there like, this lady's full of S. You know, this psychic is full of S. And Kevin was like, I'm sorry, what? And they said, there's some psychic that was, I don't know.
See, 972.
And Kevin goes, I knew you'd say that. And they were like, that's what I'm talking about.
How fast
this guy.
How fast would it break Mike?
He didn't
Mike
look at it.
Quit
Mike
looking at the text for
he didn't
that reason.
And now what you've done is you've unleashed even more text.
No, but that's the thing. 972. Stick to football, Bobby. You're not smart enough to talk baseball or basketball. I would reply to them and go, OMG, thank you so much. That's not the one that triggers me. The one that triggers me goes, the offense is going to be good. See why I nailed it?
No.
That's the person who legitimately believes it is the one that drives me
when they say that, you should say, look, I'm really not smart enough to talk football anymore either, but I do it. So you got to self-deprecate. Live longer.
We're back. Live longer, yeah. You listened to that topic from earlier in the show. All right, let us know how the meeting goes. The KNC Masterpiece is next.
Disagree with the boys? station. Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. You got me, Kevin Hageland. You got, Corey Majors. And, of course, the famous Alec Medford. Gentlemen, welcome to the program. How the heck are we doing today? And how the heck is everybody out there in Radio Land? 877-881-1053. Franklin Frankel Injury Attorney text line, or the Twitch, or the YouTube. Let us know.
Doing good today. Actually doing really well. But something happened this morning, Alec, that I really need to get off my chest here.
Oh, no.
I was scrolling through my Twitter timeline at In the Majors, spelled funny, so good luck.
It's spelled like your last name.
Yeah, that's how it's spelled, which is spelled funny. And I'm scrolling through it, and I see the great Cynthia Izaguirre, all right? And we know her from whenever she was talking about a guy climbing a mountain. Also...
Oh, man, do we have that?
She's one of the
that
greats.
audio is harder to find than you would think.
She's one of the greats from UNT, and I was watching her, and she is discussing that the city of Plano is planning to spend $20 million in incentive to lure the new AT&T headquarters to Plano, which I think is a great idea for the city. I know how I sat in on a lot of those city council meetings, and they would always be like, why are we not throwing money at these big corporations like Frisco is? Look at what Frisco's doing. And so I totally get what they're trying to accomplish. But Alec, I don't understand why they would try to spend money like that when the city of Plano, the city I live in, knows that I live there, knows that I host a radio show with Kevin, whose mom worked at AT&T, pretty much built AT&T Stadium.
That's right.
Why wouldn't they just call me to call Kevin to call his mom and say, just move the headquarters there?
I'm going to go ahead and answer that question for you, because my mom did not work 1 second of her entire life at AT&T. So even though she tells people she did, it's a lie. She worked at Southwestern Bell. I know eventually that became merged with AT&T, but she never worked at AT&T.
Yeah.
Lies.
I don't know about that, man. I don't know about that. I was told she built the entire blueprint for what the model of AT&T Stadium. The only thing is, the only difference was she had the stadium turned just a little bit.
The right way?
Yeah, she had it turned just a little bit. And
she knew where the sun was.
And Jerry came in and said, no, turn that sucker back. So I don't get it, but here we are, City of Plano. Just call me up. I got you.
Hey, also, Jerry, if you want to call and say... Because I heard you, it might have been with Sean and RJ. I heard him in an interview go, do you really think we didn't know where the sun came up? And in that interview, I guarantee you my follow-up would have been, kinda. And so if you want to call up and recreate that, that would be...
What do you think his response would have been if you'd have said kinda? Do you think he would have said...
He'd have been like, fascinating. Well, I'll take that down, just like he said when I said they should have lost all of the games.
I really like that.
The life we've chosen.
It is, Jerry. We've chosen sports.
It is.
It is interesting to see how he changed a little this year. It was a little more cordial, a little less combative.
Fiery.
We did have tough talks.
In terms of he threatened to fire him more.
We had tough talks with him this year about tough things, and he was like, well, I'm going to have to, we're not playing well, so I'm going to have to probably agree with you on this.
Look, he definitely gave us the I'll take it under advisement, which sometimes can be a real thing, but sometimes it can be the most infuriating thing in the world because you're like, you're not going to take that under advisement.
Because we've told all of our kids that.
Yeah.
So you've told your kid, well, I'll take that under advisement. I've told my kid, you know what? That's a great idea. I'll think about it. And I'll think about it always ends up being one thing. I did not forget about Garland. All right.
Okay.
I'm not bougie away from Garland. I just don't live in Garland. I now live in Plano. And so I'm representing the city I'm currently in. But there's other cities that we've all lived in. I lived in Mesquite.
Yeah.
I lived in East Dallas. We've been all over the DFW area. And so we just really appreciate the Tolos who live all over DFW tuning in every day.
Yes, absolutely. Now, I know we need to get to sports. I really want to tell everybody that I just watched Deliverance for the first time yesterday, and I have lots of thoughts. But we probably shouldn't do that. So instead...
214, her initial designs had curtains on the windows. Yeah.
No, hey, this is really important that everybody knows this. They 100% have the curtains. They use them for other events to block out the sun. That's a thing. It's not that they don't have it, or they don't have the budget for it, or they don't know where to go shopping for curtains. They have them.
From the 858, Kevin, I need your mom to help me lower my AT&T bill since she has the connects over there. If Kevin's mom has the ability to do the blueprints, it explains his high aptitude for mathematics, and it also should be called Southwestern Bell Stadium.
Oh, yeah. But I guess they lost the phone wars. I don't know. I'm not familiar.
He's okay. He's going to be all right.
Okay.
We're going to be okay.
I thought maybe he got suspended for 3 days. I wasn't entirely sure what that motion was for. All right.
We got 3 days.
Yeah. You could have seen that happen, but it's looking all right for Bobby Bell. Okay. Let's talk about Evan Carter. Now, Corey, you brought this up.
Oh, I did?
And we talked about it on Thursday because Jacob was putting together his Rangers parlay for the season. And Alec, help me if I'm remembering this incorrectly, but I feel like the one we were all the most negative about was the run scored of Evan Carter. I feel like we all were like, no.
Yeah, because it's banking on him playing a good amount of games.
Yes, exactly. So,
what was the over-under? Do you remember the number?
Yes, I believe 85? It was 70.5.
Okay.
And I was like, no, I definitely not. And so, like, for example, in the last 2 seasons combined, he scored 54 runs.
Okay.
So that's why I would love to be wrong. But what I want to know is Rangers fans out there, Metroplex sports fans, where are you at in your hope of and belief in Evan Carter? Oh, let's start with you.
Okay, and the run scored, some of it's on him, some of it's on the teammates.
Absolutely.
And
that is a very real issue.
This team struggled a lot. I wonder how many times, man, I got to find that number. How many times was he left on base last year? Because that would be helpful in that conversation as well. But I'll have to go look for that somewhere. I bet Jared Sandler knows, but he's busy right now, Kevin.
He got a baby.
Got a new baby. Congratulations to the Sandlers. My hope for him is that he becomes a legitimate leadoff hitter. And now what that situation is then he's lefty. You got Wyatt hitting second as a righty, and then you have your lefty in Corey Seager at 3, and you're feeling pretty good with your first 3 batters. That's my hope for him. My belief that it can happen, I need to see it. Now, I understand why he's hitting 9-hole. You can protect him there. You can do a lot of different things there. He's not in your everyday lineup anyway because he doesn't hit left-handed pitchers very well. So you go protect him by putting him there. You don't want to put him as your leadoff hitter if he can't hit lefties, and now you're facing lefties and you're leading up. So you say, a guy that I can rotate out, that can platoon, I will go ahead and move things around so that he's at 9, and I can move those guys in and out however I want to. But I want him to be a 305 hitter. I want him to draw more walks than he has strikeouts, which I think he can do. I want him to lead this team in runs. And then I want him to play a damn fine outfield where he can cover all the ground because that's what he's good at. But health's going to be the biggest factor for him. And the back injury the last 2 seasons has been quite the concern. So
if it is just that,
there could be a lot of other things in there. But somebody was like, I hope Evan's body matures and he's able to stay healthy. He's kind of skinny.
Yeah.
I don't know. He's also one of those guys. I believe he lost weight during that World Series run because his body wasn't used to that, and he's got to figure out how to eat. And there are some people out there, Kevin, that just cannot put weight on. Good, congratulations, but I know what their fear is. But yeah, these things are A, health. That's my hope.
Right.
And then B, turn into a legitimate leadoff hitter. And what that means is he can also hit left-handed pitching.
So I want to go back just a couple of years because Evan Carter's 23. He doesn't turn 24 until the end of August.
Wow.
But it feels like he's been here forever, right? Because he was a key component in down the stretch for the Rangers, and then obviously in the postseason. So I just wanted to
also take into consideration that whole season. We were just waiting on him to arrive
because he was on fire in the minors.
In the minor leagues, he was just tearing it up, and we're like, he's on his way. We're too good of a team to need him, but he's on his way. And then he arrived at just the right time, where they needed him the most, and he delivered. So, like, that's the expectation for him from there on.
Absolutely. So let's take a look at that. All right. I reconstructed his 2023 season based on what it would have looked like if he played about a full season. Okay. And I linked in a full season at 138 games. I realize how many games there actually are, but I'm just going to go with that for the approximation of this. He played so well down the stretch in his first appearance ever in Major League Baseball. He would have been on pace for the season to have 30 home runs, 72 RBIs, hit .306 with an on-base percentage of .413. And then you look at what he did in the playoffs. So that's another 17 games right there. What happened? Well, he averaged just a touch above a hit per game. He hit 300. His on-base percentage was .417. So he was getting on base like a freaking machine. And that's where you couldn't help but catch the fever. Mm-hmm. Like, that was one of the great things coming out of 2023 is not only did you win the World Series, which was obviously the best part, is you're like, holy cow, Adolis is a postseason god. It looks like Josh Young is ready to rock for a long time. It looks like Evan Carter is ready to rock and roll for a long time. Corey Seager is freaking untouchable when it comes to clutch hitting. And it's just like you stacked up all of these things. And where are you at? 4 years later, we have lots of questions about Josh Young being able to be a useful player for an entire season. We have even more questions about Evan Carter. Adolis Garcia is not even here anymore. And I think we all still believe Corey Seager's awesome, but we're all going into the season with even more trepidation than usual, being like, yeah, we'll see.
Yeah.
And that's all four of them.
Yeah. No, we have so many question marks on the team. And we need one thing that makes us feel like it's going to be good. Kevin, yesterday I showed you a video of a very young yet experienced Wyatt Langford, and bless you.
Turn the button.
Hitting a home run. Yeah, but we call that out on this show with you. It's just a thing we've done for a long time.
That's right.
Thank you, Alec. Do you remember the home run that we saw yesterday?
Yes, I do. And he smashed the F out of that.
I think he's in midseason form already. And I don't think he's ever turning back. I think Wyatt Langford is going to make you feel fine. I don't know if I like the way I said that, but I think he's going to be the kind of catalyst for all these other pieces falling back in place.
Okay, and
that's what I'm putting. I'm hinging this on him. Sorry for the pressure, kid.
And I hope you're right, because if Wyatt Langford steps up his game, as you just described, and everybody else doesn't come along, what's it really going to mean?
It means he gets traded for prospects.
I hope that is not the case whatsoever.
We got to make this team better, and he's our valuable asset.
Okay,
so.
well, there is no scenario in which I want that to happen.
Oh, okay.
But it does feel like your team is going to kind of stall out. So to go all the way back to the very first question, I hate saying this. I hope I am wrong. My hope and belief in Evan Carter right now is low. Not because of who he is as a person or his baseball ability. It's just, so we talked about it. He played 23 games his first season because you needed him out there. Then he played 45. And last year, he played a season-high 63 games.
We got a lot of dudes that only can play in the postseason. Like, if you only have the postseason stretch, they're going to be just fine and awesome for you. But it's a matter of getting there. And you got to do that's the thing. That's why baseball is the hardest sport on the planet. They've always said that because it's a long season, and then you just got to be able to get to the playoffs, and there's not a lot of spots to play.
What is your hope and belief level in Evan Carter going into the season?
Hope level high, belief level 20%. Is that a number?
Sure.
20%.
Yes, 20% is a number.
20% is what I'm feeling right there. Hope level 95%. Because there's 5% for asteroids, like that could always happen.
Okay. All right. I like the idea that throughout the season you'll be like, ooh, 95%, because you never know about that asteroid.
You never know what's going to happen.
Could be coming in. All right, Alec, just real quick for you, hope and belief level in Evan Carter.
Hope level is extremely high because I've seen what he's capable of, especially defensively. I would say in reality, expectation is definitely lower than that. But I do think you're going to get more than you expect.
Okay, that would be great. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, our brand new Olympic segment, Better Off Sled. Next right here on The Fan.
When your friends say, hey, did you
And Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Second and a half is the lead for Schifrin. Everything that happened 4 years ago. Schifrin, just get to the line. And golden again at the Olympics.
A huge day for Michaela Schifrin, plus perhaps the makings of a hockey upset that would rock the bracket in Milan. It is time for our brand new Olympic segment, Better Off Sled.
Oh, I like it.
So, just an update. It's only the end of the first period, but Czechia is up 2-1 on Canada in the men's hockey quarterfinals. Just to give you perspective on that, going into this, Canada was a minus 1,600 to win this game. Now, it's just the end of the first period, but this would be a shocking result that would really clear the way potentially for the United States to win a gold medal in both men's and women's hockey. But we'll keep an eye on that.
Yeah, this is going to be awesome. I'm excited about this one.
I would be pumped if Canada lost.
But, here's the thing, Kevin.
I know we have different philosophy. I want the easiest route possible.
Are they the easiest? Or are they having their miracle on ice moment?
Yeah. That
you can't.
That would be something.
Canada.
That would be something. Go back if you watch the Miracle on Ice run, the very first game they have. There's not that many people in the stands, but then they pulled a tie against a team they shouldn't have. Then everyone's like, "Hold on." So
and then they won gold.
Check this team out. Yes, they did.
That.
Yes, they did. Now, speaking of winning gold, Michaela Schifrin wins a gold medal for the first time in 8 years. Now, you go back. It was on the slalom, the same event that she won in Sochi in 2014. So that tells you a lot right there. 12 years later, she won by 1.5 seconds, which I know in regular time doesn't seem like a lot, but in a lot of these Olympic sports, that is a massive time to win. It was the third largest margin of victory in a women's Olympic slalom ever.
And you said the first one to win 2 slalom golds for America?
I don't believe I knew that.
Yeah, this is Switzerland's Vreni Schneider is the only other skier, man or woman, to win 2 slalom golds, doing so in 88 and 94. And now Schifrin is the second woman, man or woman.
Right.
But the first in America to ever do that. So congratulations to her, man.
And look.
Because I was like, she's done everything on every big stage. Except for this one, like, is she going to fall apart?
Yes.
And here she was making sure she took home her second one.
Yeah, and in what I think she announced this. I know people could change their mind, but in what is most likely the last Olympic race of her career, she had been going through a drought, but she dominates in her signature event.
She's 30.
Pick up a gold medal. Yeah, and that's part of it, but
Lindsey
also
Vonn's like 41.
Yeah,
she got out there and did it again.
You can, but also this is her 4th Olympics, and so I do kind of wonder if it's like that's factored in as well.
Where are the next Olympics?
Ooh, the next Olympics are the summer ones in Los Angeles.
No,
I know.
The next Winter Olympics.
Well, and the reason why I said that is because I do not know the answer to that.
Do we not have the answer yet? Is that when they announce it?
No,
2030 scheduled for French Alps.
Okay. Because it feels like usually because you got to end it with the torch handoff and everything.
Yeah, so maybe she just doesn't like France. She's like, I had to get to Italy.
She would
I'm not a big France person.
She would not be the first one. So let's talk about hockey. Some more hockey. We already talked about the Canadian men's team trailing 2-1. The United States men's hockey team, they play Sweden today in the quarterfinals. That'll start at 2:10 p.m. So right after our show ends, it will be going down during G-Bag Nation. Obviously, you're to the knockout rounds. 3 wins away from a gold medal, but you gotta win this one first. They will be taking on the number 7 seed Sweden, who beat Latvia 5-1 win in their qualification round. So they move on to the quarterfinals to face number 2 seed United States. On the women's side...
By the way, that Latvia-Sweden game was pretty tough. There was some back and forth physical action in that game, and then some embellishment that doesn't get called because it's not the NHL.
I don't want to lie to you, Corey. I did not watch it.
It's okay. I did, so you didn't have to.
Okay, thank you.
And it was an enjoyable experience.
And from the 817, 88-94, that's 6 years. Here's a fun Olympic fact for you in case you didn't know. The Olympics used to always be in the same year, and then after 1992, or maybe they decided a little bit earlier, they decided that was a dumb idea, and then they had another Winter Olympics 2 years later so they could have them on opposite cycles. So it used to be every 4 years you got both Olympics, and then they went from 92 to 94 in the Winter Olympics to break that cycle.
So they used to be on the same cycle.
Yes.
And now they're not on the same cycle.
They did.
Fascinating.
They spent some time apart and made sure that wasn't an issue anymore. All right. For the United States women's hockey team, they play in the championship game tomorrow against Canada, but we have relationship news. Guest of the KNC Masterpiece, Hillary Knight, she proposed to her girlfriend, speed skater Brittany Bowe, who said yes, they are now engaged. Now, this is particularly important to our listeners, hopefully, because we try to convince Hillary to come back on the show. She said she would, and she said she would bring Brittany with her. Now they're engaged, and they can come back on the show to talk about the medal exchange.
The ring is made of metal?
No, the Olympic medal exchange that I've proposed many times that people have continually shot down.
But she got the proposal, and she said yes. They proposed.
Devil's advocate, do you not wait until after you play the championship match, which starts at 12:10 tomorrow?
Alec, your thoughts?
Ooh, I think you do wait.
Oh!
See?
In your face, Corey!
You don't even know my answer yet.
I know your answer.
Actually, he doesn't know my answer. We discussed this earlier. I think you go ahead and get it done with because you don't want the stress of knowing that, worrying about if the ring's going to be safe, all these things that are going on. Plus, you don't know how much longer you have. I don't know. Do they immediately leave? Like, do they pack their stuff up after the game and get out of there?
I don't think so because the closing ceremonies are on Sunday. I could see how they'd be like, why don't you just hang out till then?
Yeah, but that being said, I think you get it done and you get it out of the way, and then you take that momentum that you just got and you take it, that good energy, into the game with you.
Okay.
Because there's going to be an awesome, that's an awesome night after you propose. You know what happens? You know what I'm saying?
What do you mean they're not married?
You have dinner and you let people know.
Oh, okay. Gotcha.
Tell them, and then everybody's excited for you.
Understood.
What do you think?
Settle down just a little bit.
Yeah, Jerry's right. I did need to settle down because I was thinking about something else. All right, let's talk about the Blade Angels. Not to be confused with the 1981, I believe, movie Blade Runner, maybe 82, which has a whole bunch of different variations. Is he a robot or not? Not sure. But for the Blade Angels, they did not do well. The United States women's figure skaters.
Oh, man.
Well, the favorite was Amber Glenn. Now I'm going to go back to Alec for maybe another devil's advocate right here. Amber Glenn, she fell. Right now, she's in 13th place. Alyssa Liu, she did well. She's in 3rd place. But in a story I was reading about the competition, they said Amber Glenn, who was the U.S.'s best hope at gold. And I was like, man, that one gal's in 3rd place after the short program. Kind of feels like we didn't have to include that part. But they're like, yeah, but the person we were really counting on, she fell. She's in 13th place. Does that feel disrespectful to Lou? Just don't put it in the article.
That does feel disrespectful, but at the same time, it is nice to see some brutal reality journalism at the same time. You know, whenever you see those headlines, they're just like, oh, yeah, this absolute loser got arrested for doing this. It's like, yeah, you know what? Every now and then, just a sprinkle. But for the Olympics, I'm like, hey, let's dial it back. You only get one chance every 4 years.
Yeah.
Come on,
man. Except for 92 and 94.
Yep.
Alec, I don't know if you've ever gotten this advice in your play-by-play stuff, but whenever I was started in that world, one of the things they said was, and we were covering high school, so they were like, look, man, we don't want to kill these high school kids, right? Like, we want to, we're here to make these parents, happy that their kids on radio. And he said, there's always a positive on every play. So if your guy runs into the hole and then gets blown up, you can say that was a great job by the defensive side, even if it's not your team that you're calling. When I watch Tara Lipinski and Johnny Weir, when I hear them, if you mess up at all, if you get a quarter of a rotation off, they just go after it. I'm like, whoa! And then, like, if it's American, they're just quiet.
Man, you're right.
Silence, and they're like, can't believe that just happened.
You're right. On one of the rotations, Tara's like, look, she's about a quarter off, didn't really finish that. And Johnny's like, yeah, you need to be 12-6. I mean, they're right.
Yeah.
And so they're right. All right. Now, we talked about the other day how it looked like there was a decent chance the United States was going to blow past their medal count from the last Winter Olympics, and that continues to track. Last Winter Olympics, the United States won 25 medals. Thus far, they are already up to 24. And we're feeling really good about both hockey teams. Well, the women's hockey team will win a medal tomorrow, one way or another. Obviously, we're hoping it's gold. But it looks like they will surpass that by hopefully several medals. But let's talk about the man who continues to be the greatest Winter Olympian in history. We told you yesterday, Johannes Hosflot Kleibo won his 9th gold medal. Look it up. I'll stand by that pronunciation.
You said it exactly the same yesterday.
And he won his 9th gold medal, which broke a tie with 3 other Norwegians for the most in history. Well, guess what? Today, he won another gold medal. That is now 10. He is the only Winter Olympian, obviously, to win 10 gold medals. But now he is only the 2nd Olympian ever to have 10 gold medals, along with Michael Phelps. Now, I know that is obviously a different Olympiad, but still very impressive. So it's Kleibo and Phelps.
If you could have a gold medal in either the Winter or the Summer Olympics, doesn't matter the competition, but just one of them, which one would it be?
See, I think I would pick the summer because while I love watching the Winter Olympics, it doesn't feel accessible.
No.
Like if you're at a dinner party and you're like, oh yeah, I won in the luge, I could see how people would be like, huh?
Mm-hmm.
But if you're like, oh yeah, I was the fastest swimmer on the planet, they're like, oh, I love to swim.
Yeah, I swam yesterday.
You know what? Never mind. I changed my answer back to the Winter because you know what happens next?
Wow.
Oh, I love to swim. I swim all the time. And then you're going to get drawn into this beat down conversation.
Swim conversation.
Yeah, that you don't want to be in.
You say to luge, they're going to be like,
nobody's going to go, oh, I used to luge when I lived in the Alps. Like, that's not going to happen.
Don't you follow up if they did? You just follow up and go, did you win a gold medal for it?
Yeah.
Or were you just doing it for fun?
Then we're not the same. I also would probably get iced out of my social circles because I would wear that gold medal everywhere I went. No matter dinner party significance or not, boom, I've got my medal on ready to go.
I think it would be smart of you to carry around a jar of snow also at all times.
Yeah.
And so it's got to be like a refreezing jar. You know, it can't be one of those just regular ones because then it's water and you're like, oh, it was a winter.
From my Olympics. I take it everywhere I go. Then you can guarantee nobody wants to talk to you the rest of the night, probably.
That guy over there, he's carrying around his jar of snow.
Wow, he won an Olympic medal. Good for you. All right, so while Kleibo was winning the cross-country skiing event, because that's what he does, in the women's cross-country skiing event, did you see how one of the qualifiers ended, Alec?
I did not.
It ended with 2 women cross-country skiers and a dog. Mm-hmm. So a dog ran on the track during one of the heats alongside the athletes, but technically would have finished 3rd. There was no, outside of the cheating, of course, there was no interference, though, because the dog was behind the 2 cross-country skiers who crossed the line first. Then the dog got cheered on by the spectators. Then it wandered into the finish area, and it came up to the skiers once they finished. So, yeah, a dog was on the track, but did not impact the results.
It was the coolest thing to see that happen, though.
The only thing that could have been cooler is the audio. So we didn't call for or play the audio because they didn't really talk about it. And they're like, oh, and there's a dog. Like, they didn't call it like it was Kevin Harlan, and he was like, and all of a sudden, there's a dog. This underdog is on the track trying to move up to first place in the heat. Like, nothing like that. Or else we definitely would have played the audio.
Somebody did ask Kevin. They were saying, great show today. Thank you. Really appreciate that. Just curious, has anyone ever competed in both Summer and Winter Olympics, and if so, did they medal? I don't know how many. I think 120 actually have competed.
I definitely
in both.
know people have.
6 to 7 have won both a medal in both.
Is that true, or did you just want to say
only 7? Eddie Egan,
okay,
otherwise known as Eddie the Eagle, the only person to win gold in different sports at both events.
Okay,
so that's pretty dope.
Okay,
because he was a ski jumper too.
Yes, he was. From the 214, would you consider camel snowing?
So, dude, yesterday
as an Olympic,
there's a figure skating thing called the camel something. We saw it yesterday when we were watching the skating.
If it's not about the twizzle, I'm not interested. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for Baseball Nuggets. What are the most loaded positions in baseball? Next on The Fan.
Coming up in the next G-Bag.
If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get the classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 through 2025.
The 1-0 is hit high and deep into center field. Mullins going back, still going back, looking up. It's gone. Just over the wall between the 407 marker and 410 marker. Home run number 11 for Corey Seager makes it 6-0 Rangers.
K&C Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. I hope I didn't lie with that tease because I said what are the most loaded positions in baseball. But you know what? As we start Baseball Nuggets, which is, of course, brought to you by Reliant Air Conditioning, love them. There's another pretty big story happening out in the baseball world. And, Corey,
oh, my gosh.
I feel like you started to give us an indication that it was perhaps not negotiating based.
Yeah.
Why Tony Clark stepped away.
But I didn't expect this.
No.
Like this, Alec, you texted me yesterday, Ken Rosenthal's piece, and there was some people using money to better themselves.
Right.
And then all of a sudden, I'm home yesterday, and I get one of my alerts, and it just takes a hard left turn into a different kind of embezzlement.
See, but I like that. Well done. It's going to be tough to beat that today.
Thank you.
So it starts the way you would think. Major League Baseball Players Association Executive Director Tony Clark resigned Tuesday after an internal investigation. Stop. It's going the direction that you think.
Yep.
But let's back up a few words and give you the complete sentence. After an internal investigation revealed an inappropriate relationship with his sister-in-law, who was hired by the union in 2023.
That can mean, because I don't know the connection here, but it's either his brother or sister's significant other.
Right.
Or his wife's.
Yes.
Sister.
And so that's what I was thinking. I was like, okay, my sister-in-law is my wife's brother's wife. And I'm like, obviously that's terrible. But then I'm like, what if it was your brother's wife? Like, either way, it's just an awful situation. But I have to admit, Corey, I did not anticipate that being the outcome. I thought it was negotiation-based. Then I thought it was financial-based. I did not think...
Is that it, though? Like, that's it? Is he had an inappropriate relationship with somebody that he hired?
Well, yeah, and that's where you run into the issue. Is first of all, it's probably not going to look good from an optics, and I think everyone is concerned about optics leading up to December when the negotiations will probably get started. But it was that he hired her and had a relationship with her. So first of all, that calls into question, should she have been hired? And second of all, you cannot be diddling people at different power levels.
It's true. You have to...
It's an important business message for you all out there.
Especially you, Alec.
Yeah. Huh? If somebody in upper management is trying to hook up with you, just know that is an HR violation. Oh. That's not necessarily...
Who's the violator in that place?
It is the person with the power.
So you're going to be all right? Somebody higher up, you're in leverage.
It is not. I do not believe it is technically an HR violation unless your company, for you, unless the company has very specific rules about that. I have to admit, I do not know our rules about fraternization. Nope. Inside the company.
Sign a piece of paper.
I left out a couple letters there.
I learned this from Landman Kevin. You just have to sign a piece of paper and then deliver. They have to present it to the board.
It is not. Well, first of all, Alec, I love you to death. I don't know if your day-to-day operations require a board meeting in New York for Odyssey. Also, that is not necessarily how it works at all companies. But here's where I thought the union did a really smart thing. So the union players did not vote on whether Bruce Meyer will replace Tony Clark as the head of the union. Now, if you remember yesterday, Bruce Meyer was all throughout a lot of these stories and quotes and everything when it comes to the potential negotiations. Chris Bassett said, and I think this is really smart, I feel like we have made mistakes in the past by making rush decisions. The executive subcommittee and all the reps, we want to get this right. We don't just want to get it done because there's a void. And I think that's just spot on.
Yep. And I mean, that's what Josh Young just said, too. Josh Young is the Rangers rep, and he said that the goal for the players is to get the next MLBPA chief right. And he'll discuss with the players before and after an afternoon call with the union today.
And, I mean, look, this is going to be one of their most important selections in a really long time.
Yeah, and Tony Clark was decent for them.
Sure.
Things were going along pretty smoothly. We'll see if... I've always admired the union, the baseball union, for how
so strong,
how they do stay together on things. So I've always admired that, and I hope they haven't kind of lost some of that over this time that things have been good for them, because losing that would be a bad thing for the sport, I think.
Now, a very definitively good thing for the sport, Ken Griffey Jr. is going to serve as the global ambassador for the World Baseball Classic. That means exclusive interviews and content and everything through MLB Network and other outlets. I can think of few people representing the game of baseball who are more universally beloved than Ken Griffey Jr. So, good job. I mean, there might be some that exist, but not off the top of my head that are still alive.
Joe Carter. I don't know.
Yeah, Joe Carter and his fundamentals.
Mostly that's Fred McGriff too.
Yeah,
Fred McGriff. But you're right. Ken Griffey Jr. He transcended the generations of baseball,
right?
And across every spectrum, I think. With the fan base, they loved him.
Now, I'm going to give you an opportunity to guess who the favorite is for the World Baseball Classic when I tell you the top 8 betting odds for MVP. Let's see if you can figure this out. There's a very subtle pattern. Aaron Judge is number 1. The rest of them go in order like this: Shohei Ohtani, Tarek Skubal, Bryce Harper, Kyle Schwarber, Paul Skeens, Gunnar Henderson, Bobby Witt Jr. Now, were you able to spot the subtle pattern of who might be the favorite to win the World Baseball Classic?
America.
It is America, because 7 of the top 8 people for MVP are Americans, with the lone outlier being, of course, Shohei Ohtani.
You remember what happened, though, last time?
I do.
He stood up there and struck out Mike Trout.
He did. Now, I know MLB Network did this, but Buster Olney is also throwing out his top 10 at each position. There are no Rangers relievers in the top 10, which you probably shouldn't have known that. You could go how many deep on that list?
I don't know.
40?
Mark Church just threw a bullpen. Alex Diaz is out there.
I remember a couple years ago, I had such high hopes for Mark Church. Would love to see him fire that up again. But number 10 on his starting pitcher list is Jacob deGrom. Held hitters to a 196 average in 30 starts last season. His best performance in years. Jacob deGrom comes in at number 10 on the list of starting pitchers for Buster Olney.
Emiliano Teodo also threw a bullpen, Kevin.
Man, look.
His first sessions of the spring, by the way.
If Church and Teodo can get it together and be usable at the big league level and maybe even thrive, that changes a lot of my opinions about this bullpen.
Yeah.
A lot of them. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, our NFL draft focus continues, but today we're going to focus on a pair of safeties. Next on...
105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan, and we have been doing this for like at least a month now, and I've really enjoyed it. I feel like we've gotten a lot of positive feedback from the Tolos along the way, a lot of social media traction. Our NFL draft focus continues today with a pair of safeties, and I am going to request that we start with this gentleman right here because it gives me an opportunity to throw to cut number 3 and bring the whole thing together.
Take it to Pena. Aller, sideline. Oh, it's picked! Dylan Thieneman calls game. That's a walk-off whiteout winner for the Ducks.
So we're going to go over Emmanuel McNeil-Warren as well. But Dylan Thieneman, if we could start there, I would love that.
That sounds great. This guy is a late 1, upper 2 area. So if you were to take, let's say we took Sonny Styles, who might be one of the most athletic dudes out there at 12. Maybe he falls there. I've seen him go lower. I've seen him go higher. Let's say he's available. You get him. Well, Kevin, that means Caleb Downs was gone.
Yeah.
Caleb Downs is somebody asked this morning, they were like, hey, if you had the choice between him and the guy we talked about yesterday, Mansour Delane. They said, if you had the choice between him, who would you take? And I was like, Downs easily.
Yeah.
And because, Alec, I hope you agree on this, he is the best individual player in the middle of the field, where Delane would be a great outside guy that shuts down half the field for you. All the action now is taking the majority of the action is taking place in the middle of the field. You need to secure that area and your nickel, which I think Downs would move into that role very well. He can also drop deep into coverage, but I think he plays close to the line and around there and in coverage very, very well.
100% agree, and I've been trying to talk myself into believing that Downs is probably the second best player in this draft. I've been trying to do that. That's how highly I think of his IQ.
Who do you have first?
Mendoza.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
I think his character won me over.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah.
Shucksness of it all.
But
I love it.
You got to watch the Caleb Presley interview he did.
So good.
Yeah.
There's a little bit of cussing in there.
So good.
Pretty funny. He likes 12 personnel.
Yeah, look that part up, kids.
The first thing I wrote on Thieneman's notes was closing speed. This dude, when it comes to I've reacted, it's time to go. His closing speed is a lot faster than I expected him. Okay. And that's he is a dude that you can put out in center field. He plays ball hawk, turnovers, interceptions. He has great ball skills. Like it comes to, he's already decided what the play is going to be, and he's already merging into the lane to say, this ball is about to be mine. And there are opportunistic moments, but because of the way that he plays, the way that he sees the game, the way he studies the game, he jumps things beforehand. Now, sometimes that can be a detriment. Sometimes that can be a problem because he sees something and maybe a play action will get him. But this dude's always in the right position. And I always say this, Bill Parcells used to say this about Dan Campbell. The fumbles just fell into his lap. Sometimes you just want players that the ball just does that because they're just around. They know where to be. So he is a ball hawk that you can put in center field, but he's also physical, can step up and stop the run. He is just an absolute playmaker. His coverage might be the best of all the safeties, and that includes Downs too. Whenever I watch him, he sticks, he's fast, he's got the speed to catch up and go chase down. His speed and size combined. And then on this note right here, he logged 1,100 snaps at free safety, 700 in the box, and then a bunch of snaps in the nickel as well.
Wow.
He is that guy, Kevin. This is the kind of guy that I'm looking for. That he can do all the different things. I'm not saying he's going to be Darren Woodson, but he can do all those things where he's physical, plays with intensity at the line, and the intensity isn't fake. This is just how he plays. He's physical at the line of scrimmage, gets up into the run game, but also plays coverage so well. So he is the guy that you can just say, go do it, and he's going to go out there and do that for you.
Okay, so I
like his 6'5", 205 frame.
And so you said potential later first, early second.
Yeah.
All right.
This would be a great trade down scenario at 20. In my mind, because if he's still if you can guarantee he's going to be in that area.
Let me ask you another question, and I hope this does not derail the point counterpoint that we normally do in here.
Okay.
But I've been thinking about this a lot because a lot of the players it feels like you guys have brought up are potential to maybe be later first round, earlier second round. I would love to do something with pick 20, but if you realistically look at the values of the things, let's say Caleb Downs is long gone. Would you have any consideration for moving off of pick 12? Because theoretically, pick 12, and I used a real team to go after, would get you 28 and 38. from the Texans. And the reason why I wanted to use a real team is I don't want to just make up some scenario. And so the reason why I ask is because that would potentially give you the extra player like this, whether you think you pick him up at 28 or 38. But I realize for a lot of people, trading off pick 12 might be a non-starter.
Well, for me, Alec, trading off pick 12, I think I can get a legitimate player at 12 still, no matter what. Like I think there's
Styles, Falk,
yeah, no matter what, I'm going to get a player that I'm happy with.
Okay,
that's what keeps me from trading away from 12. Again, how my board's stacked. If I'm at that point and we're at 12 and all the guys that I wanted are gone, then I would probably consider this a little bit. But I think I'm going to get a legitimate NFL player at number 12.
I have a very hard time moving off of 12.
Okay.
I do. But in the case of Thieneman, like we're talking about right now, I have a day 2 grade on him just after watching a couple games. I'd say he's a day 2 guy. If we get wiped out leading into 12, those first 11 picks, and you say that I can get a second-round pick by moving back, then I'm saying, yeah, I could probably get some serviceable players to play in my secondary specifically. I think that's where some of the best value secondary-wise is going to be day 2 in this draft.
And I feel like, unfortunately, I know I will ask you these hypotheticals just to kind of gauge it, but I know realistically you're like, well, that depends on how the draft goes, because if you made that deal and Downs is sitting there at 12, you're like, son of a bee.
Yeah, like if we're in the top 5, we can give you a lot different answers.
Fair.
You know, like here's the 5 guys, but we have 12, but that's the thing. Going to the Cowboys pick, you have good players lined up all the way there,
and I just wanted
which is really good that they lost that last game this year and then the Packers situation because Cowboys are in the right position.
Like obviously I agree with that, but I'm trying to set people's expectations for the cost of the draft. So like for example, for the 4-6-9, do y'all think we could swap picks around the 6th or 7th pick and throw in a later round pick to get Caleb Downs for sure? Okay, so can I just give you an example of the cost of business? If you want to move up from 12 to 7, you would probably have to give up next year's second round pick.
What about to 10?
To 10, it just depends on how motivated that team is. But if you traded away your 4th round pick, theoretically, that would get it done. But now consider this. You pick at 10, you pick at 20, and then you pick again in the 5th round.
Right.
And so I just kind of wanted to set people's expectations, as I know we would love to trade 20 for 28 and 38. Hell yeah, I would be interested in that. But the more realistic price of business is 12 for 28 and 38. Unless, of course, what you really want to hope happen is Houston has that player that's fallen to your spot, or whoever has that player that's fallen to your spot, and they're really motivated to move, because then you can kind of throw the chart out the window.
Well, and I don't know, Kevin, the future for the Cowboys, like their 2027 draft. I need to go look at that and how valuable some of those trade pieces might be too, because if you're really looking at this draft, I think there's a lot of talent in this draft, Alec. So far, I've seen a pretty deep group that I like. If you're feeling comfortable with that and saying next year we'll worry about next year, then you go ahead and trade, try and make a swap with that.
And clearly I have been pushing that agenda on the salary cap front.
Yeah, for sure.
So, you know what, Alec, I guess I would not abandon that for the draft picks either.
Your thoughts on Thieneman, though, as far as I go, speed, intensity, and smarts. I really like the guy.
Yeah, and keep in mind when I say day 2 grade, just in my mind, that there's maybe only 14 to 17 players in each first round that actually have first round grades.
He's going to be the 20th best player in the draft.
Exactly. So he still could go in the first round. It's just, I think position value is also going to hurt him too, being a safety.
Yep.
He could go early day 2, but
it's a position of need for the Cowboys, though, and I think that's what we both see there.
Exactly. So he excites me more than he might excite other fan bases, just because I know how much he could help this team immediately. If you like consistency, this is your guy. He played for 3 years, 306 tackles and 8 interceptions in 3 seasons. So he's got a lot of numbers to back it up. The size and athleticism that you mentioned, Corey, he can play any safety. If you want him to do what Malik Hooker does right now, sure. If you want him to do what Jaron Kearse did really well here in Dallas, sure. He will play whatever you ask him to do. I think he's awesome in that respect. The number one thing that I highlighted with him, never takes his eyes out of the backfield. ever.
Ooh.
He is always watching the quarterback. And that can bite him sometimes whenever the play gets into scramble mode and receivers are just in that screw it, get open mode. He might lose track of a receiver, but it's more of a pro than anything because he is always reading the eyes of the quarterback and reading the progressions. And another downfall, maybe he'll bite on a play action or two because of that. But that's going to happen. NFL players do it all the time. But I just love how he's always hyper-focused on the quarterback. I think for a guy that's a product of playing and starting for 3 seasons in college, is he has that mentality of the quarterback is my only concern, not the theatrics that are happening in front of me.
I don't know exactly where you are with this, because for this Cowboys defense, Malik Hooker's here. So I'm not sure where Malik Hooker fits right now. Is he a little older and maybe we move him a little closer to the line? Would you feel comfortable putting him out and this kid out in center field and saying you just run out there, knowing that the future you might bring him down a little bit more? Or do you feel like it's a little more interchangeable with that pair?
I think it's kind of interchangeable, but I wouldn't mind telling Thieneman, hey, you're going to be the single high, over-the-top center fielder kind of guy, because he is rangy. You know, he's not going to blow you away at the combine with his 40 or anything, but his reaction time makes up for anything else that other safeties might be faster than him, whatever. It doesn't matter. He's going to read and react quicker than most.
And keep in mind, in about an hour, I'm going to convince y'all to get rid of Malik Hooker.
Why? We need a safety, Kevin.
That's your tease.
We have to go buy another safety now?
Oh, that's why y'all are doing this segment, to replenish.
Yeah, because if we take the
y'all are here to bring in talent. I'm here to get rid of it.
If we take the model right now and look at the needs on the defensive side of the ball, it is linebacker next to Overshown, an edge piece, a cornerback, and a safety. Like you need those 4 pieces. You just got to decide and figure out which ones you like the most in which area. Somebody said, Corey, my mock with trades, what do you think? 1 is at 28 for Colton Hood. Oh, man, there's a lot more to it. Okay. Colton Hood at 28 would be nice.
Yes.
So you did do some trades to make something like that happen. I'd absolutely
went off that Houston trade, absolutely.
Yeah, so I think that, like, when it comes to this kid, Kevin, this is the one that I'm most excited about. Caleb Downs is the safety that he's the unicorn. All right,
maybe unachievable.
Yeah, this one right here, you probably could get, and you might be able to make a move to negotiate something to get you an extra pick to be able to do it if you're backing up a little bit. And he provides the, I think the word I saw was chameleon-like ability to be anywhere on the field, and I'm okay with that. The other guy, though, we only have a couple minutes to talk about him. That is going to be Emmanuel McNeil Warren, out of Toledo, senior. He is 6'2", 202, big kid. Slender frame, but also has the... Alec, when you watched him, did you feel like he was trying to tackle through everybody when he speared them in their hips? Because it just seemed like Goldberg's spear is what he grew up wanting to do his entire life. When he hits somebody, he doesn't hit them to put them down. He hits them to go through them. However, there are times that he will go for the ball, which he's really good at. He's really good at knocking the ball out. I think it was 9 forced fumbles. He's really good at that. But I saw him a couple times where people were running at him and he stepped to the side and punched the ball out instead of tackling. And I don't know how well that's going to happen. But this dude right here, absolutely physical, really long and athletic, punches at the ball. Sometimes I don't love his tackling form, but he's a unique player with a lot of middle-of-the-field playmaking potential.
What I wrote for him in terms of his tackling and downhill ability is, like we like to say in baseball terms, he's a strike thrower. Like, he's going to go for the heart of the plate every single time. He's going to go, like Corey said, and spear every time. And the peanut punch, if you're a fan of that, how about 9 career forced fumbles with that peanut punch maneuver?
Wow.
He's very good at it. He might do it a little bit too much, but that's what the league is doing now anyways, so he fits in perfectly in that regard. But I like how slippery he is whenever he's coming down to stop the run. He can shed off blocks pretty well. But he does need to settle his feet a little bit more whenever he's going for those tackles in the open field. He will have some bad open field misses because he is coming downhill so quick. He doesn't really settle his feet. He'll just launch. So you might get some people that kind of slip away from him. I don't think he's as versatile of a safety. You're going to play him in one primary safety position, which is fine. But, yeah, fix the footwork and some of the tackling for him, and I think you've got yourself a pretty solid starting safety.
But he is your secondary selection.
Yeah, he would be my third.
Okay.
My third one. And
I just meant of the two of the day.
Yeah, out of the safeties that we've discussed, he would be the third one for me so far, and I would probably take a couple cornerbacks before him also. So I like the player. I like the potential. I just feel like what I'm hearing right now is the Cowboys are very focused on the Power 5 and players that have played in that kind at that level, at that height, ready to go.
I just keep thinking about, like, if you made that trade 28-38, take two safeties, how I know we have one fan that would be the greatest day of his life, but how the rest of the fan base would react in this scenario.
Oh, yeah.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for AM on the FM.
We got the question of the day, plus I think I found the most insane athlete on the planet. Next on The Fan. sprinklers. Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan, keeping you updated on the fascinating Canada-Czechia game as it's gone to the second intermission. It is now 2-2, but Sidney Crosby also left the game in the second period with what has been dubbed, some would say a leg injury, hockey would say lower body injury. I have not seen an update about whether or not he will be back. Didn't look great, but again, Canada's plus 1,600 in this game. If they were to lose in the quarterfinals, that would be stunning. Now, it's time for this.
What does this button do? Please, please, do not push the button. You have no idea what it...
Alec, you be quiet.
Alec, that was awful. 1 for Alec, 0 for Peyton.
Don't you dare touch that dial.
Don't you dare do it. It is time for AM on the FM. My name is Alec Medford, the man that they call the pride of Mansfield, Texas. Yeah. 877-881-1053. That is the Frankel and Frankel Injury Attorneys text line to answer today's question of the day. Plus, I think I might have found the most insane athlete on the planet. I mean, like mentally insane. Because some of these
dude that used to walk around with a mannequin head all the time.
That was Al Snow.
Yeah,
it talked to him.
I'd probably put him at number 2.
This is the most popular character he ever had.
Yeah, behind this guy that I will tell you about here in a matter of moments. Some of his feats of strength. Why would you do this? We'll get to that here in just a little bit. But gentlemen, today. And reminder that you can always find the question of the day early at Alec on the radio on Twitters. The KNC page will retweet it as well. Today is National Drink Wine Day. Drink Wine Day.
No.
So
I don't drink wine.
You don't have to.
This question will fit very well for you, Kevin. Don't worry. What is something about adulthood that was completely overrated in your mind? 877-881-1053, Twitch and YouTube. I will let you ponder.
Paying a mortgage.
Can I tell you something that Noah said to me yesterday? I was like, whoa. And we were pretending. Sometimes he likes to pretend that he's sad, and he'll be like, I'm happy now. And I was pretending to be sad, and he goes, Daddy, adults don't get sad. And I was like, oh, man, this life in front of you is tough.
Keep that up, buddy.
Yeah. I hope he's right.
Yeah. Maybe whenever he learns how to read, he can read on some stuff about mental health and stuff, because he's got a long way to go.
Dude, I need you to do me a favor and shoot a video of him reading.
Oh, yeah.
Sometime soon, so we can be like, guess what, everybody?
And he reads exactly how you would think based on the way I am. Because, I mean, he can't, really read, but he can tell you the story. And he just gives you these dramatic voice inflections. I get it.
Yeah, I want everybody to know.
Okay.
This kid can read now.
He can read someday.
Someday,
probably.
But not today. Today is also Ash Wednesday.
Yeah, that's right.
And then, I don't know how to transition from Ash Wednesday to this, but today is cow milked while flying in an airplane day.
Oh, I know how to transition.
That happens?
For that is, Corey, do you remember at the newspaper when our publisher's daughter-in-law went to church on Ash Wednesday? And so she comes back in and she's got the ashen cross on her forehead, and one of our ad reps is like, oh, honey, you got some schmutz on your forehead there. And this happened right in front of our little desk cluster. Man, I had to put my head down. I was laughing so freaking hard.
Well, I was confused too at first because I'd never seen that before.
Sure.
And she was very pretty.
She was.
We got to admit that. I have a friend who went to Ash Wednesday, and when they left, they had a meeting with a coworker, and he goes, I forgot to go and grab this guy by the head and rubbed his face on him, and so he had the ash too.
Huh.
Does that count?
How did that seem like it went over with the person? that got the ashes rubbed away from them. I don't.
I mean, they're still friends today.
Okay, great.
Yeah,
then you're fine.
One of them does the Cowboys broadcast.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I know the story now. Hey, look.
One of them's our boss.
If it works for you, great.
I'm so lost. Anyways.
Well, you could see how that would go wrong, right? Please don't rub our foreheads together again. I could see how one might say that.
Thank you for that.
Damn it.
Let's see. Right down 11:29. It is also Thumb Appreciation Day.
Yeah.
Dude, thumbs are so cool.
In your face, apes.
And
right?
other animals.
Isn't that what people are like? That's what the difference between us and the apes is opposable thumbs or something like that.
In your face.
If I've gotten that saying wrong.
Me when I'm at the zoo.
Apes.
Apes are offended.
Hey, they could take over. I've seen a many series movie that insinuates that.
Then every now and then I like to mention some famous birthdays when there's some big names today as well. Today is John Travolta's birthday.
Woo!
That's
man,
different, John.
I know.
Joey.
I was trying to tell myself to stay away from slander and libel.
Oh,
because I'll ask you the question off air, which is more untrue about his life.
Very scared.
Dude, he was married to Kelly Preston for a while.
He was.
And she's no longer with us.
Oh. And that is sad.
What's not sad? Dr. Dre is celebrating a birthday today.
Whoa! Let's go.
Yeah, he was born on this day, February 18th, 1965. So happy birthday.
Man, it's weird to think of him as that old. I realize people age, but it's weird to be like, Dr. Dre is 63.
And his music has held up so well, too, that it's just like a lot of it still feels relevant to me and still feels recent. I'm like, I wasn't alive when most of this was made.
Yeah,
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, no, it's the same thing with my kid. My kid's just like, this beat right now is still relevant. Like you just said.
Still Dre.
And he's still, exactly. And he still kind of sets that standard.
And again, the question of the day for National Drink Wine Day, what is something about adulthood that you realized was totally overrated?
It's all the maintenance. Is like when you're a kid and like if your mom or dad got a flat tire or whatever, like you knew that sucked, but what are you going to do? But like it's all the maintenance now is you have to fix it. You have to make sure there's gas. You have to make sure there's not a slab leak.
Oh my gosh,
it's all of the maintenance. My God, the maintenance.
Yeah. I remember my kid, Avery. He's one of my kids.
That's right.
I do remember him.
Okay, that's good.
He used to watch commercials and he'd go, I can't wait to be 10 and up. Because every toy that he wanted was 10 and up. And so he was always like, I can't wait to be 10 and up.
Uh-huh.
And now that he is, he gets it. Like, he's like, this is not as cool as I thought it was going to be. Like, the toy period didn't last as long as I expected.
Yeah, the fushigi doesn't float on its own.
Yes.
Damn it.
And I think when it comes to the maintenance, it's the vehicle maintenance. And that sometimes is the one where you're just like, oh, man, why do I have to go do that?
Man, if you had the money, I know you'd have to guesstimate, but they just came up to you and they're like, all right, here's the deal. $60,000, your car will always be full of gas for the rest of your life.
Deal.
All right. And like, I don't know, the evolving technologies, are we actually going to get rid of that or whatever? But
if some person just comes up in the middle of the night and fills it up. And
exactly. It's going to be a robot.
Yeah.
Those are the things I think about.
Somebody, Alec from the 214, said marriage, definitely marriages. And I feel like a lot of times I'm a bad example for this because I really love my marriage a lot. I really love my wife a lot. We have a great relationship. I have a great relationship with her parents, and her family. So, like, it's really tough when it comes to that. My only thought on that is finding the right one is tough. And that's probably, like, you dream as a kid of, because of the way this country is built, that you find somebody, you get married, you have kids, like all those things. And I think that not everybody is for marriage. Mm-hmm. Not everybody is for kids. But those that find that person that they can spend that time with, I love it. I really do like it a lot. I got lucky.
It's fun to see Corey and his wife pick at each other too.
Yeah, we're fun. We do pick at each other. It's part of the game we play.
Oh,
there's got to be a fine line of like affection and then bullying in relationships as well. There really has to.
I don't know where that line is, though.
Yeah, you got to know where the line is, but it has to exist, or you just can't have fun. From the 469, I love this one. Staying up late is the most overrated. Which I will say.
Text that in.
Yeah, I will say that here lately that has grown more on me because I will be out at a bar or the club with some friends and I'm yawning at 11 p.m. I'm just like, what am I doing here? Like,
you've aged out of the club scene, Alec.
Kind of. Like every now and then I need to re-immerse myself just to remind myself that there is life outside of everything else that I do. But a lot of the times I'm just like, I'm tired. No. I'd rather not.
I'm with you, dude. I'm right there where I'm just like, yeah, I will go to sleep right now.
I think I went to bed at 9:30 last night. That's the earliest I've been to bed in a long time. Just because I was like, I'm tired. I've already done my prep. I have nothing better to do. I'm going to bed. And I went to bed and I slept amazing. So I'm right there with you.
See, and it feels silly at the time, but when you wake up and you don't have to deal with the negative consequences that nighttime Alec usually screws you over with, it's good stuff.
Yes. Waking up knowing the phone numbers that are texting me. That's pretty nice.
Oh.
That's always nice. From the 254, just straight up the freedom. From the 940, everything about it is overrated. J-Met saying growing up is the biggest scam ever.
Oh, man.
But hold on. Oh, yeah. I guess you do kind of pay for it.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah. 100%.
Except now you pay for it in different ways than you understood before.
Yeah. In cash and physical toll on your body.
Buy now, pay later. That's another way of paying.
I'm sorry. I just saw this email, and this...
Oh, no, we got an email?
No, this isn't just from me, from my wife, and it speaks to everything that she is as a human.
Checking personal emails and work, huh?
It just popped up, and I saw... You're right. I saw the preview text, though, and it said butterflies, and her aunt bought her butterflies in an ant farm for her class, and that's why it distracted me. I feel like I'm usually locked in, but when I saw bought me butterflies in an ant farm, I was like, hold on.
Dude, that's what I'm going to get you for your next birthday.
Please don't.
I'm going to get you, actually for Christmas next year, I'm going to get you a butterfly. You can't have the butterfly, but it's going to be on a farm somewhere. And just trust that it's there. Just trust that it's there.
That's the worst part about being an adult, finding out that farm they sent to your dog to was death.
Whoa.
Yep. Happened to me.
That was stunning to learn.
Corey just added to the list of things that don't actually exist that kind of exist that you can pay for, like the star that we're going to buy for Kevin. Yeah,
man. Like, unless that's really what you're into, if you've never brought it up and somebody bought you a star, they don't know jack about you, and they panicked.
Well, you should know a lot about this man. His name is Truett Hayes. Or Haynes, rather. He's the son of Cameron Haynes, and the current pull-ups world record for the most in 24 hours. So that's one feat of strength he already has to his name. He is seeking to qualify in the Olympic trials in the marathon. That's his next goal. He ran his first half marathon at just 8 years old, and his first full marathon at 13. So running isn't a new... Yeah, it's not a new side quest for him, but qualifying for the Olympics is his newest side quest. So in order to meet Olympic trials qualifying standards, he will need to run a 2 hour and 16-minute or better marathon.
Holy crap.
That standard is set by the USA Track and Field, of course, and his first attempt of 2026 came last weekend at the Austin Marathon, where he completed 26.2 miles wearing jeans.
What?
Yes, and there are multiple pictures from spectators of him wearing jeans, full coverage jeans, and completed the marathon.
They're not thong jeans.
Yeah, not like John Cena jorts or anything. No, actual jeans. He's got marathon shoes on and everything. He's shirtless. He's got the hat on to keep the hair back. He's got a nice flow. He's drinking his electrolytes as he's running. This is a pro, but he's wearing jeans.
That, man.
He might be the most insane athlete I've ever seen.
I don't remember who it was during the pandemic, and they're like, "What's up with the people wearing jeans? Who are you trying to impress?"
Oh,
and
I like jeans; they're comfortable.
Okay,
I'm not working
at
out
home.
in them. I'm not working. No, I'd immediately take my pants off. First thing I do when I get home, pants off.
It's scary because he doesn't wear underwear.
Well, okay, I walk through the house to my bedroom.
I know what you
just right when you get in the garage
and take my pants off, and then put on some comfortable shorts. And then whenever I have to go back out, I have to put my pants back on because I'm not wearing jeans around the house.
That sounds like the worst. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next,
Kevin.
It's now or never. It's time for Gridiron Gravy. Rules to follow in NFL free agency. Next on The Fan.
Coming up in the next G-Bag Nation at 3 o'clock, the Christian Parker Presser. And in the 6, the birthday roast of me. The Nation 2 to 7 on The Fan.
is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 through 2025.
First drop back for Herbert tonight. He's in trouble, and Herbert is brought down. So they bring the pressure, and the man who leads the league in sacks and a lot more, Trey Hendrickson, in the middle of it all.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105 through the Fan right now, brought to you by Men's Tea Clinic. It's time to go around the entire NFL and dip into some gridiron gravy.
Dip it. Don't slip in it.
Now, we're going to go over this today because we got caught up in the fun and absurdity of the top 99 quarterback of all time list is rules for NFL free agency. I wanted to highlight a couple of these.
You're always trying to make rules.
So I can break more of them.
That is true. I've seen you.
Go quarterback bargain shopping.
Okay.
And they bring up, you go back to Geno Smith in 2022, $3.5 million. Baker Mayfield the next year, $4 million. Sam Darnold the next year, $10 million. Daniel Jones this past season, $14 million. So there's a string. I'm not saying that any of these quarterbacks in that season in particular turn out to be elite, but for the price you paid for them, that's incredible. Like, could you have imagined getting Sam Darnold's production with the Vikings in 2024 for 1/6 the price of Dak?
Yes. All right. So this is a rule you're making. Everybody should do it.
I'm saying don't be afraid.
Okay.
Don't be afraid of it.
And there's a couple things when it comes to that. Sam Darnold did have, at one point he had the talent, and he finally clicked.
Sure. And wouldn't you argue the same thing for all the rest of them?
Baker Mayfield, it finally clicked too. Geno had the 1 year that it looked good.
Right.
You know, like it was the year that he put it all together. Baker struggled this year. There were lots of injuries in Tampa that could be problematic for that. But Baker struggled a little more than I expected this year. At the beginning of the year, he was on pace to be an MVP candidate.
Oh my gosh, yeah.
And then things kind of fell off for him a little bit. I agree that if you have a team built and you're just missing that, you don't need to tank and get a quarterback. Like you need to have a quarterback for the future.
Right.
You can find one of those guys, but if you found the right guy that just needs that one chance, that's been through the McVay, Kevin O'Connell, Shanahan field, then go ahead and snag them if you can. Okay, I see where you're going with this, though.
I think this next one will fit for Javonte. It's okay to pay running backs on short-term deals.
I agree. Yeah. Javonte Williams, a 3-year deal short.
Yeah, depending on the guaranteed money, I would consider that.
Yeah, because the way the Cowboys like to use their guaranteed money is they'll spread it 2 years past.
Yeah, and a deal is never what it looks like on the surface, right?
Yeah. No, I think this is if you have a young running back and you've seen the production from him, you don't have to go pay him $60 million.
Sure.
To play.
Or even 16.
You can find a good balance for that running back. And if you don't find that balance with the guy that you're working with, there are a lot of running backs out there.
We tried to warn teams of this. Beware of the age 30 wall for wide receivers. So, Stephon Diggs, several years back, 2022, 4-year, $96 million deal. He gets traded after the second season. Ended his Bills career with 13 straight games under 100 yards. Devontae Adams, he was released 3 years into a five-year deal. We've talked about Tyreek Hill. And then obviously Terry McLaurin had never had a season under 900 yards, signs the deal, 582 yards. Now, injuries plays a huge factor into this, potentially diminished skill sets as well. So be wary of paying the 30-plus-year-old wide receiver.
That was with the running back, too.
Yes.
And with the Cowboys.
But don't you feel like everyone knows the running back rule? I do not feel like maybe enough people talk about the wide receiver rule. So let's extend it out to another one. Do not pay aging pass rushers. So let's take a look at the person we played, Trey Hendrickson. He's 1 year removed from back-to-back 17-sack seasons, but at 31 years old, missed 10 games. You go to Von Miller, signs a 6-year, $120 million contract. You know what he did in 3 seasons with Buffalo? He had a total of 14 sacks.
Okay. I'm with you. The Jadeveon Clowney was not a paid pass rusher.
Exactly.
This year.
Exactly.
He was.
And he won't be next
hired
year.
to fill a void. Sure. He did a good job. When it came to Hendrickson, did it not have the feel of, well, if y'all aren't going to pay me, I'm going to show up.
Sure.
But you're getting this money's worth of the season from me.
And I feel like next year, I guess, will be the true, assuming he's not in Cincinnati anymore, will be the true sign of if Cincinnati was right to not pay him.
Yeah.
Or if Trey Hendrickson was like, no, I half-assed it because I did not want to be
and
here.
I think that happens all the time. I think it happens. Again, this could be the thing. Well, do you want to go get the player and say we're going to pay you and go through it with that kind of age, or is he going to be unhappy with whatever contract he has?
Holy moly! I do believe Chechia just scored, and there's about 7 minutes and change left to put them up 3-2.
So would we play Chechia?
No, we're on the other side of
Sweden?
the bracket because so we wouldn't play this winner until the finals because Canada is the 1 seed and the United States is the 2 seed. Holy smokes. Look, I told you, Canada was a minus 1,600 going into this, which means you would have had to bet $1,600 to win $100.
Okay, so
now it's not over. You got 742, but wow.
Yeah, wow. This is fascinating. I'm going to keep track of this now.
All right, now this one I think is, I don't know if I believe that. I think this could be really important for the Cowboys this season. Don't be afraid to position stack and add multiple players to fill one position of need. And look, for the Dallas Cowboys, it feels like that could be linebacker, cornerback, safety. So you've got a couple of different options. But just take a look at this past year, or go back 2 years ago. The Eagles, what did they do? They added Quinyon Mitchell and Cooper DeJean. Feels like that's worked out just fine. For the Bears offensive line, they added 3 offensive linemen. And for the Patriots pass rush, they added 3 higher end or mid-tier to higher end pass rushers. So don't be afraid in free agency to knock it all out. So if you're like, hey, there's 2 linebackers we really like, there's 2 cornerbacks, 2 safeties. I don't think anyone with the Cowboys fan base would argue against that, right? Oh, perhaps you would.
I would.
Ooh.
I don't love the Trent McDuffie and Jermod McCoy addition. I don't love it, because I have so many other places still. If I can secure, again, free agency can help me secure some shore
That's
up
what I'm
some
saying.
things.
In free agency, don't be afraid to stack.
No, well then, yeah, I'm okay. Yeah, I can get another player at a small value. We talked about getting a couple defensive ends.
For sure.
If I can do something like that, I would love to. But the flexibility I'm going to have in the draft will give me that. Will it tell people, oh, hold on, they've signed this, they don't need that, they need this?
Right.
Maybe, but who cares? And you know what? Who says that I can't go out a third cornerback now in the draft because I got these guys?
Absolutely.
So you're right on with that, but there's just so much. This is one of those situations where I got to shore a lot of things up first.
Now let's go to the 49ers. Thank you for y'all's participation in that. 49ers are going to play in Mexico City this next year. That means they will be leaving the country for 2 of their regular season games this year. And then and this is something that the Cowboys do all the time, but in case you wanted to know, the Chiefs once again restructured Patrick Mahomes' deal. It's going to save them about $43.6 million in cap space. This is the 4th straight year they have restructured Mahomes' contract. But like we talk about with the Cowboys, specifically the Dak contract, it's built for you to be able to continually flip those switches every year if you need to. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, Kyrie understands the assignment. Plus, What grade would you give Cooper Flagg 2/3 of the way through this rookie season? Next on The Fan.
The more time you give, the
HD1, Dallas-Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station.
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We have a couple of updates for you. Thanks to a bootleg deflection, Canada has tied things up 3-3 with about 3 minutes and change remaining. Now, on a much more serious note, Rashee Rice is being sued in a Dallas court by his ex-girlfriend on allegations of domestic violence spanning from December of 2023 to July of 2025, according to court documents. Now, relevant NFL player, obviously he's already had some issues in the past, once again, here in Dallas, and the case is taking place in Dallas, but accusation for the lawsuit. We will see how that plays out. Now, let's move to basketball, where Kyrie Irving, he understands the assignment. He understands what the Mavericks are trying to do this year, as the announcement was made that he is going to be out for the rest of the season. In a team statement, Kyrie said the decision wasn't easy, but it's the right one. I am grateful for the Mavs organization, my teammates, and our fans for their continued support throughout the process. I'm looking forward to coming back stronger next season. The belief and drive I have inside only grows. And he said, I want to send a huge shout out to all my brothers and sisters out there who have torn their ACL or gotten injured doing what they love to do every day. Thank you for the inspiration. No fear.
Dude, like the old shirts.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
The hum of the pitch.
Were they the ones
the crack of the bat?
The no fear were like, he who dies with the most toys
literally
wins.
Doing one right now. The hum of the pitch, the crack of the bat.
Remember that one.
A screaming line drive. Baseball is not an American pastime. Picnics are a pastime. No fear. Bottom of the ninth.
That's a lot to go on a shirt.
Oh, that's what it said. My teacher stopped me in the hallway one day and said, hey, I'll give you $50 if you can say that. What's on the back of your shirt? And I went through it, and she goes, you said isn't, not is not.
Oh, it was really a lesson about using contractions. So
she was an English teacher.
Okay.
Son of a bee.
So obviously, we all wish the best for Kyrie.
So he gets an A for this year.
But yeah, he gets an A.
A+.
An A+ for understanding the mission is to lose as many games as possible. Thank you, Kyrie, for going along with this plan. What would be the grade that you would give Cooper Flagg? From the 972, Cooper Flagg gets an A+. Y'all, what would your grade be?
I don't know how you could give him any other grade than that. He took on a role that he was not built for in hopes of learning the system faster and learning the game at this level even faster too, and that was being given the point guard role. Did the Mavericks hope that he could handle it and take off and be that guy? Of course.
Sure.
You'd love to have a guy with his size and his ability to be your point guard. And imagine this too, Kevin. Imagine he's your point guard and he could also defend point guards. And now the rest of your team you build around that way. It seems as if Canada just scored again.
No, Chechkia had a breakaway and it got stopped.
Gotcha.
I'm sorry.
Imagine also, like, not only is he your point guard, but he defends the opposing point guard, and the rest of your team now has the length to be all those things, and you can surround him with shooters and all that. They would have loved that. However, they said, it's not quite working out, but now you understand the system, and he's better because of it. He knows the pockets to find his own scoring because of what Jason Kidd set up for him. He understands that. And I think that was part of the conversation when they sat down and talked about it. We're going to ask you to do this. It's going to help you in the long run. And it did. Well, on top of that, he's been every bit of the defender that we were told that he was going to be. We had low expectations offensively for his polish. Well, now he's like, I'll find my points, guys. Don't worry about that. And he does. So I don't know how you can give him anything other than an A+.
So just to your point, he averaged 18 points per game in November. In December, it jumped up to 23.5. In January, it was at 21. And then in limited February action, 27.3 points per game, with 46% shooting from three to go along with 6 rebounds, 4 assists, and the defensive prowess that you talked about. Mike Curtis did not give him an A+.
I get it.
He gave him an A. So that's still
Did anybody get an A+?
Pretty good. Nobody on this team got an A+ except for Kyrie, which we just said. But Najee Marshall and Max Christie got an A-. But for Cooper Flagg's rookie year is on pace to go down as one of the best in NBA history. And I love the point that you brought up, Corey, is the question was, but how much offensive game does he have to be able to hang in this league? Here is his last 6 games scoring: 49, 34, 36, 32, 14, and 27.
What happened to that 27-point game?
And that 14-point game, honestly.
What are we doing here?
He had 4 straight games.
I heard 40 instead of 14.
Okay.
So.
He had that as the Canadian game is now going to overtime. But he had 4 straight games of 30-plus points. He set the Mavericks rookie scoring record. He just unbelievable opportunities. And so, I think A+ is where I would go as well. Although, Corey, this feels like you would like this one. From the 601. If he gets an A+, there's no room for improvement. I'll say C+.
I like that.
Man, how much...
there is A++ is the room for improvement.
That is what the person from the 817 said. And so from the 940, an A+ has to carry a bad team to the playoffs for me. So they said definitely an A or an A- at worst. That's fascinating.
So, like LeBron's an A+ kind of vibe.
Yeah, and LeBron didn't make the playoffs his rookie season either, and of course neither did Luka.
They got the number 1 overall pick because they were that poor.
Exactly. Now the Mavericks weren't exactly the same, but why were the Mavericks going to be good this year? Because of the eventual return of Kyrie and Anthony Davis, right? So Anthony Davis didn't really play; he got traded. Kyrie going to be out for the rest of the season. But here is another reason I am super pumped about how good that Cooper Flagg, Max Christie, Najee Marshall have all been this year, because you've had other disappointments as well. Obviously, Derek Lively getting hurt. Daniel Gafford's been a massive disappointment this season, partially because of injuries, and obviously whenever he does get out on the court, it's been fairly underwhelming as well. But Najee Marshall, I think he's 28, and Max Christie is 23. So at least Max Christie is a younger player to keep rocking and rolling with Cooper, and Najee's kind of in that middle area. But the Dallas Mavericks right now have the 7th worst record in the NBA. I was looking at it, especially when you consider going into the All-Star break. Do you know how many straight the Mavericks had lost? 9.
Ooh.
They had lost, you're right. As a concept of a winning team, bleh. But as a concept of moving further down in the standings, I'm intrigued by this. So, the Mavericks have the 7th worst record in the NBA. They could easily get to the 6th worst record, but if they keep playing poorly, they could fall between 2nd and 4th.
I just got them the number 2 overall pick, Kevin.
Oh, in the lottery machine?
The first sim lottery on Tankathon that I hit got them at number 2. Now I got them at number 1. So
you know what I love about what just happened there, if you saw Corey's face? Because you did the same thing we all do, right? Is that simulator is real life. Mm-hmm. And so to you just actually got us the second pick, because we've all done that.
Yeah, I will also say this. So far I've gotten them to 1, 2, and 3. Did I have them at 7, 10, 14? Yes, I had them at other places a couple times too.
Don't worry about that.
But let's worry about the 1, 2, and 3 situations, because, Kevin, that would give us a player we want.
Now, why this is a big deal. You know about the big 3 in this draft. Darren Peterson, I guess, A.J. DeBonsa, and Cameron Boozer. Now, look, Darren Peterson has immense talent. Does he have the want to? I don't know. You've probably heard Fred talk some about that.
Didn't he just post a gladiator picture on his Instagram?
Hell, jump into the game when you got the flu, buddy. Michael Brown and Kingston Flemings are two like straight up point guards that we've talked about, assuming you don't think Kyrie is going to be here. Now, if you do think Kyrie is going to be here, we can kind of change that idea, and then maybe you look in the direction of a Caleb Wilson. Caleb Wilson maybe kind of has that Jermaine O'Neal vibe going for him, and he's the player that some people think this is a Big Four draft. But
we not get with Boozer the guy?
Okay, so
there's some question marks on Boozer still.
Okay, what do you think are the question marks about Cameron Boozer? A
little bit toughness.
Ooh, interesting. See, I have not heard
that. Was my question
mark. I think he is super, super tough. But here's the thing. The ceiling for Cameron Boozer throughout most of his career has been at a certain place, right? Whereas the ceiling for DeBonsa and Peterson is way freaking higher. And son of a gun, man, they went straight to overtime there. And Canada has scored. They're victorious in the quarterfinal round.
Thanks a lot, Chechnya.
It's not Nia, because this is a different deal. And some people say it's like Czechia.
Thanks a lot, guys.
So Canada was a 16-1 favorite going into this game. They were trailing with 7 minutes and change. They tied it up with about 3 minutes and change, and they have just won in overtime. So the number one seed moves on, and America, their game will get going against Sweden in a couple hours. They're the number 2 seed. But that would have been a massive upset right there.
Yeah, and I mean, obviously they're at this level for a reason. You know, like
Sure.
that's winning a gritty game like that, though, Kevin, scares me a little bit. Now, obviously, the Crosby injury is a concern. We're got to figure out because he got drilled from what you said.
Oh, man. My just immediate reaction would be, I would be surprised if he plays in their next game.
But it's this is one of those, when you win a gritty game like that, you can go two ways. They win it coming back like that. It tells them they can do it.
Sure.
So you either just kind of rely on it, or you are like, no, that's never happening again. And that's what my concern is that they're going to be like, no, that we can't let that happen again. And if I'm the coach, that's what I'm telling the guys in the locker room is, we did it. Let's not do that again, though.
Absolutely. Now, I wanted to go back to Boozer, because even his staunchest critics have kind of come around. All right, fine. He just produces and wins at every single level.
Yeah.
So right now, he's part of a Duke team that has 2 losses, and he's probably going to win National Player of the Year. And so he doesn't have the same ceiling of like a DeBonsa, because I think DeBonsa, I've said this before, I think he's a Tracy McGrady starter kit.
Okay.
For Darren Peterson, people might kind of think Cade Cunningham, some flashes of Devin Booker, not Darren Booker. And I know some people have compared his footwork to Kobe. Like, just the footwork, right? And so
heart is really what matters.
I mean, it is. And the competitive vibe. If you can have the competitive vibe of Kobe, that feels like a elite trait. And so you could see how those comparisons would be higher than Cam Boozer. Like, one of the comps I saw was Al Horford, who's a damn good player.
Very fine player.
Not on the exact same level. But one of the things about Boozer is I think people are coming around. I think he'll be good straight away. I just don't know how much better he'll be. But the last player I thought that about was Luka. And guess what? He turned out to be as better as conceivably possible. But
so he's the next Luka.
That's not. I don't want that on the record.
All right.
But if you look at this draft, you can get into the top 3. You could have a franchise-changing player with Peterson, DeBonsa, or Boozer. If you don't, you could have somebody who could fit perfectly with Caleb Wilson from North Carolina. If that doesn't work for you, you're going to move on from Kyrie and you want a point guard. Flemings and Brown are sitting there. So if you can stay even in this 7 range, maybe move up to 6, I think you can get a player that is going to be a hell of a partner for Cooper Flagg and Max Christie to go run with going forward.
The 817 is a Kansas fan. Peterson needs to be on the damn court more.
Look, you're right. I think it was Fred. I saw it on social media. I can only imagine the rant on the air. He had an opportunity for his flu game, and instead it was like, I don't know how hard I can go. And the coach was like, fine, don't play.
But do you need to do your flu game in college, or do you need to do it at the best moment?
No, you're right. But look up what the Texas Tech fans chanted at him. They chanted, "He's a P."
What?
There's
not the people in Lubbock. They would never use a word like that.
I know. No college kids would talk like that. But there is some thought that, is he soft?
Mm-hmm. That's a good question.
He is not doing anything to dispel that.
From the 972, Kevin, if you don't want it on the record, you probably shouldn't say it on the radio. From the 817, Peterson and DeBonsa seem like they have super mega star potential. Boozer, just a solid pro. Makes a couple all-stars, but not a plus tier superstar.
And I think that is a fair assessment. And that's the reason why he's 3, right? Who's the best player in college basketball right now? It's not Peterson, it's not DeBonsa, it's Cameron Boozer. But that's the thought, is that, oh yeah, he can make a couple all-star teams. And then other people are like, I can see these other 2 changing franchises. So yeah, no, I definitely understand that thought about their ceilings. Absolutely. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, we move into the expressway, so let's fire up some NFL overreaction or reality and perhaps some My Buddy's an Idiot next on The Fan.
And is presented by the On-Time Experts.
Snap is back, throws it left, high again, and a diving interception at the 50. Hooker against his old team down the right side. Hooker down the sideline. Hooker to the 15 before he's out of bounds.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan, where I'm always learning new things from Corey Majors, and hope you are as well. Right now, it's time for some NFL overreaction or reality, and let's start with that gentleman right there. Overreaction or reality, you would like for the Cowboys to move on from Malik Hooker?
Okay. I feel like at the moment, overreaction. I do feel like he's dwindling, but I don't have enough safeties, Kevin. I need safety.
That's why I've put you guys to work to find us new talent.
Okay.
You know me. I want to ship out anybody making money. You can save $6.9 million nice on your salary cap if you cut Malik Hooker.
Okay. He had a 60.8 overall grade according to PFF. I believe that ranks him 66th.
Well, there you go.
That's not good enough. 68th in solo tackles, 51st in assists. He was first in yards per reception allowed.
Okay.
He was second in passer rating allowed. Kevin, those are bad things.
Yeah.
He gave up 20 yards per reception allowed.
Oh, first as in the bad kind of first?
He gave a 155.8 passer rating allowed, which what's the perfect pass? Isn't it like 152?
158.3.
Okay, so he was near perfect passer attempt.
But that's not.
Again, like
I'm saving you $7 million.
We can talk to these players too, and they're going to go these assignments, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. He was part of a secondary that got torched. Okay, if you're going to do that, I feel like he's got some leadership in that locker room, but they were bad. So
can I ask a question about that?
I just don't know if it can be corrected, and if Christian Parker is saying, no, I can use this, then I'm trusting Christian Parker right now.
If you are the leader of a defense that is objectively bad, does that reflect on you as a leader whatsoever? Or can it, I know it could just be a straight up talent deficiency.
Well, if Kenneth Murray was the one collecting players to have extra work, then that's a little bit of a problem. So, I guess so, man. Now I got to find another one.
Alec, that's why we doubled up on safeties today. Alec, hopefully we will not meet as much resistance from you. Overreaction or reality, you would like for the Cowboys to move on from Malik Hooker?
Reality, because in my mind that means we're getting Caleb Downs. So,
oh man,
yeah. So
I just want it for the record. I did not make that promise.
Well, I'm making that promise to myself to make myself okay with the fact that we are thinning out a position that we are not very good at already.
It is a bold strategy, I will admit.
I'm right there with Corey. I'm like, I need somebody to play the spot.
Yeah,
somebody has to play the position.
Figure that out later.
That's valid. You know what? I like it. You know what? Reality. We'll figure it out.
That much worse? What are we going to give up? 34 points a game?
Well,
no.
Maybe the guy that takes his spot does give up a 158.3.
Man, what if the guy that we get to replace Malik Hooker makes Malik Hooker look like Caleb Downs?
Kevin, Reed Blankenship is 26.9 years old.
Does this mean you're on Pro Football Reference? They give ages in a weird way.
Spotrac.
Okay.
Reed Blankenship, who was with Christian Parker, 26.9 years old, made $3.5 million last year.
There you go.
His current market value is $7.
And if you recall, what amount of money did I just save you?
That amount of money.
Boom.
So you get a guy who's not 30 and is familiar with the defense, familiar with what's going to be asked of him. And I know there's been a texter that's asked every time we brought up Christian Parker, is he going to bring Reed Blankenship with him?
There you go.
And so that's been a question many times. And I think there have also been a couple of Eagles fans that have texted in and they've been like, why did y'all take this guy? And please don't take Reed Blankenship also. So
I love it.
There you go.
Overreaction or reality, both. Max Crosby and A.J. Brown will be on new teams next season?
Reality. If the Eagles really want to get rid of some of that environment, that's one of the key figures in the toxicity that's been going on for whatever reason it is. I don't know what his problem with them is or their problem with him, but there's a disconnect in that locker room. So if they want to, they need to move the player. They just got to. But what did Howie Roseman say? He said A.J. Brown's a great player. We're in the business of great players.
Setting the market.
So smart job on his part.
I agree.
When it comes to Max Crosby, I just feel he's going to probably force the issue because I think he's still upset at how he was treated last year, being told to not go out on the field. And he's like, what are you talking about?
Right.
I've come here to play. I think he's upset about that. I think he might force it, but his value might be too much. It might be too expensive to get him. So
Especially since we just talked about maybe don't go after aging pass rushers.
But I'll say reality for now.
All right, Alec, overreaction or reality? Both Max Crosby and A.J. Brown will be on new teams next year.
Overreaction. I think A.J. Brown stays, and I think Max Crosby goes. Crosby, I think they're going to come down on the price because I think they're going to get to a point where they realize, hey, this guy really does not like us. He does not enjoy this. And what's the point in keeping a disgruntled player around, especially if it gets into any conversations of, well, I'm not going to show up. Then I think it moves very quickly. And it's, the 2 firsts and a good player. How about just 2 firsts? Or how about a first, maybe a 3 and a good player, something like that. The price is going to come down. A.J. Brown, I feel like the whole drama that exists there is overblown in a way.
Okay.
Like, I think it's just the sporadic stuff that happens on the sidelines and whatnot. And if anything, I think he's the least of their problems. I think Jalen Hurts is a bigger problem in that locker room than A.J. Brown is. I think he's a worse teammate than A.J. Brown is. So if they get rid of him, they're not solving their problem. And I think Howie Roseman is smarter than that. So to give their GM credit, I think he stays because I think he realizes that's not the real problem here. There's other things we got to address.
Now, as a bonus to all of this, although I'm just going to use one team as an example, bonus, overreaction, reality. Trading for star players might not be a good idea. So let's look at the Commanders, for example, on this. They went after Deebo Samuel. How did that go? And then Laramie Tunsil. How did that go? So overreaction or reality, despite me only using one team as an example, right. Trading for star players might not be a good idea.
Let me ask you this. Was George Pickens a star yet?
I don't think so, but wouldn't you argue...
He had star talent.
He did. But I would argue Micah Parsons, obviously a star, and it worked out well, but it was on the verge of working out incredibly for the Packers.
Yeah, with Pickens, he is a star now.
Agreed.
I think more so than he was because he actually performed very extremely well and looked like he was very comfortable in Dallas. Understanding he missed some meetings and Jerry's like, people miss meetings, it's fine. That's the case. And yeah, with Micah, same situation there. And look at the Rams with Jalen Ramsey. They went and got Jalen Ramsey. They win Super Bowl. You got to add the right pieces for one, and it can't just be a desperation move to do it. It's got to be kind of a, hey, let's go ahead and make sure that this chess piece is added to the board. So, yeah, no, I disagree with this. That's overreaction.
Overreaction or reality for you, Alex? Same question. Trading for star players might not be a good idea.
Overreaction because there are teams that are just awful at acquiring talent on their own and finding it on their own. So I think there are teams that they kind of stumble their way into success sometimes, like the GM of the Chicago Bears, Ryan Poles. I didn't think he was exactly that great at his job. He stumbles his way into Caleb Williams and some other good pieces there. So then at that point, it's like if you want to save your job, go get a star player that's already proven. And I know the results may vary after you actually acquire said player, but I think some teams find themselves in lucky enough positions where they can say, our draft capital is good enough and our team is talented enough some way, somehow. why not go get the guy that's been there, done that, and see if he pushes us over the top? I just like that concept because I think some teams are close enough, even with bad leadership, that they can luck their way into it.
Now, overreaction or reality, I'm focusing specifically on one team because I feel like everyone seems to think Seattle is pretty well set up for the long term. Now, what that looks like, don't know. Overreaction or reality, the Patriots are set up for long-term success.
We thought, you're right. We thought this about the Bengals.
Yeah. Oh, for sure. Man, with Burrow, I thought the Bengals were going to be maybe a perpetual Super Bowl team, and not so much.
Yeah, and perpetual playoff team.
Yes.
And they've struggled to even get that.
Not so much.
Yeah, and I think over the last few years, we've kind of looked at that and been like, oh, this team got there. Brock Purdy, I know, like, they look okay, but I think you just look at the quarterback first. Drake May had a really good season. Then he kind of got exposed. And so I think they're going to be good because Vrabel knows good players. The owner there does a good job of staying out of the way and just making sure that the team takes care of itself. They have a really good environment for it. And that division is kind of up in the air with the Jets and Dolphins being, a cluster every other year. You don't know what you're going to get out of that. And it looks like the Bills are susceptible. So I think that they are going to be in a pretty good position.
Alec, these are your guys.
It's a reality, Kevin. Yeah, I'm going to stand on that. I've built this empire. I got to die with it, too. I do think they are because Corey hit on a point that I think people are going to overlook just because they're going to go player by player and coach by coach. That division is not great. So I think that's a great foundation for them to even have a chance is, well, we don't really have to worry about two of the teams. We don't have to worry about half the division. That's a nice starting point. But on top of that, I've said a lot about this, and I think he's just going to prove that he's one of the better GMs as time goes along. He hasn't had the job long, but Elliott Wolf for New England, I think he's a great talent evaluator. I think he's really good at what he does. He's not afraid to pull the trigger on some big moves either. So we were talking about trading for star players. I think that's a team that would be very open to doing that in the near future. So I think they have the right makeup to be, built for the long haul.
Okay, bonus question. Do they have the right makeup to do this and move one of their players? Overreaction or reality? Will Campbell needs to move inside to guard if he's going to have a long NFL career.
Because of the short arms?
That's right. Vrabel, by the way, has been adamant. He's 22. We're not doing that. But
yeah, I mean, just like with Tyler Guyton, just like with the way that the Cowboys have treated a lot of these guys, they give them as much time as possible. Maybe it's a little too long, but I'll trust my offensive line coach if he says we can fix this or correct it. It stinks that it didn't happen in the Super Bowl, but your offensive line was pretty bad across the line. Maybe that's the key, though. Moving him inside isn't just a move for him, it's a move for the team because now maybe you can go find one of those left tackles that's a legitimate stud left tackle. But I defer to Duke Manyweather in these situations, and he was like, it's less than that. It's more about this. We'll see how things go. But I think that for the next couple of years, he is their left tackle.
Alec?
You got to keep him there. I don't think you can stop his progress, even if he didn't have much this year. I'm with Mike Vrabel. The dude's young. He's still got a long way to go, and we've talked about it here in Dallas. Is a lot of the times you expect offensive linemen to come into the league because they're a first rounder and be plug and play. There is a huge learning curve because some of the pass rush abilities and maneuvers and stuff like that, and just the bigger bodies in the NFL, that's a huge change from the college game, even today with the freak athletes that you see. So I think he just needs more time. I think he's going to be fine. I really do. And, his running mate on that left side of the offensive line, his guard was a rookie too in the Super Bowl. So it's like maneuvering everything around. I think you're going to get the same result if you're just telling people, hey, learn a completely different style of playing this game.
Overreaction or reality? Anthony Richardson will be the next quarterback to pull himself back up and show that he is worthy of his draft position.
Is his time over with Indianapolis?
Yes. Now, so what's really weird is supposedly the Colts are gearing up for his camp to demand a trade, and I'd be like, or else what? You're not going to play again? But yeah, supposedly they're preparing for his camp to ask for a trade, and good luck with that.
What do you think Indianapolis is like, we're prepared also for this trade ask? Like, what are you guys thinking?
Yeah.
Because that's how I don't think Daniel Jones is going to recreate the wheel in Indianapolis.
Do you think they're going to re-sign him, though?
Daniel Jones.
You have to factor that in.
Yeah, I think that is a factor for sure. Again, now there's a lot going on up there. That team fell apart.
They did.
Right before he got hurt.
They did.
Then he got hurt.
Do you think him getting hurt maybe kind of hides the fact that this was the direction it was going to go either way?
Because you started to see it already. And then because of the way things were going, I felt like he took a few more risks he didn't need to take. He was playing some really good ball, though. I was pretty proud of some of the things he was doing. The direction that they decide to go, though, can they spend another high pick on a guy and trust that group's going to get it right whenever they've done that with Anthony Richardson already and failed there? So I do think his time with Indianapolis is over.
Alec, do you believe, overreaction or reality, that Anthony Richardson will be the next quarterback to resurrect his career?
Overreaction. He's not a good quarterback. I wish I had some sort of shocking analysis to give, but if you've watched the guy play, he is insanely athletically gifted and talented. He does not have the makeup to play quarterback in the NFL, which is totally fine. He sold everybody in his combine measurables and whatnot. It's great. I'm just ready to see what the fallout is. Does he get traded? Does he get outright let go? Does he get to pick where he wants to go ultimately? Does he somehow end up in the lap of Kyle Shanahan, who does revitalize him, and I look like a total idiot? I don't know. I just like the way that the tweet was phrased earlier when it was like he is preparing for a trade, and somebody else replied and they're like, oh, like engineering, or like what's he going to do? Is he going to be an HVAC guy? Like what kind of trade? Yeah, you can't demand stuff when there is no demand, just like the Warriors GM was saying.
Yeah, man, what a brutal burn that was on Kuminga. All right, do you guys want one more, or do you want to pivot to My Buddy's an Idiot?
Let's do one more, Kevin.
All right. Declan Doyle, the offensive coordinator for the Ravens, who is the same age as Lamar Jackson, let that sink in for just a second. They're both 29. Says that Lamar Jackson has a higher ceiling. Overreaction or reality? We have yet to see Lamar Jackson's best football.
Overreaction. 2 years ago, we saw it.
Okay.
This past season, they did not play the same. He was injured. But 2 years ago, I think I saw the best version of him I could see. Now, how he takes that experience and what offensive coordinator he has next, fun question. The way they work together, what's asked of him, I always thought it was I understood what they were doing. They said, we got a dude that is blazing fast. He is a cheat code. He is the human joystick out on the field. Why don't we build our offense that way?
Right.
But then again, I believe this wholeheartedly. At the quarterback position, you can do all those things, and you can drop as many offensive passing plays. You can drop now running plays that go along with the quarterback as well. But ultimately, the quarterback has to be able to make big throws. I believe that. And Kevin, he made a big throw. The tight end didn't catch it.
Yeah.
That was his best season so far. I think that might be the best season we see him ever play.
Alec, overreaction or reality?
He can match that season, though.
Okay.
He can play that well again. I think he can.
We have not seen Lamar Jackson's best football.
Reality. I don't think we have. Ooh. And the main reason is not his fault. Consistency in play calling is one thing, but he has not had a true wide receiver one, in my mind. A dominant, true top 5, top 8 even wide receiver in the NFL. You give him one of those, and I think the video game numbers turn into something that you're just going to become numb to. Because I do think he is that gifted of a passer. And if people want to debate that still to this day, I have no remarks to give anymore. He's shown it time and again that he can make pretty much every throw that you ask. That's why I want to see him with a true wide receiver one. Like if Philly said, yeah, we're done with A.J. Brown. What would that look like?
Yeah.
That would look stupidly fun. Name any elite receiver in the NFL, pair him up with Lamar. I think you're getting, even if it's just a little bit better numerically, I think you're going to get a better season.
Oh, man.
Oh, God.
See, but I did the same thing with Josh Allen. Look, just move him over to the AFC. Like, get everything you can, and let's see how that looks. Are you thinking about it right now?
Yeah.
All right. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Right now, how about we pivot to my buddies an idiot, 877-881-1053. Does your friend have a terrible sports or pop culture opinion, or did they not even bother to make that phone call for the World Baseball Classic? Now, Trey Turner was the breakout star for the United States in the 2023 World Baseball Classic. He tied the tournament record with 5 home runs to help lead Team USA to the final.
It was special.
Yes. And he was asked about being on this year's World Baseball Classic team, and he goes, it's something I wanted to do, but the phone never rang. It's so much fun. I gladly would have done it again. I said it last time. If they ever ask, I would say yes.
Wow.
Is Team USA an idiot for not taking the guy who tied the tournament record for most home runs and helped them make it to the final and not even calling him to see, hey, would you like to be on this team again?
Probably so. Probably so. But let's look at who they do have. What position does Trey Turner play?
I mean, look, they're doing fine. I told you
What
7
position?
of their top 8 MVP candidates are all from the United States.
Let's look at their infielders
They're
real
doing
quick,
just
Kevin.
fine.
Bobby Witt Jr.
I'm not.
You think he's going to play some shortstop?
I'm not replacing Bobby Witt Jr.
What about Gunnar Henderson? What are your thoughts on Gunnar Henderson?
Now that I might consider.
What are your thoughts on Alex Bregman?
I don't like
He's
him.
a third baseman-ish. I think they're fine. I think they're gonna be okay.
But like you saw this
I
guy, he was.
understand. Dude, Roman Anthony's on this group. This is awesome.
Yeah,
Why isn't Connor Griffin on there?
man,
He's Willie Mays at shortstop.
that would have been a bold decision if they're like, hey, you haven't played in Major League Baseball yet. Paul Skeens vouched for you though, so go ahead.
Yeah, I man, they got Mason Miller. This team's
Look,
so
they're
good.
the favorites for a reason.
Except for that whole Ohtani thing exists.
Sure.
And then
Can you imagine if he was on that team?
Michael Young's their bench coach, dude. How awesome is that? So cool. No, I trust Mark DeRosa. I think he did the right thing by getting the right group in there.
Okay. Now,
plus, if all else fails, just put elite Bryce Harper over there.
Oh, man. I would want him to wear that shirt all of the time. Is IMG Academy in Florida the idiots? We've talked about them a lot for sports purposes. That is a destination for a lot of people. But are you familiar with the United States Department of the Treasury's Office of Foreign Assets Control, or OFAC?
Yeah.
Are you?
Mm-hmm. I had to deal with them a lot.
Did you?
Yeah, they deal with like tuition transactions, right, and stuff like that.
So, IMG Academy,
and also
because of that,
cartel
has been fined $1.72 million for accepting tuition fees for 2 students who have parents that are linked to Mexican drug cartels.
Hold on. Their parents are linked to the cartel?
That's right.
And they took money from
the parents.
Yeah. Were they not supposed, like, everybody has jobs.
Look,
Their job just happens to be, I don't even know if their job's connected to that. How are they connected? They have dinner there once?
To be
fair, the
fair,
cartel files? What are we doing here?
I don't know if where I went to school, people knew what my parents did, or I guess just my mom.
Oh, hold on.
What she did.
They received wire transfers from third-party individuals in Mexico as part of the tuition agreement.
Finances are complicated, all right? I'm sorry that everybody can't just walk in there with a check from their own bank and their own checkbook or whatever. So you are going to put them down as an idiot. You're not going to look.
Yes.
All right.
I'm probably, that makes a little. Okay. They had access to the names, the individuals, but they failed to screen them.
Yeah.
You got to do that part, right? All the students that come in, you have to screen the people.
I mean, I guess so.
Or not.
Now, this is unfortunate, but from the 682, is this buddy of ours an idiot? I'm disappointed in you, Corey and Kevin. Not one mention of USA Hockey today at 2:10, you damn communists. We have mentioned numerous times throughout the show, including in our Olympic segment.
Yeah, where you been?
Including in our updates about the Canada game, that the United States plays Sweden at 2:10 today on the men's side, and then the women go for the gold tomorrow at 12:10. So you're still our buddy, but unfortunately for the purposes of the segment, you have to go down as an idiot.
Do you remember, though, the Four Nations?
Yes, Corey.
How intense that was?
I do.
Kevin, I was potentially on my deathbed watching that at the time. And I was just like, this is amazing. It brought me back to life.
Did you survive because of your hope that America would win?
Yeah, I did.
Okay.
And guess what?
They didn't.
But I got a great enjoyment out of it. And since I was already surviving.
Are you sure they didn't win, though?
I don't even remember.
Hold on. You were on?
I was on drugs.
You're... Okay.
Are you embarrassed?
No, I'm not, because I needed them.
All right.
The doctors gave them to me.
Are the Mavericks idiots because the 5 biggest negative win differentials since October are out? So the Mavericks in October were predicted to win 41.5 games. Right now, they're down to 28.5.
They could have done it had that team been remotely healthy.
I agree.
Somebody said you never did that. That's the Mandela effect. They could have won this many games. That team had enough talent. Man, did Vegas really get screwed over on this? Interesting. Ownership.
Okay. Don't do that. So are the Mavericks idiots for that, or are they doing the right thing now by not winning games?
They're doing the right thing now.
Going to give us Mike Brown.
They're doing the right thing now.
All right.
But what happened, the way it all has fallen apart, like we see, we understand.
I really like this person, but is Kenny Mayne an idiot for getting banned from Augusta? He said, or not having clarification. This is his quote. I'm banned for life from Augusta, I think. Would you seek out clarification if you thought you were banned for life from something? Be like, just to be clear.
Yeah, I would, because if I want to go back ever, how was he informed that he was banned? Was it a friend that was like, hey, dude, you're not allowed back anymore?
So he said he was out there and he made some smart-ass comments, and he was like, we'll see at the Masters where we're going to bring 4 saucy ladies out to play.
Nice.
And then he was like...
I don't think women are allowed,
Well,
right?
see, and that's the thing.
Oh, okay.
And he goes, but I'm mentioning that I'm bringing women to play golf, and Augusta National called into the ESPN truck and was like, hey, you're still on the air. And he said that he's never been invited back to Augusta, but just because you weren't invited back doesn't mean necessarily that you're banned.
I was told I was never allowed back at Billy Bob's, and how are they going to enforce that? That's my question to them. And if they want to call me and tell me we've promised, that's fine. I appreciate it. But yeah, I've abided by that since when they said, sir, you have to leave. You can't come back. I was like, all right, fine then. I won't.
Do you remember the last broadcaster who got banned from doing broadcasts at Augusta?
No.
Okay, because this story is amazing. And Alec, this happened before you were even born. So remember, at Augusta National, they don't call it the back nine. They call it the second nine, and fans have to be called patrons. Well, Gary McCord, back in 1994, on the broadcast, he said, I don't think they mow these greens. I think they bikini wax them.
Oh, gosh.
And he was removed from the Masters telecast for saying that.
That's that's good description. I don't know why.
Vivid.
Yeah. I totally get it whenever I see that.
We're the KNC
I can imagine the greens now.
Right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for the C Block starring Corey Majors and best guest live host Hunter March next right here on The Fan.
studios. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. And right now, we have a special edition of the C Block starring Corey Majors because we bring in Best Guest Live host Hunter March. He will be at the Netflix house tomorrow for, well, you probably guessed it, Best Guest Live. And if you didn't guess it, you might not be capable of doing this show on the app, right?
Hey, that's a great sell. Yeah, if you did not figure out why I was there,
yeah,
good luck.
After finding out that we do a 4-hour show every day, does that make you not want to co-host with my co-host now?
Well, I found out you didn't invite him to your wedding, and I thought I've known him for 3 seconds. I'd invite him.
He's got that kind of personality. It makes sense.
You knew me for 2 whole weeks and didn't invite me.
Yeah.
Oh, can I tell you one more story about that?
Please do.
Then we'll, actually talk about you, which is probably the point of this whole thing. He was at my wedding, but didn't make it into the chapel. You could go ahead and just ask him why that is.
I showed up on time, okay?
Sure.
On time as in she was getting ready to walk down the aisle. And I was like, I'll just slip in right behind her.
Just walk hand in hand with her down the aisle.
I was like, once she goes in, I'll sneak in. And as soon as she went in, they shut the door and they said, you stay outside. And I was like, no. What I should have done is bang on the door and profess my love to him because that's what he's always wanted, is to be at a wedding where somebody does that.
It's true. That is a goal of mine in life, because how many weddings do you go to in your life? A lot. They run together. Mm-hmm. But you would remember the one where somebody showed up and professed their love for the bride or groom and tried to break things up. I would never forget that wedding.
It would be an amazing wedding, and that would be someone I would do a show with. Not the person who didn't invite me and didn't even come in for the wedding. Also, I love that you went. I was on time. They did stop me at the door after the bride walked in.
Yeah.
Technically, I was on time if you ignore the numbers on the invite.
I was on the building, just not in my seat. That's just the way that it works. I got to watch it. I got to watch it on my phone. It was streaming, so that was awesome.
It's good that you came out for that. So this is the KNC Masterpiece. You could easily change it to the Masterpiece March. Mm-hmm. So we've already got the name and setup and everything
There's
like that.
There's a lot of ways we could go.
Exactly. Oh, I like the Marsterpiece. But you have plenty of jobs as is. One of them, of course, is hosting Best Guest Live. We can break it down, but why don't you break it down for why people should come out tomorrow and what the hook is for what y'all do?
Sure. Let me explain the show first, because it's actually really exciting. It's one of the few shows out there where you at home can just win a lot of money, like genuinely life-changing money. It is a mobile game show you play on your phone. If you've got a phone, you've got a Netflix subscription, you can play. We have a virtual crystal ball that we pull up. Now, inside that crystal ball is an item. It could be anything. It could. We've had Barbie was an early one we had, and then all the way to hitchhiking the other week. So we've had just about everything in the crystal ball. Now, I give you 5 clues. You get 20 seconds for each clue to try to figure out what's inside the crystal ball. If you can figure it out earlier than most people on the earliest clue, you share with everybody else who got it on that clue. So if you figure it out on the first clue, you have a chance to win $5,000 or $10,000 most nights. It's a $5,000, $10,000. And then on Wednesdays, tonight, if you're listening right now, you could play Howie Mandel's hosting tonight. He's my co-host. You have a chance to win $10 or $20, $30,000 up for grabs tonight. And then tomorrow night, I'm going to be at Netflix House at the Galleria playing live with the people. So that'll be really fun.
And that's 13550 Dallas Parkway here in Dallas. Does that drive people to the live nature of it at a time when obviously everything gets done on delay?
Yeah, what's nice about the show is, one, as opposed to watching a game show, like if you like watching game shows, imagine you could actually submit your answer and win that prize money. We've given away $1.5 something million since we started just a few months ago. So tonight, every weekday, we give away at least $15,000. So if you like game shows, if you like games, if you like playing games with your family, this is a really fun one to do. And the worst part about the show is that I can't play it because I'm so competitive.
Are you good at it then?
No. I'm so
It's best guess. You just take your best guess. Take your shots.
But people do get good at it. People are good at it. Like, I have gotten better at it, but I have yet to, like, when I learn the puzzles before I go out, I've yet to beat whoever wins that episode. Because we got like 50,000 to 100,000 people playing. So, the odds are, it's last night we had 1,000 winners on one puzzle, and then other nights we have one winner going home with $10,000.
So you know the answers before you go out there.
I know the answers because I'm pretty close with the crystal ball. The crystal ball tells me.
That makes, and so that'd be very difficult.
Or else if they went to him and he's like, that is correct?
Yeah.
I could see how that would be.
I would give something away. I would be too transparent and I'd just be like, oh, yeah, I'd give the answer away every time.
It's more the opposite that I'm worried about. I'm worried about not knowing and being like, that reminds me of the answer. And then just putting it out there and then seeing all the executive producers just go, oh no!
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Now I did watch the trailer multiple times multiple trailers to kind of get an idea of what was going on, and I kept seeing this over and over. You said to just log in with your Netflix account, and years ago, the great Gilbert Arenas taught us that I think it was his girlfriend had thrown his laptop or computer into the pool, and he said, "My Netflix password was on there. How am I ever going to watch Netflix again?" How do you keep up with all your passwords? Because I don't know. I honestly don't know my password. Like my son, he will go and change. If he has to change it one time, he goes and changes every single password he has.
Oh, that's miserable.
Account. Yeah.
I am one of those nerds. I don't know if you guys could tell by my frame, but I'm not a big athlete. I am a nerd, so I use a password management software that has hundreds of passwords that are all unique, and then it's like fingerprint ID to get to it.
Wow.
So, yeah.
Is that ever annoying, though? You're like, I just want to freaking do this one thing. I don't have to open up this program and do this.
It is less annoying than being NBA superstar Gilbert Arenas and not being able to log into Netflix because my girlfriend threw my laptop in the pool.
Yeah. I mean, and he was not kidding in that scenario either.
How am I ever going to log into Netflix
He was
again?
not kidding whatsoever. By the way, every time we say Netflix, I keep thinking, so we had Cara Buono on from Stranger Things, and one of the things they gave us in the notes was make sure to plug netflix.com/Stranger Things.
Yeah,
and I was like, it's a good note. Otherwise, I'm afraid people wouldn't have found the show.
How would you find it?
It feels like that's worked out pretty well. So, hopefully we'll give you the Stranger Things bump, is what I'm thinking.
Well, I actually have no idea if we have netflix.com/bestguestlive. I have no idea if we were even gifted
we can.
that.
They didn't send it to me in the notes, or else I would have clearly plugged it right there.
This is a good test for us right now.
Absolutely.
Do you do underscores? Or
no, there was no underscore on there.
Told me I lost my way so far, so I'm going to have to go. We'll try another one.
We're here to plug the show and help find new ways for people to find it.
Absolutely.
Now, you've talked about Howie Mandel, and what is the dynamic between you two? And then also, what's the schedule like? Because I know, like you said, tonight he's hosting. It can kind of switch around.
Yeah, he's I think busier than I am with AGT and some of the other projects. So he does once or twice a week, and then I handle the rest. And while I'm here prepping in Dallas, he's hosting tonight, so you get to see him. Our dynamic is that I get to watch a master at work, kind of have fun out there. But he is the most bit forward person I've ever met in my life.
I can see that.
I like that.
You give that guy something out of the ordinary. These dice on the table that you have right here, fuzzy dice, the classic blue dice, 45-minute bit if you wanted it from Howie Mandel. And all fun and all good. And then, he's back to just being an amazing host. I'm more like always worried I'm going to lose my job. So I'm like just giving people what they want. I'm like, hey, here's the next clue.
Does it make you nervous that one of the people in the room laughed really hard at that? And he was like, I could see that.
Oh, yeah, that's my boss.
You ain't Howie Mandel, brother.
Yeah. I like, they'll give me a note, and I'm like, sure, whatever you want. And then they'll give Howie a note, and Howie will be like, maybe. But he's so good at what he does that it doesn't really matter. Like, he still makes it hysterical.
Yeah, that's one of my favorite old stories Conan O'Brien tells about Will Ferrell. He said he gets on a plane, looks over, and Will Ferrell's sitting there, and he has a book in his hand, and he goes, "Oh, hey, Will," and he just looks at him and goes, "Books. I just love them." And it was the whole plane ride was him talking about how much he loves books. But the entire time, the book was upside down. So that was even more of the bit that went along with it. So I love those kind of guys that are bit forward on everything like that. I like the use of that. I'm going to steal it if that's all right.
Be bit forward. I love bits.
He's an interesting guy. right? With a lot of
Howie?
Yeah,
Okay.
with
Or Conan, I don't know.
or Will, yeah. With a lot of eccentricities. Is that correct?
Yeah, he's an eccentric fellow for sure.
He wouldn't fist bump you.
He gives me a lot of fist bumps.
Okay.
I have yet to do a surprise hug. I'm saving it. I'm doing a surprise bear hug from the back for Howie Mandel. Post gym session. I'm going to see how close we really are.
Okay.
Yeah, he doesn't.
As somebody who also has OCD and other issues like that, I don't know if I would do that.
Really?
I don't know. Just a thought. But yeah, I know he has.
My co-host is very eccentric in his own way
yeah,
as well.
Yeah, I also don't love to be hugged. I
Really?
get it.
Sometimes we force it.
What about handshakes?
Oh yeah, that's fine.
Okay.
So I'm ahead of the game there.
You're really making moves. I would say Howie doesn't love the handshakes, but I also don't mind. I mean, it's funny being around him. Maybe you just start absorbing some of it. You're like, maybe I shouldn't be touching all these people.
Yes.
Maybe you're right about that.
So
Some of them
spring
aren't clean.
training for the Rangers in 2020. This is like a week and a half before everything got shut down. There was a writer for the Dallas Morning News. I went to shake his hand, Evan Grant, and he was like, elbows, COVID. And I was like, mm-hmm. And I definitely judged him in my brain. And then like 10 days later, I was like, well, Evan, you were right about that. I really should have been a little bit more cautious with all of these things. Now, a lot of people probably know the pedigree with Howie Mandel. We were just talking about it. But for you, unless my research has led me astray, we're talking with Hunter March right here on 105.3 The Fan. Your grandfather was one of the hosts of the $64,000 question. Is that correct?
He was the host of the $64,000 question, yeah, which was the biggest television show of the time, like the biggest game show of the time for sure. There's like, if you can Google it, which is the most that I've been able to do because he passed away when my dad was young, but apparently the president said like, no one interrupt me while the $64,000 question is going on. Crime went down like double digits when the show was on because people were inside their homes watching the show because it had 50 million viewers like every single night. Like that was an average. I mean, there was 2 channels to choose from, but still, it's impressive nonetheless.
Can you imagine having to explain Netflix to your grandfather then?
I wonder explaining anything I'm doing to my grandfather.
That's fair.
I'm like, but it's funny, he started on radio.
Okay.
The $64,000 question came from a radio bit they used to do to give away money. That was the classic, like $2 to $4 to $8 to $16 to $32 to $64. Wow. And that's what Millionaire is based on. So he was like the original host of Millionaire in a way.
And it's such a shame, like, because that show, eventually the ratings went down, not due to anything they did, but like shows like Dotto and other things like that were found to be corrupt.
Yeah.
That like undercut all game shows. So that's an unfortunate way to end. You're like, I didn't do anything. But.
For sure. Yeah, his game show wasn't implicated as much as it was 21 or what?
Yeah, 21 and Dotto, I know, were pretty big in that.
So that stinks, but he was also an I Love Lucy. He had a lot of money. I'm not worried about him. He was fine.
Okay, all right. We're worried about making the people money.
Mm-hmm. That's all I care about. I don't know if there's anyone out there that's like $5,000 to $10,000 would help right now.
Yeah.
But if you're out there listening, Best Guess Live is a really fun way to potentially win that.
How charged up do you get when the people win that money?
I'll tell you, want to hear like one of the more... like I feel bad for one person. This happened recently. A lot of times it's like, okay, you got 1,000 people who got it on clue 5. Well, that's great. Did anyone get it right on clue 4? Ooh, 400 got it right on clue 4. 200 got it right on clue 3. 15 got it right on clue 2, but 2 people got it right on clue 1, right? So those 15 people you feel bad for.
Yeah.
But this week, I feel maybe it was Monday or Friday of last week, 1 person got it right on clue 3. And usually if 1 person gets it right on clue 3, that's like the person, because the odds of someone getting it right before them with less information is so slim. And 1 person got it right on clue 2, and that 1 person won $10,000. The person sent me a message, because I said, hey, listen, if you're clue 3, if you're that person, send me a message just so I know you're okay. And she did, and she was like, I'm so bummed about it, but I will still play the game. I love it. So that made me feel good.
Have you found that there is a particularly devoted fan base already for this?
I found out that if you're willing to give away money every single night, there's a devoted fan base.
That makes sense.
Yeah, they love it. Like, genuinely, I've had people who, it's weird when you're the only host. Like, there isn't a wall of graphics, or there isn't like 55 models behind me. There isn't anything besides me, a green screen, and then the answers on the thing. So my whole goal is to just try to be their cheerleader throughout the game, try to give them the best experience possible. But I'm always worried. I'm like, dang, if they didn't like me, it becomes very clear. There's no way of avoiding me in this game. So I try my best to just give them what they want, which is fun and ideally some cash. You guys should play.
Yes, I'll be signing up. I'll be using my Netflix account. I got my password back recently, Kevin.
Okay,
so I'm going to be able to do that.
I remember that saga.
We'll sign this sucker up.
See, I want to play, but I immediately got nervous too, and I was like, oh man, I don't want to embarrass myself. But I like that you're saying like everyone comes back.
Totally. It's every weeknight. Do you guys want to play one right now?
Oh, let's go ahead. Yeah. Kevin, think about this. Think about all those times that you sat there and looked at your TV screen and you got the answers right and you didn't win anything.
I just want to point out for the record, though, I've been very clear that when you're in the competition, it's so much more difficult than when you're watching it and you are not competing. You're like,
for sure,
so dumb.
The stress of seeing a timer go down with your 20 seconds is actually very debilitating to your fingers sometimes. So I'm going to give you guys an easy one just to start it off. Instead of 5 clues, I'm going to give you 3, and this is one we've done in the past. So I'm not spoiling anything, but your first clue. Special delivery. Now, again, it could be anything inside the crystal ball. So use your imagination. I'm going to give you guys one guess each per clue. So it's not like our actual show. In the actual show, you get one guess for the whole puzzle. Once you lock in, you can't change it. But luckily, there's a second puzzle every day, so you get a second chance. But you guys each get one guess.
Box of chocolate hearts.
Box of chocolate hearts. Cute. Right around Valentine's Day. That's sweet.
Post office.
Post office, special delivery, post office. Also, I just realized, box of chocolate hearts, is that a thing, or is the box shaped like a heart with chocolates in it?
Oh man, yeah, a box of chocolate. Let's just go with that.
I would love it if he was like,
there's hearts
because that is the correct answer.
It's a regular cardboard box full of chocolate hearts.
Yeah.
Okay. Neither of you are correct so far, but that's okay.
And he said this was an easy one.
Well, no, you're not supposed to get it. If you get it on clue 1, I'd have been really surprised. Okay. Clue number 2. Always short-staffed.
Oh, man.
And if you're playing at home, this is a good chance. Ask your hubby if you're near them. Ask your friends, see if they know it. Special delivery was clue 1. Always understaffed is clue 3. Always short-staffed. Always short-staffed.
Short-staffed. UPS. I'll go with that.
Good guess.
He said good guess in your face.
But incorrect. Oh. I don't like the cockiness.
Wizard of Oz.
Ooh. Okay. Why'd you go with Wizard of Oz?
I thought maybe the Munchkins.
Interesting. Okay. That is incorrect, but I don't mind the thinking. Your final clue. A northern company.
Northern company. Oh. Christmas.
Specifically, yes, Christmas, Santa Claus.
Oh, man, I was kind of thinking this.
Yes, you're right on it. So always short-staffed as the elves.
Santa.
Northern company. Sometimes we do, he lives up north, but that's a gimme. You guys were close. I wanted to make it a little harder. The answer is Santa Claus.
Good at that.
Yes. So, again, if you had gotten Santa Claus on clue 3 with everyone else, you might have been splitting $10,000. That's how easy it is. If you didn't figure it out, again, it's like one of those, it's a muscle thing. It's also like a good brain game. If you've got a grandparent out there who you're like, hey, I want them looking at something besides Sudoku.
Absolutely.
This is a good thing.
Okay, I feel a little bit better because all the answers I see, FedEx, maternity ward, Amazon, Cowboys,
Pizza
Post Office,
Hut.
nurse giving birth. So, probably delivering the birth, right? Not having the baby.
I see the newspaper could be one, too.
Oh, yeah.
Always short.
Oh, do you guys have answers on your side, too?
We have texts coming in.
We have texts for people who are sending in their answers.
Oh, that's great.
Yeah, they were taking part. So nice work.
Oh, cool.
So you're going to be doing the event tomorrow, Netflix House, Dallas, off of Dallas Parkway.
Yep.
Can people just show up? Do they need to sign up? And then separately, how can they watch or participate? Not watch, participate.
Well, you can participate whether or not you're there, just using your phone and the Best Guess Live app, which is just in the App Store. Go search it. A lot of good reviews. If you guys like the app, leave a nice review. It's really good.
We're working on getting it loaded in right here.
Okay, great.
Go.
Oh, there we go. Yeah, you've got it. That's it. It's loading up. And if you went to the Netflix House, you can play live there as well. It's free to enter. The Netflix House is just an amazing, immersive experience. If you're a fan of anything Netflix, it's such a cool place to visit. They've got this amazing entire like cafeteria of cool food. Cafeteria is the wrong word. Makes you think it's like, on a tray. It's just genuinely good food. And then I'm going to be there in a back room away so nobody can see me. But then I'm going to come out. We're going to do a happy hour afterwards. So if you want, it's 7 p.m. Dallas time.
And there was a note, probably arrive early. I probably wouldn't show up right at 7 o'clock. Maybe be there a little bit.
Yeah, I think I'll be there a little bit early hanging out with people so we can spend some time together. I'm going to be playing the games there. So if you have a family, Netflix House is a cool place to visit. Hey, there I am. If you guys are
really
watching
weird
right
to
now.
watch him there while you're right in front of me.
Here, but also there.
All right, so it's Best Guess Live, and obviously now I'm going to work a lot harder
And we're
on
gonna
this
win.
because I was defeated.
We're gonna
So
win.
now I have to do better.
I would love it if you guys just made it a competition to see who could win first. And maybe it's not even win, but like you got it on Clue 4, you got it on Clue 5. I will support. If you guys send me that clip, I'll post it and share it. I mean, I want to see who's better at this game.
It was be supportive too.
Absolutely. I mean, I like that. And Hunter, thank you very much for not only the time, but for coming up in studio with us. It's been awesome.
Of course. I flew all the way out here just for this.
Okay.
It's my favorite radio show.
Hey, there you go. KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, was the subtraction of Marcus Simeon really a huge addition for the Rangers? Plus, we will talk with the FC Dallas head coach Eric Quill. All of that next right here on The Fan.
Or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan for people asking. It's Best Guess Live. Best Guess Live. And a quick note we didn't get to from earlier, Mike Evans says he does plan to play in 2026. He is going to explore his free agency options. Would not be surprised if he ends up back in Tampa Bay, but I also understand why he might want to look around.
Dude, there could be a team that's like a Mike Evans away. That is has that money open.
Absolutely.
Heck, there could be a Miami sitting there going, "What are we doing? You know, like, what are we really doing here, guys?"
I don't know if that would be my first choice if I was him.
It depends on if they keep the quarterback there or not,
That's
Kevin.
fair.
But money-wise, seems like they would. But like, he could be on a contender again. I mean, he has the title already. Wants to go into he's going in the Hall of Fame.
I think so.
It's a matter of if he can roll out another season like that in the future and be.
Do you think he can?
I think he can. The hamstring injury was a little tricky, and usually that is soft tissue with him is kind of the problem. But I think he can absolutely go back out there and do that again. Again, across that team, there were a lot of injuries this year, and that was a struggle for Baker.
With the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. And right now, leading into the opener, it will be at home on Saturday against Toronto. We bring to you FC Dallas head coach. It is Eric Quill. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon, guys. Thanks for having me on.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, we talk about momentum a lot on this show. Some people agree, some people don't. I wanted to get your idea of if momentum can carry over from season to season, because I know you guys lost in the playoffs, but your last 2 months of regular season soccer were a significant improvement from the rest of the regular season. Do you think that momentum at all can carry over season?
Well, I'll say this. If our preseason is any indicator of your question, I'll say absolutely, because these guys, I think the offseason couldn't get over with fast enough for them, and they've been training like beasts for 6-8 weeks now and chomping at the bit to get going. I think they had a belief at the end of last year that we didn't want it to be over. I think we were all loving the ride we were on, and now with the new pieces we've added, I think the excitement just kind of catapults. And I love where our group is, and I love how we're training and the ambition we're playing with. So I think to answer your question, absolutely.
And you talk about some of the new pieces, but last year for you, obviously all new pieces with a new club. How much easier does that make your job going into season 2, having players who are more comfortable with you, more comfortable with the system, and you being more comfortable with them?
Yeah, I don't know if easy is the word I'll put in this industry ever. But, I think it's, comfortability with our concepts, our philosophy, and then myself, comfortable. I know exactly who our guys are. They know exactly who I am. So our cultural strength is just, in bond has been exacerbated through this time. And that's valuable. Having every piece of the pie, except for we just added Valiente, last week. But from day one of preseason this year, we had pretty much the whole group, and that's valuable to have that 6-8 week preseason with everybody. So you're starting really front-footed from that game one. You're not adding pieces late that kind of maybe keep you in that mode of you're still in that building mode. We weren't in a building mode. We had a great solid base with everybody here, and it's shown to be proven in our results lately.
We had the chance a number of times last year to talk to Michael Collodi, and he's an awesome personality, and we got him before the season too. But what did he show you last year that you're like, that is my starting goalkeeper right there?
I mean, I knew him as a young kid, and to come in and look, he had no MLS minutes, and so to really have a clear understanding of who he was going to be tough. You kind of needed to see every day that he was out there and see his growth. And then he got thrown in the fire based on international call-up for Martin, injuries, and then what he did from first game, I mean, he had no jitters. It was like watching a veteran, 10-year veteran play. And then the fact that he got better every single time and little nuances of his game. and he's a massive competitor. He's a mentality monster. He's got a large belief in himself. And I love everything about this kid, and he's just going to keep getting better and better. He's got so many years to go, and to see him playing at this level so early on it's going to be a lot of fun for the FC Dallas fans.
Now, Kevin, a lot of times we've watched these teams train, and it's like the goalies are all over here, and then the team's over there. How does he keep himself, part of that group? And as you said, the mentality, the competitiveness, the kind of guy he is, it's got to help charge that a little too.
100%. I mean, we always integrate the goalkeepers at certain stages of training every day, and so when he comes to integrate with the team, and these guys are dogs, and we want a dog mentality, and it's we go hard every day. There's no slowing down, and I welcome that type of environment, because that's what a Saturday night is two